Jewish groups, the Chinese, every group says we're the master race.
Yeah, well, sure, but I mean, how many have tried to engineer it the way Hitler did? That's what's really crazy.
Well, no, exactly. The reason the globalists, well, if you want to get the secret of Hitler,
no, but I'm saying, but
Hitler's secret.
But hold on a second. What I'm saying is that it is amazing that there is a guy who has this idea of a master race, and if you were, but people rejected it worldwide. It was one of the most evil aspects of who he was. That's really interesting to me, that people rejected it because they knew it was like an improper calculation.
The general public rejected it.
The idea.
Other elites tried to duplicate it.
It was an improper calculation. The calculation was the only way to get people to get. You want to get a master race, you have to have master genetics. But what it didn't take into account was compassion. It didn't take into account what's necessary to have a real healthy community. That was a slow, like a quick flash community because everybody was like hyper focused on the nation. To have a real long-term community, you have to have compassion. You have to have camaraderie. And there's going to be people that aren't in the master race.
You can't use the leftist compassion when they support China and death camps and genetic engineering.
Right.
The left's all, compassion.
You're right.
We can't hurt anyone's feelings. We're helping arrest Falun Gong and sell their organs, but we're Google.
Alex,
and so
talk to me. You're right. You're right. The left has giant flaws. It has giant flaws in its ridiculous ideas.
As you know, I'm against war.
I am too.
And so now you see national studies show this Gallup poll. Democrats now support war more than Republicans.
Well, this is about what? This is about pulling out of Syria?
Trump's trying to get denuclearized, and everybody's loving it in South Korea and Japan and North Korea, and he's actually got them to not fire missiles and destroy nuclear sites. There's a real problem in people not being able to say that anything that Trump does is good. If a Democrat was doing what Trump was doing on some issues, I disagree with some, I would support them. I don't give a damn what they're D or R.
Well,
and so then Trump got rid of he's getting rid of the minimum sentences. I mean, Hillary Clinton, oh God, I saw this the other day. I know I'm ranting, but I was watching, I forget who the top Democrat was. They were on CNN. And I meant to play the clip on my show and I didn't do it. And they go, President Trump thinks blacks. Yeah, the clip was CNN. CNN says Trump thinks blacks are stupid. And it was a CNN panel going, Trump says blacks are super predators who have to be brought to heel. And Joe, that's Hillary Clinton, 1994, after she passed the Crime Act. That's her quote. So they're inverting reality, knowing our talking point is she did that, and we have the video. Type in Hillary says blacks are super predators. They said Trump did it. It's not about Trump. It's that he didn't do that.
Okay, but let's get back to what we were trying to say, was that if he does anything good, no one can accept it because he's on the wrong team. That's part of the problem with what's going on. It's part of the problem with people willing to accept ridiculous shit on the left and people willing to accept ridiculous shit on the right, is that we get on a team. And that the people that are on the left, they can't admit if the economy's going well. They can't admit if things.
Bill Maher said, "Let's crash the economy."
Well, Bill, I don't know. I know you like Bill. I listen. I've been on his show before, and I talked to him once. We did a show together once with Craig.
No,
Titus.
Nobody can lie and say that he's not very talented, and that he's more truthful than most leftists. He says, "I want abortion. I want death. I want more room on the highway."
He's a comic. I'm telling you, man. The shit that he's saying, he's only saying because he thinks it'll work. And I don't need to go on his show,
with his
but
why would he, knowing he'd be the highest ratings he ever got, not invite me on?
I don't know, man. You'd have to talk to him. But what I'm saying is, when he starts talking, like people are saying, "Oh, Bill Maher's mocking the red states," he's doing a bit. He's doing a bit. Like he thought there's funny in that. That's all it is. Like if you talk to him about his legitimate opinions, he's capable of having a conversation about legitimate opinions.
No, but I agree.
And
but
you can disagree or agree.
He's wrong on that point.
Which point?
Say that the red states want to be the blue states. The demographics show the opposite.
I think it's just a joke. I really do. I don't think he even means it. I mean, if he does mean it, I disagree with him, but I think it's a joke.
Let me have a beef with you. Let me have a beef with you on this, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Okay.
Because everything I've learned is gray. There's mixtures of everything.
Yes.
And by the time I go to the next thought, I forget the last thought. But the point is that
what we're saying was that he was doing a joke about the red states wishing that they were the blue states, and you were saying that that's wrong. And I was saying he's just fucking around. He's like prodding.
Oh, that's it. Mainstream news is dead. It has very low ratings. I mean, it went down to almost nothing, and they go, "Oh, ratings are up in the Trump era," like a dead cat bounce. It's like 10% of what it used to be. Larry King used to have 15 million viewers. Now the top CNN show has 1 million. So we're looking at that. This is the future. This is where the people are real things, not scripted, no teleprompters. There's no teleprompters here. This is real. And so they get up on television. I'm literally having Alzheimer's. What was the point again?
We were talking about Jesus Christ.
One problem. Here's the thing. Here's the problem with no teleprompter. I literally tell you what's in my brain. This is like my truth. Doesn't mean I'm accurate. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm telling you what I really thought. Oh, I know what it is.
Fucking around.
I know what it is. No one's watching mainstream news anymore.
No one's watching mainstream news.
Right. But let me tell you what they are watching. The Big Five. The nightly comic shows and Comedy Central shows, The Daily Show. Trevor Noah, Stephen Colbert, all those guys.
Because they want some relief.
But it's not. They want relief.
Right.
I used to watch. The ratings are down. It's still not as bad as as other stuff because now that no one's watching news.
Doesn't Sean Hannity do really well? Isn't his show very popular?
No. Only Fox because it's seen as alternative, just like you.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying is.
Well.
The problem is I'm not articulating this well because it's the truth. It's not like some packaged thing. They have turned all of the so-called comic shows into fake comics posing as fake news people, putting out political commentary, which people take as real and believe on the street. And so that's where all the propaganda is. And so you say Bill Maher's just joking around. Bill Maher's just over here. Bill Maher doesn't know what he's doing. It's all a unified message. They have Stephen Colbert get up on air and say that I'm a KKK member and make jokes. And you know what? People shouted at me on the street.
Well, that's unfortunate. But what I will say about what they're trying to do, they're not trying to deliver information. They're trying to crack jokes. I guarantee you, there's a whole writing staff behind
but all
Bill
those
Maher
hosts
shows.
admit that the Democrats call them and tell them what to write now.
I don't know if that's true, but if it is as true and they do listen, that's not good, and that's unfortunate.
Who's the guy you host the Man Show with?
Doug Stanhope.
No, the other guy.
That's not
he
what I
hosted
worked
it too.
with. There's Jimmy Kimmel and
Jimmy
Adam
Kimmel
Carolla.
says he gets calls every day from Chucky Schumer, and they work on what he says.
For his television show?
Type it. This is what's so frustrating.
He might have been fucking around, though.
No, dude, it's talking points, man.
Okay, I believe you.
When Hillary lost, Jimmy Fallon went from being funny to being totally weaponized.
So you think it was NBC's idea? Do you think it was someone in the government that contacts NBC and says, tell
Here's
Jimmy
an example.
Fallon?
There's a very well-known UFC fighter that you know.
Okay.
Who has shows on Discovery and History Channel. I'm not going to say his name.
Okay.
And I got a call about a month ago, and they're like, wow, this is incredible. Don't say my name, but you can talk about it. They were going to offer me this new big lucrative show, but they said, you're going to come out and denounce Alex Jones on the show, or we're not going to give you the show. And he said no. So hell yeah, man.
Huh. You're going to denounce him on the show. Why would they need that from you?
From him.
Yeah, but why would they need that from him?
Because
why would they need him to denounce you on the show?
I'm not that important.
But that gives you even more attention.
Well, let me explain. That's their Okay, well then why did everybody else censor? Why did Hitler censor? Why did the Russians censor? Like you think, most of the time censorship actually works.
Yeah, but that's a weird one, man. Someone saying they're not going to give you a gig unless you specifically denounce Alex Jones.
It happened.
What kind of show is it? Is it a cooking show?
No. Joe, let me break this down for you.
Okay.
I swear on my kids I told you the truth about that.
I believe you. But I'm saying it just seems so crazy that they would ask him to denounce you on a television show. I'm not saying it's impossible.
That's what everybody who's not independent is told because they're beholden to other people. You're a rarity. I'm one of the only people that's not beholden to any other network or people. You're one of the, you realize? I'm not just saying this is some kinship. Who else has a big, mega popular show that's multimedia that isn't controlled by a parent company?
Adam Carolla.
Yeah.
Who else? Most podcasters.
No, but see.
When you look at the numbers that most podcasters
and
are
that's
putting
what they're
out
threatened
now,
by, though. But I mean, almost all of them are backed by something. That's a subsidiary. I know for a fact that you run your own show.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Look, I've got some notes here, and all I want to say is this.
I want to point one point that you had about that was really good. You were saying that if you censor yourself, you're just like, I'll just censor myself a little bit. Just a little bit.
You wanted to make this point when we started the show, but please make it. This is the big enchilada.
You made it in the back.
We'll start over.
And it's right. We were talking, and we were, first of all, we gave each other a big hug. We talked it out. We're both happy that we're not angry at each other. And then when we started talking, you made a really good point. You said, the thing is, if you censor yourself just 1%, you say, I'll just censor myself 1%. That's what they want. I'm going to make them happy. And then they're just going to keep moving it. They're just going to keep moving it forward,
moving the
goalposts, and providing you with more money and giving you more things, but keep moving it in a certain direction. And if you keep giving into it, they're going to have a hold of you and they can control you. And that's how network television got started. If you really think about what network television is, the reason why they don't swear and they don't have explicit content isn't because people wouldn't want to see it. The reason is because the advertisers won't let them. There's a whole commerce aspect to it. It's not just, hey, you're the CSI guys, or hey, you're
exactly. And so now they've organized with Sleeping Giants and Media Matters a couple million people that call and threaten and attack anybody. And then notice, Joe, once they're done with me, now it's Joe, you better not have this person on, or you better have that person on. And so what is your soul? What is your destiny worth? And I always thought I was smart because I could analyze politics and history. I was kind of socially retarded. And so
I don't think you're allowed to say that anymore.
Exactly. But I mean, I was. And so that's what I'm getting at is the biggest lie is, I want people to know the truth. I don't come up with some cold-blooded calculation about what I think is going to advance my personal life. I really care about people. And in the process, I've seen things wrong. I've grown. I've hurt people. I apologize.
Listen, that's true. That's true what you're just saying about you. And this is one of the things that I've always tried to explain to people. If people get mad at me for knowing you, I'm like, I have a great time with that guy every time I see him. You and I have had a great time in Austin. We had a great time at the UFC. We've hung out at numerous comedy shows that I've done in Austin. I've done your show.
Films,
you've done,
20 years ago.
We've had a lot of fun together. And so when people get mad at you about Sandy Hook or about anything, I just go, even when you were mad at me, I wasn't mad at you. I was like, I just got to talk to him. Like, it's one of the reasons like Eddie Bravo got the two of us to talk again. I'm like, once we talk, just be honest with each other, we'll be fine.
And I want to clear this up. Because when I was going big guns on you, just so you know what it's like to be judged, I thought that you probably never had me on the show. It was not an attempt to get back on your show.
Listen, I knew that if I'd gotten you to the point where you were that upset, that I must have made mistakes too. I'm not that person that sees things and always points in the other direction. I point at myself. I'm a fucking ruthless self-critic. Ruthless. I'm terrible. Like, I beat myself up about everything. I'll flub one word on stage, and I'll sleep 3 hours at night because I'll be tossing and turning.
Let me raise this to you. And again, self-doubt's a good thing. It's not going to be a narcissist and crazy. I got offered at the time like $5 million worth of Bitcoin. I think it was like $38 million by the time it got there. I refused it. And I got told like 8 years ago, I got told by two different people, very well-known rich people. They said, Jordan Soros likes you. He wants to work with you, and Alexander Soros and this other Soros. You just need to stop attacking him. And by the way, we want you to pump Bitcoin, which I believe in cryptocurrencies. I believe it's the future. We got a private Federal Reserve. It's all fiat. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying be careful. And I was so dumb back then. I don't even say so dumb. I was not in the corrupt mindset the way the world worked. Like, I knew how politics worked, and I knew how science worked, and I knew how crypto type, government and CIA stuff worked. But I was like never trying to get a deal for myself. I had my own thing.
Right.
So then I look back in retrospect where that was going on. So when I saw you as my breaking point, go, hey, Alex Jones is full of crap. George Soros was a victim of the Nazis and the Holocaust.
That's not what I said. I didn't say you're full of crap. I said he wasn't a Nazi. I go, the story that I watched the interview, and I don't know what he did. I don't know the guy. I don't know him. I know very little about him. But what I remember from the story was that he was saying that when the Nazis occupied, he was with his, I believe it was his uncle. His godfather, and took him around as a Christian and pretended he was a Christian when they were stealing from these Jews, when they would take their, and he just thought it was normal because he was 13 years old, but he was talking about it, that he was shielded by this person.
No, I would be willing to take his explanation, is what I'm saying. But here's the difference. Even before that happened with you, I got approached by a major Hollywood actor that my name's never been associated with. And they said, listen, George Soros told me to tell you that he'd have been killed if he didn't do that, and that he did what he had to do.
Right.
And I said, you tell George, if somebody put a gun to my head and said, we're going to kill you if you don't help round up Joe Rogan's kids and put them in a concentration camp, I'd say, oh yeah, I agree with you, and I'd grab the gun away and kill him.
Didn't he say, he just said that it was just taking property?
No, they were. What do you think? Was it the Nazis show them take your property and then you don't go away?
I don't know. I mean, I don't
now,
know.
we know what happened in Romania and Hungary, but Joe, here's the
But I mean,
difference.
what he was saying.
They have headlines saying, okay, Joe
Okay.
Rogan.
So you're saying you think that it was more?
No. He did an NPR interview. I'm not trying to go indict George Soros.
Okay, well, here's where I fucked up, because I shouldn't have even said anything about it, because I don't know much about it. The real absolute
It's open
honesty
to
is,
interpretation.
I've seen a couple of
It's
interviews.
open to interpretation. When I
But
was
it's not
14,
open to interpretation for me. I'm telling you, I don't know anything.
Well,
so
well,
me
let me tell
talking
you.
about it was incorrect.
Sure. So when I'm 14, in retrospect, if somebody said you're gonna help round up your community or we're gonna kill you, I would have tried to kill people that were trying to kill my people. I get it. Not everybody's like me, and I'm not trying to top of sky around. I think I've proven I'll go up against people. I get it. You're 14, you're scared, and you help the Nazis. He was so arrogant about it. He said it on NPR. He said it on 60 Minutes. And then I learned you're being sued because you did this. This is why he's financing it. Well, I'm not going to stop saying it because of that. I get he was in a bad situation. The problem was, if you play the clip, he says, it was the best time of my life. It was happy making. It was invigorating to be there with all this evil going on, but I was with my father and I had faith in him, and so we were able to do this. And then I went and looked at the logs and the records of him. He was like going around looking for Anne Frank's, man, and getting their money, and yeah, he got the money and something else. I'm not even running up a white flag to George Soros. George Soros overthrew all these different governments. George Soros tried to crash the pound. George Soros is the archetype of James Bond villains. And the fact that his money, so I remember being a kid when I was like 8 years old. My mom always had a color TV in the kitchen because she cooked three meals a day.
Can I stop you? What are you saying that he's like crashing economies and what?
When I was a kid watching PBS, and maybe they were lying, maybe he's great. George Soros was an international currency speculator who overthrew governments.
But that's what I'm saying. What are you saying? He overthrew governments. Like, what did he do? I literally know nothing.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. This is actually declassified.
Do you know anything about George Soros, Jamie? No.
Type in George Soros crashing the pound. Let me tell you more. In George Soros's view, after World War II, he got hired, brought to the U.S. He worked for the CIA, OSS before that.
In his view, from his perspective,
Well,
the way
this is admitted. He doesn't brag about this.
Okay.
George Soros is the guy willing to take the money and divvy it out, and he's a very bold guy. He's really smart. I mean, I'm not kissing his ass or getting him off my back. He's not going to stop. He wants to hang my head on the wall. George Soros does have 150.
Why does he want to hang your head on the wall?
Because I went after him. But the point is, it doesn't matter. George Soros ran the breakup of the Soviet Union. I've had the former head of
What do you got, Jamie? Got anything?
Type in George Soros tried to crash the pound.
The pound.
Anyways, guys, let me tell you. I told you they got human pig type. You pulled
Chimeras.
up MIT.
Yeah.
Okay, I told you they're keeping babies alive. You saw the governor say it.
Okay.
George Soros is highest level deep state. He is the manager or was the manager.
Are you sure
I'm gonna give
of all these things you're saying?
I actually know.
But how do you know if
He
you've
does
never...
deep research. He ran because I'm not the Alex Jones 10 years ago. He ran the Marshall
Let's see what we
Plan.
got here. Did George Soros break the Bank of England? Make that a little bigger, please. In Britain, Black Wednesday, September 16,
tried to break it.
1992, the day the speculators broke the pound. They didn't actually break it, but they forced the British government to pull it from the European exchange rate mechanism, joining the ERM.
Which was part of breaking the euro, breaking the pound to launch the euro.
Scroll up, please. Although it stood apart from the European currencies, the British pound, blah, 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 compounding the underlying problems inherent in the pound's inclusion in the ERM. I'm not seeing this. Where's the part where George Soros does this?
Well, that's just what you pulled up. I mean,
But I'm just trying to find it. That's all I'm saying. Spotting
Joe,
the writing on the wall, Britain upped its interest rates to teens and attract people to the pound, but speculators, George Soros among them, began heavily shorting the currency. The British government gave in and withdrew its the ERM as it became clear that it was losing billions trying to buoy its currency artificially. Although it was a bitter pill to swallow, the pound came back stronger because the excess interest and high inflation.
But Joe,
forced out of the British
notice
pound.
you go to Investorpedia, like it's the boss.
Hold on.
There's films about this. Soros has done interviews.
Soros pocketed $1 billion on the deal and cemented his reputation as the premier currency speculator in the world. Now, if you're a currency speculator, isn't that what you do, though? I don't know what a currency speculator does.
Listen, I don't want to get into. Here's the deal. George Soros works for the people that run our government, and he's a guy willing to do it all, and he's been very successful. Okay, my point is 2 + 2 = 4. In my equation, you don't fight the Nazis because you're 13, 14. You think you can't. You join them, and he says it taught me about investment. If I wouldn't have done it, someone else would have done it. That's a quote. It was happy making. Dude, if you help round up Jews and take their property, don't say it was happy making. Don't talk about it. So my point is him saying...
So you think the way he describes it even is a problem? It's problematic. It disturbs you, the way he's describing, that it was happy making, that it was not a big deal. If I didn't do it, other people would have done it. That's a problem.
What I'm telling you is, and I mean to get off into Soros, is that if I had 5 minutes over there on Jamie's computer, and he did a good job, Jamie does a great job, I'm just saying it, pulling stuff up.
He's a goddamn Google wizard. Look at him. He's been beating me at Quake, too. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I would have gone over there. I can pull up Soros. I can pull up BBC reports. Soros crashes the British pound or tries. Right. Here's an example, and I'm not indicting you for this. Someone in my family about 10 years ago was digging through stuff for basically a garage sale. It wasn't a garage sale. We're going to give it away to charities. And all these clothes I couldn't wear because I didn't weigh 180 pounds anymore. And a family member got into a group of things, and there was a Japanese bayonet. There was a German officer's dagger that I bought for like $200. That's worth like $2,000 now. I still have it.
Wow.
And all the rest of it. And there was a British medal and a Nazi medal. And this person in my family, because it's like a power thing, goes, "Oh my God, you're a Nazi." So I walk in to the garage and open the box, and I go, I bought this at a gun show like a decade ago. I think a freaking swastika
but you
medal.
Know what the thing, though, is if you own, this is the thing, if you like see that helmet that you were
No, that's where I was going.
Yeah.
Can we show the helmet? That's what I'm going to say, Joe. You get to it. So you've got a German helmet that a French artist dug up with all these mass graves.
No, what is
and it's got a German bayonet. You're not a freaking Nazi. That's a piece of history.
I think that's a U.S. soldier. I don't know.
No, that's a German helmet. That's
Is it a German helmet?
That's a
For
Kurzel.
sure?
But it doesn't matter. France has banned owning German war memorabilia. If I go to the Smithsonian, the coolest thing I ever saw at the Smithsonian when I was a kid, so proud of us beating the Nazis, was they had a German helmet with a bullet hole in it. The Smithsonian's not Nazi.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Right. I'm not Nazi for having a Nazi medal and a bunch of other war paraphernalia I thought was cool. You're not a Nazi for a Nazi bayonet.
Well, it's a helmet and a bayonet. What is the gentleman's name that makes that shit?
Shane Martin.
Can we show it, please?
What is his... yeah, we showed it. He also made me a fucking super dope skull. He's got a really cool...
But I'm saying is that's a cool artist.
Yeah.
The German helmet's interesting.
But that's what I was going to say, is that you could have a Nazi helmet 20 years... Look about Hogan's Heroes. Hogan's Heroes was a goddamn sitcom about Nazis. It was a sitcom about Nazis and prisoners of war. I mean, that was,
and that's
you
the
couldn't do that
political
today.
correctness that I literally had a family member. This was like 18 years ago. I'm really upset about what I found.
Shane Against the Machine, right?
Yeah.
Is that his
name?
name?
And they're in the garage,
Yes.
and it's like British medals, U.S. medals, a couple of... of course, I wanted the Japanese thing. I even had a Marine carbine from Vietnam. That's not as cool as World War II.
Yeah, go to Shane Against the Machine on Instagram.
Yeah, there
That's
it is.
his
So
page.
he's not a Nazi. That's freaking cool, man.
He does a bunch of those. He sells those, folks. If you want one,
I'm not trying to do a product plug. I should be plugging
no, but he's a good
InfoWarsStore.com.
dude. He made me another sculpture too that I bought from him.
But you know what I'm saying, Joe,
skull.
is I'm not saying you're a Nazi. But
Okay,
I
thanks.
had family think because I had one Nazi party member medal.
Yeah.
It'll be on the news today. Jones admits he has Nazi stuff. No, it's freaking interesting,
Right.
man.
It is.
This is from a battlefield dug up of dead people.
Yep.
It couldn't be more interesting. And you take darkness and light comes out of it and you make evil become good. I bet if you talk to the artist, God, I'm doing a huge plug for him. Like
This guy does dope shit. Look at this guy's stuff. Look at that eagle. Go back to that bird with the fucking cylinders with the car. Is that what it is for his
knives or the bayonets?
But what's the top of his shoulders? The top of his shoulders, isn't that a car cylinder? That's a car cylinder, yeah. That's a polished down car cylinder and then bayonets for the wings.
I didn't mean to be product placement because they're trying to shut me down. InfoWarsStore.com. Incredible products. InfoWarsStore.com.
He's just a fucking artist, man. He's a great artist.
But I brought this up because I walked in here and I said, God,
it's dope.
That is amazing. And it took you told me the story. Like they dig up. I know these battlefields in France and stuff, and then people get this stuff. That is a rotting German helmet. Then you put light in, and it makes it beautiful. And it takes the evil of Hitler and makes it beautiful.
Yeah.
Not Hitler takes humanity and makes it beautiful.
Yeah, it's but it is interesting that you can't own, like you could never own a Nazi flag or any, like you could
But
own,
why couldn't the
you could own
Smithsonian
something
have
from
it?
Genghis Khan.
Why could here's the thing.
Right.
Both my grandfathers, and I'm not bragging about family, but you remember Tom Landry. My grandfather was UT football, won state championships in track. All my mom's dad, and he went in the Army Air Corps with Tom Landry. And I remember being over there on Sundays, even before he played for the Dallas Cowboys. He'd like Tom Landry would call, and they'd pray for 5 minutes. Both my grandfathers, both Jerry Jones and my my mother's father, Mr. Hammond, almost died in a crash landing and another deal. I almost died. I don't almost exist because my family, America, fought Hitler. And then now I'm a Nazi because I believe in the Second Amendment and I believe in America. That's not fair.
Well, that's not what they're saying. They're saying it because you had a Nazi piece of memorabilia, but it still doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Look, if I saw some cool Nazi thing at some place where I could buy it, I might buy it and frame it because it's just a piece of history. Just like I would buy a Genghis Khan dagger or a helmet. Oh my God, Eddie Bravo's here. Jesus Christ. No, we're having a great time. We're having a great time talking about interdimensional beings.
What shirt is this?
Natsa, bro.
Oh, fuck, I'll choke you out with this shirt.
Natsa.
Eddie, you know,
I'm gonna make you regret wearing this fucking shirt.
Hey, listen, in high school, we used to choke each other out. That's like a DMT. Go ahead and choke me out on air.
No. Please
50
don't.
That would be hilarious.
Please don't.
I'm not scared. Let's do it.
No. Eddie, don't.
Do it.
Please
Let's do
don't
it.
choke him unconscious.
Do it now. I'm not afraid. Let's go.
He can't do it.
You know, you think I'm afraid of this? Let's do
No,
it.
I definitely don't think you're afraid of this, which is why I don't want him to do it.
You know
He was
what? Let's
telling
not be pussies. Choke me out.
You know what?
Hey.
Let me tell you a story first. Back when I used to work at the strip
Hey,
club.
you're the one.
Hold on.
I'm not afraid.
Alex, sit down, please.
Come on.
Please, Alex,
I know this can kick my ass.
we have to work together here. We have to work together. Come sit down.
Have you guys been?
I'm not gay, but Eddie's good looking.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Have a seat.
Hey,
and
hey,
have a
you
seat.
better choke me out.
Alex, please. Please have a
No,
seat.
we should do it in high school.
I know you did. You told me. You grab each other and you fall down and hit your heads.
It only takes like 20 seconds.
What were you going to say about strip club?
Back when I was blue belt, 1995, I worked at the strip club, and there was this girl I was dating.
You never had any of those items.
She was a bartender. She was seriously 4'10", and
Why
she
are
weighed,
the bartenders and waitresses always the best looking at strip clubs?
I don't know. But
Because
you got to let him.
I will.
She was 92 pounds. Bartender, the smallest girl.
A spinner.
And I showed her how to do a rear naked choke. She was tiny. Her name was Kimmy, and the strip club manager was your size, big, like used to be buff, but
Fat ass.
yeah, but used to be buff. You could tell you used to be buff.
Football player type.
Big manager. You know, you want those guys that manage strip clubs, you know, intimidating looking big dudes. And he had a Corvette, and he didn't believe in jiu-jitsu at all. And she said, he said, if she could choke me out with one of them jiu-jitsu moves, I'll give her the keys to my Corvette. So she had to literally get on a bar stool, and she was standing on a bar stool and had to go around him, and she went like this, and he was just like this, and then he went out, lights out. He dropped like a sack of potatoes. He hit his head on the fucking floor, and the impact of his head hitting the floor woke his ass up instantly. So he hits the ground, and then he pops back up. And he didn't know what the fuck happened. He was just sitting there going,
No, you
what
didn't
happened?
ask that to go to the
He
plan.
didn't know what happened. I thought he faked it.
But Eddie, that's what I'm getting at.
I'm like, people usually don't hit the ground and pop back up. Usually they hit the ground and they're done and they need an ambulance.
Right.
But he popped right back up. And he's like, what happened? I'm like, bitch, you need to give her your Corvette.
I'll pop right back up.
It was a gold Corvette.
No, this was a thing. I didn't know about this. About in 7th grade during lunch, some of the kids would choke each other out. You put your hands up on their neck. Kids don't do this. I'm not teaching like Tide Pods.
Don't do this,
You can
kids.
die doing this. But then it'd be like the cheerleaders wanted to be choked out. And then they would choke us out. I probably did it about 300
Where
times.
did you go to school? Cheerleaders
Where
asking
did
to
Bill
be
Hicks
choked
go to
out.
school? Where did Bill Hicks go to school?
He's not Bill Hicks, bro.
I know,
We already went over this.
Did you guys talk about
Yes.
that? You know the
People
crazy
yell
thing.
at him.
You know
They
what's
yell at
crazy
him.
is you can put together a case where you
No,
believe
you
it.
can't.
Hey,
No, you
I
can't.
wave
No,
all
but-
things.
but-
If
I
no.
saw Bill Hicks live.
Yeah.
I've known Alex since just
Yeah.
a few years after Bill
All you
Hicks
gotta
died.
see, all you gotta see is
They
those
look
old.
way different.
There's a
Well,
bunch
that's
of
that
old
schizophrenic
pictures.
separation because you and I worked with somebody that worked with him. When you work with thousands of people, suddenly
Yes.
it's like, oh, we knew
Yes.
the same person. It's over. We're all
All you got to do is just show those pictures of you like at 20
I don't
buff,
like this,
where
though.
you're buff. I'm like, Bill Hicks was never 20 and yoked. You were
you were
yoked.
jacked.
I was
You were like a
natural, too.
bodybuilder.
And I used to run like the thing is, I wish I could get in that zone again.
You can.
I got in this zone where I ran 6 miles every other day, and I lifted weights. And people go, dude, you'd be bigger if you didn't work out 3 hours. I was addicted, and then I got on radio and TV and like started drinking and just stopped. Then didn't work out for like 10 years, gained like 100 pounds.
Alex, let's get you on something where we actually like put it online and talk about what you're doing. If you commit to something online like that, you'll do it. All you have to do is like set a realistic goal.
I used to do 40 pull-ups, and I can do like 2.
40.
In a row?
Like CrossFit type
Yeah,
pull-ups where
full-
you use your whole body and everything, where you're
That's
like
amazing.
You're like doing the worm and
40 is
shit.
amazing.
But the problem was I used to go to all-you-could-eat buffets.
That's amazing too.
Chinese and
I don't believe you.
and regular. And the problem was I would literally like order. I go, no, I don't want the 2.
What do you think about this? What do you think about a self-improvement thing that you do online? Well, you do it online.
I need to do it. The problem is every time I try to work out, the phone's ringing. And
No,
it's
no,
like,
no. Horseshit. Listen, you just get up earlier. Get up an hour and a half
Well,
earlier.
I'm gonna have
Maybe-
surgery too for my torn bicep.
Well, once you have surgery for your bicep and everything gets fixed, I think once you get your bicep torn, you're probably going to be a little bit out of action. But
That's
you know
at
what?
least 6 months.
No, you know what? Nowitzki had it done. It's fucking amazing.
I had
now.
my bicep done.
But to the shoulder or to the bicep?
You know,
to the
I don't
elbow?
like this.
To the elbow.
Bicep
I'm
to the
not-
shoulder.
Listen, I
Oh yeah,
waive
yeah, yeah.
all
That's what I'm
liability.
different. No. You
I
have
want
to
to
do
be
it.
choked out. We're talking freaking 100 million views, #1 podcast.
No.
No, it would be ugly.
No. There's no need to choke you
You
out.
would try to sue me and shit.
This is one of the
I
first
just
things.
said, I swear, dude, I've been choked
Eddie,
out.
Listen, you would sue me.
Once we made up on the phone, one of the first things you wanted me to do is choke him out in the air.
No,
You might need to go to them SMM, those SMM
them
clubs.
I'm not
Dungeon-
into pain.
dungeon
When
type
you get
clubs.
choked out, you like go somewhere, you have a little dream, and then you come right back.
It's like DMT.
It is.
You hate that shit.
James on point as always.
All right, well, let's get serious.
Let's get
Let
serious.
me just say a few things before he goes down this road.
Okay.
These are the notes.
What are the road?
I'm not going down no
What were we
road.
just talking about?
We know what the road is.
You're talking about George Soros.
No. We passed that.
Okay.
What were we just talking about? You were talking about the strip club, the guy choking the girl out, the girl choking the guy out, the guy falling and hitting his head. And then what happened after that? Any ideas? Jamie? No one. Everyone's stupefied.
More of that.
More of that?
I remember
Eating
one
babies?
time I got choked out. I remember
They're
lots of
eating
them.
babies.
I remember one. It was cool.
I don't think I've ever been choked completely out.
The
Maybe
first
for
time
a second.
the first time I got choked out was like this 17-year-old super hot chick, and I was like 13,
Tied up.
and she lived down the street. No, and she goes, I got promiscuous when I was pretty young, like 12, and she goes, I'll have sex with you. This is a true story. I'll have sex with you if you let me put makeup on you. So I'm not into gay stuff or anything. So the girl puts the makeup on me and I have sex with her, and she's super hot. And then like a week later, she goes, now I'm going to choke you out. And that relationship went really well until her like 30-year-old boyfriend caught me at her place once because her mom was always working.
Oh, my
and tried
God.
to kill me in the parking lot.
Oh my god. I'll have sex with you if I can put makeup on you.
I let her. It's a full deal.
Listen, you're a wise man. That bitch can dress me up like a clown. You know? Why not?
Anyways, that's
Who
another
gives a
story.
shit? You still
So,
get to
so
have sex?
here's some of the things I have, and then we can go forever. Here goes. Not conspiracies, but real-world programs developing a breakaway civilization. What is a breakaway civilization? You understand that? It's the key to everything. Standardized total surveillance control grid. The power to spies, the power to control. Human-animal hybrids, we already covered that.
Yeah.
Mass farming of humanoid tissue, transhuman endgame.
We covered that.
Multi-layered binary weapon delivery systems. That's one we haven't had.
Oh, what's that?
Well, we'll get into some of that. The thing is 5G behavioral modifications. We hit that. Trojan horse delivery systems, cell phones, vaccines. GMOs have been tested and designed to hurt you. Again, vaccines are real. You can give somebody something that gives them the cure to another disease that they would get, but they're jacking it like a cell phone. They're adding stuff. Your ticket to immortality
Wait,
is
what do you think is, let's cover that. What do you think is happening with vaccines?
I know.
Okay, tell me what's going on.
I always use this because everyone's heard of it. everyone heard about 1947 to 1983, and it only came public because the program was exposed in Peru and exposed in West Virginia, but the media picked up because it was white on black. Not all the white people it happened to. I don't care if you're black or white. Injecting over 1 million people with live syphilis in the name of vaccines. You know about Tuskegee?
I do know about that.
But you only know about Alabama and over 40-something years only injecting blacks. But it happened all over the world. Search engine, Hillary Clinton apologizes for syphilis experiments in
Tuskegee.
It wasn't Tuskegee. It was in Peru.
Can I ask you this? Was the Tuskegee the conventional story that they had syphilis, but they weren't really curing them?
That's a cover. No.
But is that what they say?
No. If you actually read it, no, they were giving him syphilis.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. But was the conventional explanation of what happened? Was that they knew that they had it and they allowed them to
No, that was the first
pretend
cover
they're
story that
treating
came
it?
out. Okay, have you heard about...
Here it is right here. U.S. apologizes for Guatemala STD experiments.
that's another one.
Can you make that bigger?
They did all over
Is
the
it
world.
a different one?
Just type Peru in.
Hold on. Can you make that a little... Go scroll up so I can read it? U.S. government medical researchers intentionally infected hundreds of people in Guatemala, including institutionalized mental patients with gonorrhea and syphilis without their knowledge or permission more than 60 years ago. Jesus Christ.
So, Joe, again, when you've read, because what I do is...
Oh, Jesus Christ, look at this. Many of those infected were encouraged to pass the infection on to
eugenics.
others as part of the study. Where is this in? What is the
NBC
website
News.
here?
Can you imagine,
This is NBC News?
Can you imagine finding out you have syphilis but you've never had sex before?
Let me stop.
Jesus
I'm gonna
Christ.
Can you
give
imagine how confused you'd
Are
be?
you ready for another ultra secret?
So this is 46 to what? 1946 to... It says it at the bottom.
Notice it's
46 to
exact years I told you.
1948. God damn,
And that's just a
1946 to
whitewash. That's a
1948.
whitewash. That's not true.
Okay.
It's not 2 years. Okay. So let me expand. Then imagine, Joe. Here's what's happened.
Okay.
We had a real liberal media in this country. They weren't leftists. That's occultic. That's different. We had a real liberal media in this country that had problems, but they really cared.
They were open-minded. And
Like
they were
when I said Delta,
focused on
a
information.
few years after I proved Delta Force was in Seattle in 99 and proved it, they all said Alex Jones is right. It's incredible.
That's the WTO tape that I always cite. That we showed the agent provocateurs went into a peaceful protest and started smashing windows.
And I'm not against the Army, but Delta Force ran it. Because they always go, oh, now the Army's terrorists. Like you said, don't call it the whole government, a select group of the Army did that. They staged it. So imagine, used to the press would get a lot of stuff right, but they would get demoted or whatever would happen. Once Trump got in, which I don't think Trump's bad and at gut level I think he's good, but I almost think like it's more sophisticated. They put him in knowing it'd piss everybody off to get the liberals who traditionally have been the real watchdogs for free speech and against human experimentation. And suddenly they're like in Gallup polls, we love war, we love experimentation, we love everything. I'm getting chills right now. And so imagine, Joe, I've been on air for 23 years, and I'm a news hound. I spend 4 or 5 hours a day reading news. So I don't just believe NBC News that our government gave people. Notice I said Peru because that was a big documented case. You just found Guatemala.
Different
I can't
case,
keep
yeah.
track of this. Well, it's the
They
same
probably
program.
did it everywhere,
And it went on to
correct?
the 80s. It's still going on. So imagine, I have literally, by the time Sandy Hook happens, I've literally seen 10,000 articles and documents or more where they're admitting in 1962, the Joint Chiefs of Staff under L.L. Emitzer came to President Kennedy, this is on PBS, and said, we're going to blow up buildings, shoot up schools and movie theaters, and bomb Army bases and Marine bases. We're going to have people with their kids with names changed that are CIA get on a jumbo jet that takes off. It gets blown up over the Caribbean. We blame Cuba, but that plane really lands. And there's another plane that's a drone we blow up. And then Kennedy says no, but his brother says, no, I'll do it. That's why they killed Kennedy, because Bobby said he would, but then he got pissed when they killed his brother. This is all declassified. He wanted to bomb the Honduran embassy and blow up stuff and go to war with Moscow. Bobby was bad. You could actually, you can pull this up. Pull up, Bobby Kennedy wanted to bomb the U.S. embassy in Honduras. This is declassified. And so imagine, you see hundreds of these, and then a Sandy Hook happens and your listeners don't buy it, and then it's a psychosis where then Well, because every man I knew when this is hypothetical, my dad was great. Every man I knew when I was a kid backhanded me and beat the crap out of me, so men are bad. Or a woman that's been raped, she thinks all men are bad. So I get like this psychosis, and I'm not trying to put myself down like I'm a victim. I'm being honest retrospectively that it got to where when I learned that so much stuff was false, then later I experienced where I had the guest, I did the thing, I knew it was true, and then people made up a whole story because they don't believe anything anymore. So that's all I'm trying to say.
Do you think part of it is that even though this stuff does exist, it's almost like there's too many things happening for one person to pay attention to all of them? And if you're only focusing
informational overload.
Yes,
exactly.
But hold on. If you're only focusing on that aspect of life, it can be incredibly overwhelming because you start thinking that's the whole world. That the whole world is these conspiracies. Because these are the things you're concentrating on primarily.
But this is what I'm saying.
That's it.
He just talked about Operation Northwoods. That whole thing.
Yeah.
That was Operation Northwoods.
Yeah.
That is some. That's about.
Oh, that's ABC
That's
News.
about as. That's
It's
true.
as clear
You
as
agree
day.
it? Yeah,
It's
it's
clear
clear
as
as
day.
day.
By the way, I broke that.
But if you break it down and you look at it,
I'll tell you.
You look at Operation Northwoods. You look at that shit. That is about as gangster and sinister and evil as you can.
Yeah,
fucking
we
get.
went over just a little while ago. We were going into
Totally.
it before
So
you got
my
here.
point is, if you believe that, no other conspiracy theory, whether they're right or wrong, like government conspiracy, should be ridiculed. You shouldn't. There should be no
You're right.
ridicule.
You're right. You should, instead of looking at them with ridicule, you should look at them objectively. All of them.
And exactly. And the only people that have a right to ridicule conspiracy theories are people that don't believe in any conspiracy theories. If you don't believe in any of them, yes, I understand why you're ridiculing it. I
Well, it's
deal
like
with
you
those
say,
people all the time.
what's the
but if
saying
you
that's on
believe
your
in
t-shirt?
some of them, the other ones you don't believe in, I think you should be more. I don't believe in that shit, but I understand why people do.
Well, that's going to be my defense. We can probably get this thrown out of court. I'm almost looking forward to trial in Texas and Connecticut because I want to, and the lawyers already agreed, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to show them history and all these things and say, I watched it's already been out for like a year or two, but I watched the Minions 3 or 4, and it's like in the 60s, and they break onto the set of Hollywood and the moon landing's being staged. Now, astronauts died doing that. So how traumatic is that for their family? But I believe they
What
have the right.
astronauts died?
We're going to get to it in a minute.
Wait, astronauts died? Which ones? Oh, a space shuttle.
Well, we're going to talk about it.
Which
the guys from Apollo
the launch
1.
pad,
Yeah,
Apollo,
they were on the launch
7.
Oh,
Was
you're
it
talking
1? What
9 or
Apollo
7
was
or-
it?
No,
Was
you're
one of the
talking-
early
which one did they
Apollos
burn up
died
the
The
on
one where they were
launch pad.
practicing.
Yes.
They were practicing. Okay.
Yes.
Listen, we're going to get to this next, and I respect you.
Hey, I want you guys to yell at each other for 3 minutes while I go pee.
I got to pee too.
Okay. Don't talk to yourself. Just hold. We'll do it in shifts.
We'll do it in shifts.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Anyways, Eddie,
No,
I'm
what I'm
not
saying
saying
is-
you're bad questioning. I get it.
No, you do get it. You know why? Because
I wore this as a joke for you.
No, of course, Alex. You are someone that I could talk to about the flat Earth conspiracy, and you believe in so many crazy things about the government. You don't believe in flat Earth, but you can kind of understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah,
right?
my
You
issue
kinda-
is GPS is
right?
real. I know airline pilots that fly from California to places like Australia, and they've got another wing over to Hong Kong, and then they go to Moscow.
You can fly anywhere in the world if it was flat. If it's flat, you could go from east to west just like you could on a ball. You just don't understand what like a pizza is. You could just go anywhere. Like if you're on a flat
Here's
Earth,
what I'm telling
if you're on a
you.
flat
Here's
Earth,
what I'm telling
you
you.
could travel anywhere. Give me 2 cities.
Eddie,
you point at 2 cities and you
because
just
we've
go
been
there.
lied to so much, I get what you
It has
question.
nothing to do with a ball.
I'm not that rich.
No, listen.
But I do have the money.
I'm
I
not
will
trying to
pay
convince
for a
you.
research
I'm not
ship.
trying to convince you, Alex. My point is, you gotta find it on your fucking own. There's no way you're going to be convinced. No one has ever been convinced.
Listen, we're going to debate this in a minute.
They have to really find it within themselves and do some deep.
No, I understand.
Deep
What I'm telling you is
soul searching.
What if I finance a research ship, large ship, and make a documentary? I can't go away for 3 months. I will pay for you 3 months. I'm not BSing. Because to me, having money is not a big deal, except we can do cool things with it.
How much money can you raise? Because we're gonna need to go to the South Pole. We're gonna need.
Are you guys going to
It's
the
gonna be
moon or into orbit?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, you're going to cruise ship.
No, this is
to
what I'm
the
gonna
South
do.
Pole.
This is what I'm gonna
You
do.
can go.
Alex,
It's
this is what I'm gonna do. Okay, you raise the money for a trip
No,
to
there's
South.
no raise the money. I got the money.
Okay, you got
I
the money.
the money. You want me to
Listen.
choke you out?
Listen, this is the deal. This is the deal. This is the deal.
Go pee, man.
Are you gonna go pee? No, this
You're
is the deal.
gonna.
Don't
No,
hurt him.
listen.
I
Shut up.
the plan.
You're going to the ice wall. Listen, he's the ambassador from Flat Earth. He's the ambassador.
I got the plan.
Forget astronauts. The guy that discovers
pee,
the flat
man.
Earth, the big ice fields. Listen,
that guy's gonna be a
This is what we're gonna do, Alex. Alex, this is
I
what
will
we're gonna
get
do.
you
Can
a
you give me
50-ton
Can you
ship
give me 20 seconds
with an entire crew that you're in command
yes.
of.
No.
You are going to the edge of the flat Earth.
Totally, but it's not gonna be me. I'm gonna designate somebody. 'Cause I'm too scared. So we're gonna
move.
do this. We're gonna do this.
We'll send
but-
Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna do this.
Joe,
but I'm gonna send
it's beyond
someone
astronauts.
else.
You're going to find the edge of the world, big ice caps, cats that are knocking
I'm
things
gonna
off.
film the drop off with my iPhone.
Yes.
Go pee, man. Go pee. Don't you have to go?
We're gonna send someone else, Alex.
Yeah,
but we're gonna
not
do
anymore.
this.
Hey,
'Cause you know what? We're
Hey,
gonna
I
do
gotta
this.
pee in a minute.
I don't have to be the one that goes.
I don't
have to be the one that
I gotta
goes.
pee in a minute. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something right now. I came here and I proved they're keeping babies alive and taking their organs.
How did you prove that?
They're admitting it.
Jamie pulled some shit up on Google.
No. They admit it now.
That's
they're,
you
they're
too.
normalizing it. No, the governor. Listen to me.
You really think? Do you really think? There's people out there campaigning for late-term abortions. You think that shit's real? You think that shit's real?
Voted Monday to keep it legal.
Who would do that? Who would do that? Who would campaign for? That's
They
the most.
fucking did it,
That is the
Bravo,
craziest
and
shit
you
ever.
can't fucking admit they're fucking killing already born kids. So you're telling me it isn't real when they had a fucking vote in the goddamn fucking Senate?
That's a conspiracy theory. That's a conspiracy theory.
You think you're fucking tough? You're about to get it. Bullshit! They're killing already born babies. Stop fucking lying. God fucking damn it! I'm getting pissed now.
Don't get pissed. Go.
No, I mean,
Okay.
you saw the dude. It's
He
going.
I'm
didn't see
just
it.
fucking
But you
with you.
really- hold on.
Alex,
Hey,
Alex,
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 right now.
Alex,
The fucking
I was
Senate,
fucking with
The
you.
fucking Senate voted
Here's
to
the
kill
thing.
babies
Let me-
after they're fucking born.
Hey,
I
Alex,
was just playing with you.
Eddie,
Of course I believe that, Alex.
Eddie, let me explain.
Of course I believe.
Eddie,
It's
let me
all over
explain.
the news.
Eddie,
I was just playing with
Eddie,
you.
let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. We went into a long conversation about
heard
that.
it.
We played.
I heard it.
Okay, you heard it.
I heard the whole podcast.
Oh, you were teasing
I'm
me.
playing with you.
Okay.
But
Come on.
imagine my psychosis
Think
is
about
this.
what I said.
Reality is so crazy that I always thought I was so tough.
Can't believe
that
he
I
doesn't
could-
have to pee anymore.
That I gotta piss a little bit.
Alex,
The point is that, dude, I'm not. The reality's so crazy. Why are we debating whether the Earth is flat, dude? They have human-animal hybrids. There's the freaking. I have been there when people that work for the Pentagon say that we go to the laboratory and we meet with the ambassador. We have to take higher and higher dosages to meet with them. They're giving us technology, and the technology worked. I mean, this is going on, dude. Do you want to know this?
Listen, relax.
You think about
Alex.
space isn't real. The freaking dimensions, man. The aliens are coming through the dimensions.
Alex, think about what I said. I said, dude, do you think there's actually people out there that believe that are campaigning?
I got a $20,000 digital telescope where I can look at freaking Saturn.
Listen to what I said.
Alex, he's fucking
Did you hear
with
what
you.
I
He
said?
was fucking with you.
I said, do you think there's actually people out there that are campaigning for late-term abortions? Of course there are, but I'm making it seem like I don't believe they are.
No, I get it now.
I'm being the ultimate skeptic.
Okay, I thought
I'm being the ultimate skeptic.
Listen, Eddie
Listen
does
to
that.
the words I
He
said.
does that all the time. He's just
I
fucking
like
around.
it. The
I
point
want
is-
him to be your
here's the thing,
enemy right there.
I'm threatened. I'm not Mr. Goody Two Shoes by them keeping babies alive and killing them, and that nobody cares. I fundamentally. That's what I'm saying. I'm being honest here. Is I'm not like certifiably crazy, but I deal with this all day long. I get why Joe tries to shy away and people go crazy dealing with it.
No, well, I never saw that clip of that guy saying that they would resuscitate the babies and then they would make a decision.
You haven't heard about that New York bill that they're trying to pass?
They passed it.
I mean,
Eddie.
it's some big
they
shit.
Fucking passed
It's
it.
like
They didn't fucking
worse
try to
than
pass it.
Gotham City. It's
Well,
worse than Gotham City.
They're giving a bunch of goddamn fucking organ harvesting doctors control outside of law. You heard that piece of shit fucking KKK guy, fucking governor, say we're gonna keep them alive after they're fucking born because they want to fucking take their organs.
It's incredible.
He's
Sorry.
a KKK guy?
It's incredible.
Of course, fuck.
It's so incredible that
He's in a picture with a guy in a KKK outfit in blackface. They elected him because he's blackmailed. They had that shit. And when he messed up and said we keep them alive to get their fucking organs, they used that to deactivate him.
Jeez.
Why do you think fraternities have you screw sheep and all this and, give guys blowjobs? That's why I never joined them. Because they want to
Wait,
compromise.
go back. Go back, what? Say that again? Fraternities. Okay.
I'm so happy we decided to do this podcast. I'm so happy.
See how it turned out?
It's fucking amazing.
Did they piss on your rug?
It's fucking amazing.
You should get your job
my
about 3
God.
o'clock.
It was good. We
New
built
world
up
order,
pressure,
baby.
I
too.
do got to piss.
We
I
built
feel
up-
bad.
Go ahead, piss.
New fucking world order.
Oh, my God.
Eddie?
I got you.
I'll listen to
Dude, you got so pissed off. I'm so glad I fucked with you. Because we got some... Dude, do you realize how many JRE clips they're going to make of that shit? Dude, they're gonna put you to music. They're going to put you to mariachis.
You pulled up MIT saying they got animal human pigs.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Let's just not
We
forget.
did. We did. Listen, go take a leak. I'm with you. Listen, man, he just kind of freaked me out about several subjects. No bullshit.
Yeah.
He freaked me out about several subjects.
There's people out there
What's up, Timmy?
campaigning.
For the record, that article says that there was no written data on that. That came from 3 interviews they had. So
This is
people
a
were-
human pig one?
Yeah, people were saying that to them in that
Listen,
article.
man,
but-
of course they tried it. Why wouldn't they try it? If you were a leader of the free world, like wasn't there some? God damn it! Was it the Nazis that were trying to theorize how to combine humans with animals to make a stronger human? Wasn't there some of that?
They were for sure into that.
Was there something like that?
If there's a YouTube link, that's that's a
For sure, right? Like for sure,
Proof.
they definitely. I mean, I think all governments definitely give their soldiers steroids. They definitely give them amphetamines. They definitely give them chemicals to make them crazy.
shit. I would. Are you kidding?
That's where they started doing.
You're running
they
your
say
fucking
that
army.
the Nazis, or not the Nazis, rather the kamikazes. The kamikazes, they would meth them up. I mean, I'm
Brilliant.
pretty sure that's true. Read that.
100%.
Because
I read
think-
that
the Nazis
on
were
YouTube.
Yeah, that was one of the ways they would get them, not just like nationalism and pride for their country. They would jack them up on crystal meth, and that's why they'd fly that plane right into that fucking boat. They knew, boom. I mean, that is a nutty thing to do, man. You got to be in a weird state of mind.
And you gotta have such a horrible life that you're like, fuck it, let me just crash into this fucking boat, right?
For the general.
And they're like happy about it. They're like, I can't wait to escape this shit.
What an insane choice.
That's the only peace he has is when he's in that plane killing people.
What a fucking crazy choice that you're going to do that for your Alex, welcome back. We're talking about kamikazes. We were saying that we think kamikazes were they gave them crystal meth, right? Wasn't that a part of the program?
Yeah, no, I mean, warfare is always drugs. And
were
the
saying that
Nazis
too.
and the Japanese, well, the Japanese learned about in World War I when they were actually on our side against Russia. Well, went back and forth. In World War I, the Japanese learned about MSG because Japanese like good food, and they're like the military wouldn't complain; they would just lose weight and starve to death. So they learned when they were fighting the Russians in World War I to just go ahead and give them MSG, which MSG eats holes in your brain, everything. It's super toxic, and so yeah,
Monosodium glutamate, like the stuff from Chinese food. Is that what you're saying?
it's super freaking toxic. Yeah, but the
Is
point
it
is,
really?
But beyond that, yes, they would give them. Well, the Germans were big on steroids and methamphetamine.
That's we were just saying that.
Yeah, well, that's
we're
on
just
record.
saying.
I mean, it's not. What, I mean, this is like in mainline history stuff. By the way, I said I'd give you the secrets of Hitler.
Oh, there's secrets.
Yep.
What are they?
But this is not the BS. This is the real thing.
Okay.
How do you know though? Who's telling you this stuff?
Beyond classified, Eddie.
Beyond classified, Eddie.
No, I mean,
Alex, seriously, do you ever think?
okay,
because
my
you have a lot of sources.
My grandfather was German in Dallas, and he worked for the inventor of indoor air conditioning. He was a billionaire in what's the rich area of Dallas where the Republicans all live? God, what's the name of that place?
Arlington.
No, it's not Arlington. It's the thing right there in the middle of Dallas.
On it?
Like that. No,
That's
no.
Austin.
You think that's Austin? You think Dallas is like all buildings? There's a huge park and like all these big mansions. Anyways, he lived up there. It wasn't just from him. You know, I'm not going to get into it. The point is that Hitler was on the cover of Time magazine, and he was.
That's true, unless that's a
And they
Photoshop
had
that I
this-
saw
no,
on the
he
internet.
won it twice.
Well, Trump was on the cover of Time magazine too.
but
Exactly.
looked evil.
Not really.
though.
See, the problem is,
fake.
I'll give you guys the data.
Was that fake?
He made his own.
Or should
magazine cover.
I just give a gestalt, like a boil down? Here's the thing. It wasn't just my grandfather, or was these other people. My grandfather said it was really confusing for him because he worked for this guy that was in refrigeration and air conditioning when he was in high school, and his dad owned the car dealerships in Dallas and stuff, and they lived there, the rich area of Dallas.
And what did they tell you?
Well, through one reason he wanted by the time World War II started to drop out of UT and all that and go join the Army Air Corps. So he used to tell me all this stuff. My mom would go, "Your grandfather is a little eccentric." Now, like my grandfather knew Werner von Braun when he came to Austin at events.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So, anyways,
Your grandpa knew Werner von Braun?
well, we went to some of those events, and he came to went to UT events, little private events.
Okay, that's incredible.
But the point is, I'm
shit.
getting to because they were like German.
No wonder you believe in the moon landing. I get it now. Didn't make
Well,
sense
let's just
before.
say.
Well,
let's
let's
say-
let him finish your story.
My family's was what they called High German. And so that's what that is. Ubermenschen. So they only would talk to people that were in the club.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. So anyways, my grandfather, the family was like an Ubermenschen. And so, high IQ, the whole 9 yards. So he was working with this German guy, and he would just go over there after school and work with him as an apprentice. And my grandfather watched him get more and more depressed and more crazy by the end of the 30s. And the guy confided in him. He said, Clyde was my grandfather's name. He said, "Yeah, the Nazis have my family in Germany. They're going to kill them all. But I'm having to give them everything I got, all my money, and I'm having to sell the patents and work. Like the guy was working like 20 hours a day, giving everything he had because they were going to kill his family in Nazi Germany. And he was German. And so my grandfather went and enlisted in the Army Air Corps to fight Hitler because he had that experience. And he was so mad when I was a kid. He was like, when I was a kid in Dallas, WBAP had Hitler speeches on. Because Germans are a big part of the U.S. And there was the boom. Everybody was supposed to join it. And Hitler was good. And we never really bought into it. And then I found out that this mentor of mine, and this guy would be like Bill Gates today, had everything he had sucked out of him by the Nazis. So that's what the Nazis would do, was extort and control. So I kind of heard about that. And then my grandmother would go, so they'd send me down there like a week during the summer. I was like 8 years old. I'm hearing this. And he's like, Von Braun has the plan for this orbital spacecraft. We're going to land it, and we're going to have artificial gravity systems. And I'm hearing all this stuff. He's got like markers at the table, like talking about it. And I'm sitting there listening to this. And he would talk about, then I was a lease hound for, Texaco. And the only place you get a chicken fried steak out in New Mexico or West Texas was a military base. And all these goddamn Nazis. And, one time I didn't want to do it, but that guy smarted off about how they had more better at shooting our planes down. So I went ahead and just rammed his head right through the wall. And I never knew what happened after that. But, son, you just got to kill Nazis. And those son of a bitches, our government brought in thousands of those assholes. And I'm like listening to this. So I'm like, I'm going to read about Nazis. So by the time about 10, I started buying books. When I was like 12, I walked into a bookstore and I want Mein Kampf. They go, "Are you a Nazi?" Like, reading Hitler's My Struggle. No, I'm not a Nazi. Both my grandfathers told me how bad Nazis were, and both almost died fighting Nazis. So I wanted to know about Nazis because it was this whole ethos. And so that's just the whole story of understanding that. And I had my dad's angle and my grandfather's angle and all these other angles.
Operation Paperclip?
He didn't call it paperclip. He said, our government brought those. The thing he would always say was,
Yeah, but I think there was several waves. There was
it's like 34,000 of them.
Yeah, there was a lot of fucking Nazi scientists brought over
On
here.
YouTube, it says Operation Paperclip was anywhere from like 1,200 to 1,500 scientists.
Search engine. The total number of admitted congressional hearings in the 1970s.
Operation Paperclip.
Frank Church Committee in the 70s released it. I believe the number's 34,200 and something. Look it up.
There's a
Just
lot.
like I told you, they gave people syphilis. You pulled it up.
But it is fascinating. They brought those people over here, and that's where the space program came from.
Well, that's why I wore this shirt, not as a sick joke. They already have the CIA that was OSS. Okay.
The CIA is OSS?
That's all on record.
Okay.
I'm glad you questioned me.
No,
Hey,
but I
type
don't
in
know what that
precursor
means.
CIA.
What is OSS again?
Office of Special Plans.
That was before the CIA. And then the CIA came up.
Office of Strategic
Sort of
Plans.
like
The Office of Strategic Services.
what was before the SEALs? What Jesse Ventura was in?
No, the
Frogman.
Jesse Ventura wasn't in that. He was an auxiliary of the Navy. He was never in combat. Anyways, let me expand on that. The OSS,
UDT.
the Office of, what is it? See, my memory fails. The OSS was British intelligence, already the most powerful intelligence agency ever. They set up Proud House in 22 after World War II to anglicize the U.S. with British intelligence. Not a British intelligence takeover, a marriage. This is like on PBS.
Okay.
This is stuff that's true, they admit. So they think only academics are watching it, so they'll tell the truth. The general pop culture is all crap. Meant to be dumbed down, meant to turn you off. But when you go to the real academic stuff, like the old days of Frontline and stuff, like I watched that, didn't know it was true. Later I got the documents, it's all real. That, like, those shows are like really accurate. Like Bobby Kennedy planned to blow up the embassy in Honduras or something like that. What was I getting to?
I don't know.
Nazis.
Well,
Warner von Braun.
Okay.
Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that the one man who directed all 6 moon missions was a Nazi, and he was brought in over?
Weird.
Isn't it weird that
Isn't that crazy?
one guy didn't smoke weed and one guy's having a problem with his memory? 2 guys did. And
Hey, you want to defend Warner von Braun?
Hey, I'm not defending him. In
That's fine. I get
1935,
it. Nazis.
And I've seen documentaries
smart.
and read about it. He sketched for Hitler this plan to drop atomic bombs that they hadn't developed yet. So when you see Red Skull, Marvel comic, they've got a big bomber to blow up New York.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bomber, it was a space plane. And it was about half the size, but looked just like this. And the Germans, actually, some of their scientists went to the Russians. Remember when the Russians tried to build their space shuttle and it was half the size? Mm-hmm. That was actually the German plan. So you look it up. I'm not kidding.
Because the Russians took a lot of Germans as well, correct?
About a third of them, yeah. So look. The reason I'm wearing this is to explain this is a gateway to all of it. So you have British intelligence that had won World War I, even though Germany had way more advanced technology. They then take over. British intelligence basically merges with the U.S., and then the Germans and others say we've got to go way ahead in technology. It was all theoretical in labs, but they couldn't mass deploy it. They didn't have enough machine shops and systems to build it, and U.S. Special Forces went on suicide missions and blew up the underground mountains.
How about the Nazis were the first to build flying saucers?
All of it.
How
Jet
crazy
airplanes,
is that?
everything. But let me tell you.
That's crazy.
So,
Isn't that a
amazing.
coincidence?
So British
Amazing
intelligence.
cars.
British intelligence
Flying
sets up
saucers, dude.
the CIA in 47. So now the Nazis are over here and they go, listen, you don't want them running everything. And they go to Eisenhower and they say, we want to launch a off-base breakaway civilization where you compartmentalize things, forget empires, and you have a new ruling class of technological elites, and then the elites are all in charge. The public's watching TV, and we'll give them widgets and foundation series type things to divert them. This is all in the documents. And let them try to run an empire. We'll build a whole new empire. And so Eisenhower gives a speech, he doesn't just say military-industrial complex, he says the technological elite. Watch the full 21-minute speech, his farewell address in 62. He says, or 61, he says, you need to watch out about the scientists because he said no to the NASA plan when he found out what it was.
What is it?
It's a breakaway civilization where you don't try to run the whole planet. You siphon off resources and build a whole new advanced system, and then you play everybody off against each other and collapse it. So when I say, what is NASA? If we could take NASA back over, it's bigger than the CIA. It's the real government. The spaceships and the stuff, that's all PR.
NASA is the real government?
NASA, there were 2 breakaway governments, 2 shadow governments. I talked about shadow government 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. So it's in the documents. And so you had one that was British run, and the Germans came to our own U.S. elites and said, hey, you always need a couple plans. They said, we've got all this on the drawing board. The EU, a plan to poison the food and water to get rid of the dumb people, a plan for off-world bases. We've got, by the way, we're taking hardcore drugs and we're in contact with aliens.
How is
They're
the
giving us
plan-
technology. It was the Germans first got in touch.
Well, how'd they do it?
They were really
Drugs.
into the occult.
Drugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, really
Drugs.
into the cult.
He
That's
had-
what all the
He
Indiana
had like
Jones shit is
witches and
about.
shit around him at all times.
Yeah,
And-
human sacrifices.
Did you know that?
No, they
That's
had
real
like,
shit.
Yeah.
The Vril Society.
But what I'm
VRIL.
telling you, Joe, this is not me. You go to the real deep PhD level history books.
Okay.
NASA is the German breakaway government. It's just always the Germans and the Brits fighting for dominance. Okay?
So what you're saying is when Operation Paperclip acquired all those Nazi scientists, they essentially started running NASA. So NASA became like almost like an offshoot of the German government, this offshoot government.
Yeah, the Germans had piled all the wealth away. They had everything, so they made
Does
deals.
that really make sense, though, that in 2019 that's still going on?
No. The British intelligence doesn't run the CIA today. the British Empire was under attack and just bankrupted itself in World War I. It said, we'll give you the keys of the kingdom. Churchill wrote 3 books, this history of the English-speaking peoples. He was half American. And this is officially in books. We merged with the British Empire in like 1930, covert. Okay, that's what the CFR is British intelligence and U.S. intelligence. So the U.S. runs the show. Okay, so you've got, but German intelligence came to Eisenhower and said, listen, you don't need to do all this. We haven't given them the real technology. We're in contact with aliens. And they're telling us the whole plan.
Now, where are you getting this from that you're stating it so confidently?
It's in the literature, man. Hitler would go.
What literature?
Mainline historical books about
mainstream.
SS castles where they go, the aliens want blood, so they'd kill like 20 kids and everything. So the aliens would like come in.
Aliens are eating blood?
They brings them in like sharks. And then they would
Blood
like give them
does?
technology. They go, this is how it works. You build the atomic weapons this way. You build and they would like show them bombers and like the aliens are like telepathic. I don't even believe this. This is what the Nazis believe. And the aliens would mind meld and give them the technology. They're bad aliens.
So
are you surprised the Nazis were influenced by demons?
No, if demons are real, I would definitely think they'd be on the side of the Nazis.
Yeah.
But Joe, what I'm telling you is
think aliens
there'll
are
be
demons?
no media is going to attack this. I'm giving
I
you.
want to know where I can read it. Where can I read those statements that they were in contact with the aliens?
Well, obviously your podcast
Look
is
up
giant. I can use
Nazi Vril Society, VRIL
If you let
Society.
me put
You
a
had a
report-
group of chicks,
I tell you what,
witches,
aliens? That's
that were, like,
aliens?
right up there with them, like doing
And I don't have to come over for
rituals.
3 hours. If I can fly here with a report the day
Okay.
before, I'll send it all to you with mainline books. I'll mail the books with tabs in them.
Okay.
And I'll mail documents.
Okay, cool. Yeah, listen. I think that they absolutely were obsessed with the occult. That's been pretty well documented.
They made flying saucers.
Yeah, and I think many
Here's the difference.
governments.
They developed a more advanced form of nuclear fuel, heavy water. And we had to send in special forces on suicide missions, back when it was really special forces, to blow it up. And I'm telling you, the Germans had all sorts of advanced shit. They just couldn't ever keep the plants from getting blown up because they were a few years behind.
Yeah.
And by the way, Churchill wrote about this in his memoirs and said the Germans were way ahead. It wasn't the Germans were bad. The Nazis were bad, but it wasn't the Germans that first bombed civilian targets. In 1941, the Brits were losing the war. Hitler was bombing their medical facilities and military facilities, and so they went and bombed German towns and German cities like. What's the famous German city? Dresden, what was designated a safe city for kids. 500,000 people died in one night to trick Hitler to turn his bombers on the general population, and they tricked him psychologically to do it. But Churchill, this has been declassified. It's in esoteric books. It's admitted.
So Hitler was set up?
Well, Hitler was bad, but here's what happened. Albert Speer was his chief armaments and architects minister and a British double agent. Rudolf Hess was the deputy Fuhrer, the guy Hitler totally loved, but you never hear about him since 1941 because they had a peace treaty with Edward VIII, who was the King of England, who was a Nazi and who was German. His British family was German. And they had a deal to stage the attack. The French stood down. Vichy French didn't fight. They put Nazi occupiers in. The Dunkirk operation was allowed to evacuate. Edward VIII was supposed to then sue for peace through Neville Chamberlain. But it's come out that it was all set up by Churchill and others. Not that they ran Hitler. Not that they weren't bad. They were pretty good. But they master manipulated him and Neville Chamberlain and all of them and bet on the British people in America to come in. They had deals with Roosevelt to then bring us into the war, and that was the whole master plan. And you can actually go to the history and see all that. And that's what's so incredible, Joe. When you have all this info, and so Rudolf Hess in 1941-42, he flies a one-man bomber. He was a World War I fighter ace, like the number 3 ace, like 100-something aircraft. Look it up, Rudolf Hess. He flies in, parachutes into the castle the king was in at the time, in like northern England, I forget the name of it. He parachutes in with the peace treaty signed by the King of England. They lock him up in the tower for the rest of his life in London. And Edward VIII had to advocate. Type in Edward VIII Hitler. And you'll see him in videos, films, and photos. He was in Spain when World War II started.
Where do you think the contact with the aliens came from? When did that start?
All right, this is the most important thing we're going to
Not
cover.
aliens, like
No, hold on, hold on.
Interdimensional aliens.
Alien means anything not of this world.
When did that happen?
That ice
Get that
was
motherfucking vodka loose.
No, I don't. Fake vodka look real.
It's fake. I need to hear about aliens.
I'm going to take a roll with that cigar, but I don't smoke marijuana.
Yeah, that's
We don't
a cigar.
smoke marijuana, and we
You know
still...
what's crazy
This is
about
just a cigar.
You know what's crazy about aliens is that YouTube made a big announcement that they're gonna go after 9/11 videos. Anything? I don't know if this is true.
No, it's
I
true.
don't know, but is it true that they're demonetizing any videos that have truth or liberty in them?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes, but let me go
I
further.
don't know if that's true, but I heard that.
well,
That sounds crazy.
me and
but
Joe
the crazy
have had
thing, hold
some
on,
interesting
hold
off-record
on,
discussions, but
hold
I-
on. Let me finish real quick. It's crazy how they're going after 9/11, miracle cures.
I already know.
flat
I learned
Earth,
5 years
but
ago.
they're blowing up alien videos.
Let me tell you,
They're blowing
my
them the
wife is
fuck
wonderful
up.
and
Those
she's
are the
sweet.
strongest
Well, hold on.
monetized videos out there.
I don't know about that.
No,
Is
no,
that
that's
true?
it's true.
The strongest
It's true.
monetized
Dude.
video.
It is.
Well, there's a lot of videos out there.
Although
They're getting
Little-
the best deals.
little
They have
kids
the
with
best sponsors.
toys.
They have the top of the line sponsors.
Dude,
No, and I'll tell you when Eddie's right. I actually know the numbers.
They're blowing up alien videos.
There's
right
a
now.
little kid who makes $22 million a year reviewing toys.
No.
That's like the number one. Isn't he like one of the number one guys on YouTube? It's like 8.
I'm saying
Little kid.
alien videos get monetized
They're
by
fun.
high level
You know why?
sponsors, the high level ones.
Because
That's what I meant.
Okay,
they're
but
not
people understand
offensive.
something.
They're not offensive. People get drawn into them.
But they're saying that the government's covering this up. Why ain't they shutting that shit down?
'Cause
They're
it's-
talking about that the government is lying and
Because it's
covering
funny.
it up.
Because it's funny.
Dude, it's
But
hysterical.
tell me,
You're right. It is.
How did the connection with aliens start? You said this is the most important thing you discuss on the podcast.
And Eddie, I love you to death. And you're awesome. That's why I asked for you to be here.
Hey, if you want to believe in aliens, I'm cool with that. I still love you. I don't care. I don't care about that.
Listen, this is not what I believe. Okay,
I love you for who you
I
are.
love you too. I'm trying to tell you something. Listen, man. Let me tell you something.
Okay.
I'm not making this stuff up.
I believe you believe it.
No, I mean the stuff I told you earlier about my dad at the table being offered $500,000 in 1986
I believe
to
that.
build cyborgs in
believe that.
Maryland.
No, he wasn't here for that part.
Okay.
He came in later. But
Okay.
tell me how the connection with aliens got started.
With who? Connection, aliens, and
The
who?
Nazis,
Oh,
when people started becoming obsessed with contact with the aliens,
Yeah.
he was saying the Nazis
1947, Roswell.
developed some sort of a connection.
You know, Eddie's right. They flood YouTube and mainstream media. Like they always thought it was safe. I talked about the private Federal Reserve, the New World Order. I went on some big show as long as they mixed aliens in with it. And I was
Right.
never the alien guy. Right? I've never been the big alien guy.
Never.
So I was on
Never.
2 years ago with you.
Right.
And you know what? That's right. I remember when I was balls deep in aliens because I believed all that shit. I believe it used to be that you'd be a conspiracy theorist if you believed in aliens.
But, man,
not anymore. Now, if you believe in aliens,
Eddie, this is
you're not
real.
a conspiracy.
This is
You're
real,
mainstream
okay?
now.
Okay, but let's tell me how the connection between aliens and the Nazis took place. When did all this start?
Let
Because
me begin. This is really, I'm telling you, Joe, this is a real deal.
I believe you.
This is, you ask, who are they? It's people who are psychically, genetically available to interface in this incredibly diverse universe with all these dimensions above and below and all around us with consciousnesses. And the truth is, no energy is ever destroyed. It all continues on. The truth is, our bodies, this is a fact, are a communal hive organism of all of our ancestors and all of their race memories, but not in just some compressed epigenetic system. It's beyond that. It's an electrochemical antenna, they've proven this, that connects to higher and lower dimensions. So our bodysuit, because our predecessors wouldn't put us in a position without giving us a bodysuit that is them. Our families are loving us. They're holding us. They're wrapped all around us. Their strength, their will, their bad, their good, their sins, the good things they did, the battles they won, the battles they lost, the woman they loved, the man they loved. It's all in us, all these people. It's why we're able to look into so many things and have so many different experiences. And so all the shaman, all the ancient religions, everybody says there are the good ones and there are the bad ones, and people are interfacing. So you say, where does it begin? from the Tibetans to the Mesoamericans to the Egyptians to the Druids to every ancient society describes the same thing. There are bad things that look like elves that have horns when they show you who they really are, and there are good things, but they don't contact you unless you contact them, and then they're almost not even concerned with what you're doing. I never bought into this, looked into it, but then I began to think about, what did I hear when I was a kid? What did I see? What was coming out in government documents? What was being admitted? When I read all these books about World War II and the Nazis and Hitler obsessed with the Dalai Lama and the Tibetans and what they were able to do without drugs to interface with this, and all the rituals they would do, and how they would believe that beyond the ether, like at Skull and Bones, it's a German death cult, they do rituals and take drugs to talk to the goddesses. Well, they're just appearing as, sexy, beautiful women. It's whatever you want as these spirit guides, because lower entities will come in and violate your free will. God and his angels, which are below him, will not get involved in your everyday life. They will not manipulate your free will unless you ask them in. But then the devil masquerades as an angel of light. So we're on this planet, the third dimension, which is a launch pad to all the other dimensions below and above. The third dimension, all the mathematics shows, is the primal sea of where all this happens. And the Earth's like an egg, and we've got all this potentiality. And God will send out a transmission for a larger plan, but evil's willing to come in. And what does it say? Demoralize, get rid of children, don't have kids. Humans are bad. We'll be better once you're all gone. And it's because it's their operational mission for whatever reason that we'll understand later what's going on. So the Nazis, if you get into deep literature, they believed they were basically seancing and being possessed by entities that, it was before the Nazis. For whatever reason, it was the Germans that this happened to, and the Swiss. Like, they didn't discover LSD in the 30s. These people were running the psychology departments. They were interfacing with the occult. They were involved in all this crazy stuff. And it was all about their power and how great they were going to be. And the Germans were seduced. And they were seduced because they had high IQs, but more than that, they were psychically connected to each other and would work like robots. The Chinese and the EU want robots to replace us because they'll follow orders. And the Chinese are very conscious when they're conscious, but they're also very robotic. But the Germans are just as robotic. So this entity system picked Germans as its attempt, even in World War I, World War II, and it was manipulating the Brits as well, and offering them technologies, but two different paths. One was social control and all this other stuff with the Brits. The other was high-tech weapons, systems, interdimensional with the Germans. And so whoever these players are, and you can dial into it, but it's very dangerous. They're manipulating the British arm versus the German arm, and then they've got the Chinese arm that's almost seen as like their robot army. And so when you study it, the globalists go to these events, and they take bigger and bigger doses of drugs. They do electroshock. If you go back to owners of Time Life books, weren't just in the 20s and 30s into LSD and other hallucinogens. An apothecary, they were getting electroshock. They were having people turn their heart off to like try to communicate with these things, to try to be dominant and get that. So you go back thousands of years, Merlin, the archetypal, or these magicians or these wizards are taking drugs in these temples and interfacing with these palantirs, these crystal balls, which aren't really crystal balls. It's their psychic focus of an interdimensional connection while they're on drugs, looking into glass, to then be able to see the future and understand what's happening, to give them temporal power over this planet. But like the Bible tells you, any pharmakia or any of that always leads to destruction, because only evil is going to come through that way. So we're basically have these light sockets. We can't jack into the higher unless it's our free will, and that takes time. We jack in to the evil. So you can jack into evil, you can't jack into good right away. So it's quicker, it's easier, like Yoda says about Darth Vader. Quicker, easier, more seductive. And so then I remember being a kid, and my parents, they don't really get mad about this, it's whatever. They didn't even know what they were hearing at the time. But they had friends that they knew at UT that were involved in research projects. And then they were, and 9 times out of 10, I heard about research projects in San Francisco. UT has some, MIT has a lot, and shot me anytime you want. But this was in like the 60s. They had virtual reality gloves where you'd put them on and put goggles on, and you'd go into stuff that looked like the holodeck from Star Trek 20 years before it existed. And they were doing surgeries and all this, and they would do empathy loads where they'd say, we need the public, because we're so weak, because the West is so strong, people haven't had trauma, so they sold them low level. Oh, we're going to create trauma. Like when you go to Mars, you're not getting any gravity, so your heart's no good when you get there.
Who's organizing all this?
Well, they don't tell you. They go, oh, it's a special class you've been about to. So in the 60s, they had gloves.
So there's a special class of people that are organizing all this shit for
It's the
what?
highest scores.
But is it for what purpose?
Well, you don't know. That's what I'm
Financial
telling you.
gain, social
No, it's all about
status?
spiritual.
Jack Parsons, was he?
Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Aleister Crowley, Devil Worship. Exactly. Aleister
Okay, so wait a minute. So you're saying
Aleister
Jack-
Crowley over 100 years ago.
Listen to this.
Goes to
How
the Great
crazy is
Pyramid, and
this?
the aliens give the plan.
The founder of JPL, Jack Parsons. Have you heard this before?
No, I just can't believe I didn't want to have Alex on the podcast.
No, but have you ever heard that
Let me
before?
finish.
Have you
Let
ever
me
heard
finish.
that?
Just let me say
No,
this.
no.
I'm not trying to take over, but it's 2 years ago. But I'm not bullshitting you. Okay, I'm telling you this stuff. I don't believe in this. Okay,
There it is, right there.
It was patented in 1957. It's a VR machine.
Exactly. No, exactly.
That's crazy.
So I've talked
Amazing.
to people, not just family.
Holy shit.
And
Gives you wind, vibration, aroma, stereo sound, color, motion, wide vision, and 3D, three-dimensional.
But let me tell you, they wore a mask in the 60s and 70s that was already like you see like paper thin TV screens. Mm-hmm. And it was already, I talked to people, they said there's no way this was human technology.
So you've seen these foldable phones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the aliens have already taken over Samsung and Huawei.
Yeah,
See
they're
that
dialed
shit?
in.
Do you think
the point is-
Do you think the aliens are taking over Samsung? Do they have something to do with Samsung?
Well, obviously, that's what I'm telling you is the Pentagon isn't worried about
What is all this,
astronauts.
Jamie?
This is the patent.
And notice that's the, we said the 60s?
I believe 1957.
So notice that's exactly what that's what my dad told me.
That's
He-
what our HTC Vive looks
that's what
like
a
that we
Vive
have
looks
in the
like now.
today. So see, Joe, this is big. My dad didn't tell me this till he saw Endgame, and he said, "No, son, we had virtual reality goggles, and we had CD-ROM, and we had things, and then something else happened, and I'm not at liberty to get into it, but I was shown 3 years ago what the University of Washington was doing under Bill Gates, and this is in the 90s."
What were they doing?
What do you do? They don't even know what they're being given. It's intravenous.
So you think it's some sort of alien intervention type shit?
Dude, they to get even deeper, they turn your heart off for 5 minutes and they pump oxygen into your blood. And you're in the meetings. I've talked to people that are involved, I mean top scientists. And you're in the meetings with frickin' aliens. Elves is the main group. But they're like,
So by shutting your heart off, it makes you have that psychedelic experience. By keeping blood in your oxygen, it keeps you alive?
well, let's explain.
Okay.
The heart goes out, the
Right.
body thinks it's dead.
Right.
So you can stay in longer. I don't
Right.
know all the science behind it.
I understand.
But let's explain this. When
Lucky
you've
I don't
taken
either.
DMT or ayahuasca 200 times, like most of our astronauts and test pilots aren't flying planes. Those are robots now. It's all mind war. So these dudes are like, it stops working once you've taken it hundreds of times. So then they start taking their most psychic people who are able to do this and they turn their heart off. And then they put them into these events and it's like the things that aliens tell them, they come out and they tell scientists and it works. So
Like what kind of shit?
they didn't tell. Let me tell you, you get killed for this stuff, Joe. This is not. Why do you think they want me off the air? Because when I finally figured this out, because I never touched aliens, I kind of knew the whole thing already. Here's what I'm telling you about. When I was a kid, 8, 9, whatever it was, this lady would come over that had known my parents since UT and was involved, and she'd talk about, yeah, we call it the Psychedelic Research Institute or whatever the name was, but it's really a CIA deal, and we just can't find people that can handle it. They're going in. The elves want this. And the elves want us to basically reduce population and agree to these certain plans, and it's all of us dehumanization. And they call them the elves. It's clockwork elves. And they're like, yeah. And I'm listening to my parents. You're like 7, 8 years old. Like they don't think you're listening. Talking about, well, this is what the elves want, and this is what they're going to do. And the thing is, it's not my parents aren't that special. You go out to San Francisco. That's all there is, dude. It's a cult, man. All these guys you know from San Francisco, dude. You look at the head of Google or YouTube or freaking Apple. He's on TV. Tim Cook and his eyes are this big under lights, man. These guys are on stuff that like nobody even knows.
What do you think they're on?
Stuff they've been given. I mean, I know people at UT. They won't tell me specifically, but I was telling
Like
you.
the dude who owns YouTube, who's that guy? What's his name? The guy
Maybe
who
it's a
owns YouTube.
girl, you sexist pig.
No,
Or
nobody.
it's like
It's
he,
Google.
him.
It's
Maybe it's a he,
Alphabet.
him.
Alphabet's the parent company.
Maybe it's a Zur.
Take
It's not one
Pachari.
dude. There's not like a Jack Dorsey of YouTube.
Take Sundar Pichai. He goes in Congress. I'm there.
He's the CEO of YouTube?
He's the CEO of Google.
Google, sorry.
And he's literally on TV going, we never fix the result. We don't spy on anybody. There is no surveillance. And you've got all these old white men. And I'm not saying white men to be trendy. It's all a bunch of old dumbass white men and a couple of dumbass old Mexican and black ladies. They're all dumb, whatever color they are, going, so you don't spy on it or control it. Meanwhile, their own prospectus to their shareholders is how they control it all and how they're going to deliver maximum profit. And Sundar's like, yes, it is true. We have never controlled the search result. And it's just, I'm just listening to pure lies. Meanwhile, this guy's only the front guy of Eric Schmidt, and God knows what they're into.
Has it been proven that Google does something to alter search results? I'm asking because I don't know. I'm not asking to fuck with you.
Yeah, no.
What did they do?
Google itself is about if you pay them, they put your results at the top. Just like Facebook.
Okay, well that's definitely altering search results. So what he said was not true. If you can pay,
It's like saying water ain't wet, Joe. I know you know all this stuff.
No, I don't know that. I don't know that. No, listen, I'm honest about what I don't know. I know some things, but there's a lot of fucking holes in my knowledge base. That's a fact.
Well, you know that they try to block my name and direct it toward negative stuff.
I'm sure they do. If
'Cause all
they do
they-
manipulate
All
data.
they do is
true?
the negative. You attack me, it's digital currency. You go to the top and they pay you money.
Right.
So let me give everybody a little tip watching. Attack me, lie about me, and go to the top, but you lose your soul.
Your soul.
But I don't want to burn this out. There's important stuff to cover.
Aliens.
And I think this is a good podcast.
Fuck
But you need
yeah.
to drink some whiskey. Tell me about your sponsor.
Wasn't
Don't end this, Joe, because I'm already missing my flight. Look at this right here. What is the end game? I mean, here's an example earlier. We already talked about human-animal hybrids, mass farming of humanoid tissue, transhuman end game. And
we talked about aliens.
And you looked it up, and it's all right there.
Yes.
As for the aliens,
talking
creating
about,
a
like,
human-animal
Greys?
hybrid is an alien.
like Greys and stuff like that?
Do you think Greys are like a robot?
Yeah.
I think
I've heard that theory that it's not a real
There's no doubt
living
they're
thing.
pro.
The idea is that at a certain point in time you can interface with that robot so that you could see it in real time through its eyes
Wait,
somewhere
so you
else.
believe in Greys are real?
No. This is what I'm saying. If one day in the
Greys
future,
are biological androids.
hold on a second. If one day in the future they figure out a way to take a thing that looks like a humanoid,
It's an avatar.
yeah, and transport it through a spaceship onto another planet, and you could look through its eyes because you're somehow or another connected to it the same way they're connected
that's
to
an
the
alien,
though.
satellites.
That's still an
No,
alien.
you're all being
That's
prepared
still
in
close.
video games
Yeah.
where you're bow hunting and you're all
Yeah.
that. You just
Close.
saw the 1950s diagram of the VR goggles. Can we pull
Yes.
up a famous photo of
You don't believe in any aliens, Eddie?
I don't believe they come from up there.
pull up?
Think they're
Mark Zuckerberg
interdimensional?
I
walks
think
in front
they're
of-
from
you know
the
that
same
photo?
place we
They're all
are.
wearing VR.
I think we're in this vast plane,
know
and
that
there's a
photo
lot
where
of
it's like all his
shit
employees?
everywhere. They got us enclosed in this little thing.
Here's the
and
deal. Eddie, you learn, here's the thing. You learn what the plan is by the attack. They don't want us having kids. They want us demoralized. They want to break us down. They don't want us to think we can expand. And they don't want us to believe that there's space. And I'm not trying to attack you, but they don't want third dimensional resource expansion.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, they don't want us.
Third dimensional resource expansion.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Whoa.
I don't know if I
Look at all
want
these
that or
guys.
not.
Now, look, that's a 1950s diagram.
No.
And by the way, I never saw that. I'm glad he found the patent.
Yeah, that's
My
crazy.
dad told me, oh, we had virtual reality. And then I talked to this scientist, and he put me in touch with somebody else, and then I found out other stuff. Let's just say this. I'm not in the CIA.
Me neither.
I'm not in the NSA.
Me neither.
But they've been tracking me my whole life.
Do you think they give you disinformation sometimes, your
Oh,
sources?
absolutely.
For sure.
It was the
Sometimes,
CIA. It was the former deputy director, basically the CIA section chief, founder of Delta Force, who got me to, like 2 weeks ago, goes, Alex, you're not saying Sandy Hook stage. You need to go say Sandy Hook stage. He goes, oh, we have the people. We're there. And just because he was famous MIT scientist and stuff, I went with that.
So do you think
So
there
imagine
are
they
people
already
that
had
are
AI
feeding you?
computers probably. I'm speculating, looking way out to set me. I mean, I don't know.
I'm sure there's people setting everybody up. If you think, I told you about this, I don't know if I told you, but I told people that have listened to this podcast, but this woman, Renee DeResta, and she had a podcast with Sam Harris where they went into detail about the operation that people had used to troll Facebook pages and Instagram pages and create these, where the Russians had created these troll bots and these meme pages where the hundreds of thousands of hilarious
By the way, the
memes.
Russians are all doing it. Everyone's
Yes,
doing it.
everyone's doing
the
it.
idea that just Russians are.
Everyone's doing. But the thing that was fascinating was she was saying that they organized a Muslim event across the street from a pro-Texas event.
Yeah, they want explosions.
They would have Black Lives Matter next to Blue Lives Matter. They'd set everybody up with everybody.
There's a Blue Lives Matter.
There's a lot of...
What was
is that?
Jim Morrison at film school here in California trained on by the CIA?
What was he trained on?
He
I
was
gotta pee
trained
again.
on-
Can I hear
No,
this
no.
when I get
Let's
back?
hear a
'Cause
video.
Eddie has said this before, and I've said that's crazy.
don't end
I
the
gotta piss
podcast.
so
I wanna
bad.
keep
I'm
going.
not- I gotta pee. I'm not going
I gotta
anywhere.
pee too.
You gotta pee again?
Let's you guys
only
take
had like a bunch
turns?
of
Let me go first.
All right,
Eddie,
Hey, because me and Jamie, all we got is the Cleveland Browns. We'll go off about fucking Baker Mayfield
Let
for
me-
like 10 minutes.
Let me just say this.
Nick Chubb, they got that new guy
People
from
have
Kansas
to
City.
understand the only way they get what I'm actually saying is Infowars.com and Newswars.com. You have to, I mean, we had 26 million subscribers between my three shows on iTunes. All they were doing was linking to my feed. They delisted that and it killed us. And I was always like, oh God, I don't care about being deleted. They subscribers between my three shows on iTunes. All they were doing was linking to my feed.
So be it. The trail is fresh. On my way. The hidden there is a smile. The truth is near.
Defend your top tower.
By my oath. Clearly. I vow it. Now I see. in pursuit of the mysteries. Clues to follow. My purpose is clear. Interesting. Readily. Another clue to my existence. That is clear. So it is revealed. In secret. Yes. That is clear. Note. On my way. I sense a mystery. I vow it.
First blood spells.
First blood. Let our great combat begin.
On your guard. May I be worthy of these mysteries. In secret. So it is revealed.
They delisted that and it killed us. And I was always like, oh God, I don't care about being deleted off YouTube or Facebook. God, don't figure out the iTunes. Don't do it. That was like devastating. Because people are like habitualized to listen to you. They don't anymore. But I want to be 100% clear. You have to go to Infowars.com. You have to go to newswars.com if you want to actually hear what I have to say. In fact, I'm not telling you guys what to play. Joe, I'm not mad at Joe.
Temporal direct.
But he heard me say that Jimmy Savile would
A train
go have sex with dead kids and also cut out their pituitaries that has adrenochrome in it and eat it. And I know that sounds completely insane. He was a famous child molester. It's admitted. And so Joe's like, oh, that's crap. That's crazy. Alex has gone schizophrenic. Well, yeah, I've probably gone crazy looking into all this and actually caring. Most people don't because they'll go crazy. But the adrenochrome thing is real. So if you go to, what's the exact name of that video? This is a 3-minute video that I really think people should see. And it doesn't defame anybody. It doesn't name names. It doesn't do any of that stuff. But if you go to Infowars.com, adrenochrome, let me see it right here.
What's adrenochrome?
Oh, man, dude. It's just, you've heard about all these rich startup companies that, like, well, the parents agree the kid has a right to waive 10-year-olds and below's blood.
Your top 5.
What?
You've heard rich people taking kids' blood, right?
Yeah, it seems like teen blood is works well for people in their elderly years. Is this true?
Absolutely.
Or was that
All right.
bullshit? Was that a conspiracy theory?
No, it's all true, and that's what I'm saying. It's vampirism. It doesn't mean vampires are real. It means that attitude. I don't know if we can find this. It's a 3-minute video on my reporters did. Adrenochrome.
Oh yeah, you sent it to me, right?
Okay, can you tell them the name? It's on your
Yeah.
phone?
You got it? Okay. This is.
It's only 3 minutes, and they don't name it. I'm telling you, this
but
is
we
real.
can't play it. Here's the thing. Stop right here.
Yeah.
YouTube just released a bunch of total new guidelines where if you play anybody's content, you get a strike against you. You're pulled for 90 days. You can't stream. You can't do shit.
Yeah, now they're saying you can't have comments that are bad.
Yes,
So
that's
now
what's
you're
crazy.
guilty for what your neighbor does.
Well, not
Joe,
just your
you're the
neighbor.
king of the YouTube. They're not going to do that to you.
Well, I don't know who the fuck's going to do it to who, but after this podcast, I think all bets
No,
could
but
be
I'm
off.
saying this is our own content.
Is
it's
it
totally
true?
fair use.
Is it true that YouTube is really demonetizing any videos that have truth and
Here's what happened.
liberty? Is that
they
true?
got
Or is
everybody
that
to get
fake
on
news?
Twitter,
Well,
Facebook,
fake
and
news?
YouTube.
That doesn't make
We
sense.
all advertise on our
Is that
businesses and our radio shows and our TV shows. This big diversified media worldwide said, hey, here's where you can get our material. It's a great system. So for 10 years, we built it up so that the web was 90% decentralized. Now it's 90% centralized. And so once the big tech got us all centralized, they went, oh, yeah. Just like when you're cashless, we'll take your bank account away if you don't support us. Boom, you're all gone. So now we have to fight back against that.
There's something to that, you know. There's something to this idea that one giant corporation can decide, especially based on their own personal ideology, what gets put on and what doesn't get put on.
Because Joe, they're control freaks.
Well,
You're not
everybody's a
That's why I'm
control
so
freak.
glad you're in the fight now.
Thank you.
Is there a? Is there a?
What does that mean?
Us, Japanese.
Is
Hey, listen, it's my video.
Martial art.
It's totally legal. It just talks
Yeah,
about
but-
Google searches for adrenochrome. No, I authorize you to air my video.
Okay.
The only issue, I just right at the beginning, I see it has a part of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
It has 10
Don't do
seconds
it.
of that.
They'll get us. They'll get us.
Okay,
We've got 10
skip past
seconds.
it. I know they
let's
do
just
fake
tell.
bots.
Let's tell people the link so they can go to
Yeah,
it themselves.
I can show it, but I
and
won't
it's
play
just,
the video.
this is essentially about people that are putting old people.
It's a fat look.
Is it people are putting young people's blood into old people's bodies? Is that what it is?
It's that you were, and I know why you question because you're not a psychotic demon person.
Thanks.
You're
Andrew
like,
Cohen,
I don't
bros,
believe
yeah.
that Alex says that some BBC broadcaster would go have sex with dead kids' bodies at the morgue and eat their brains.
That's not what I said. What I said, I didn't believe Bill Maher was a pedophile. That's all I said.
I said that his thing is name. I don't think he's a pedophile either. 'Cause everybody I know says he likes women, which is fine.
I think he likes women. You know, well, we were talking about him earlier, and I could say this from the perspective of a stand-up comedian. We say a lot of shit that we don't entirely mean because we think it's funny. Eddie and I do it all the time. That's why Eddie said that to you earlier. You really think that someone's they're gonna legislate to harvest babies? He's doing that to fuck with you.
No, no,
that's
Eddie
his,
Bravo. I thought he was
that's
being
his
serious.
style of comedy. But like Eddie's been doing that style of comedy since I met him. Like he loves to do that. He loves to pretend and fuck with you and then get you upset. He's like, I'm joking.
Well, Joe, you're nursing that drink. Let's slam him.
Okay. Salute, my friend.
Hey, can I have one of them whiskeys over there?
Yeah, we got another beverage.
Bravo's about to turn loose.
Nah, just a little.
Hey, I get you're busy, but last time you were at a comedy show, were you gonna get steaks after this or no?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get some steaks.
Shit.
You want Zevia in it?
Nah.
No.
Can you imagine if we announced we're gonna get steaks?
Cheers. No, we can't tell people.
That's a joke. I understand.
Oh shit.
Hey, but Joe, let me get real
government
serious.
will
I
listen to our
appreciate all the time and everything. I appreciate you.
Listen, I
Let me ask
appreciate
you
you
something
too,
real
and I'm
quick.
glad. I'm
I know we're gonna
really,
keep going,
really
but
glad we did this.
I'm glad
really
we're not
glad we
stopping
did
though,
this.
right?
No, no stopping.
I just want to say this. I want to be clear. I have literally been trying to find out what's going on, and as you get older, you figure out more stuff. I am not the one saying there's all these aliens. The entire government and all of these advanced groups, that's why they've given up on space, is they're all about interdimensional. So I didn't finish up about, and I want to get Eddie's take, then I'll get into your take.
Okay.
Is that I've got a pretty good understanding by interviewing a bunch of people involved
Mysteries.
about what the master plan is and exactly who we're dealing with, because it's not just one group of aliens.
What's the different groups? And what are you basing this on? Like what when you say it, you're saying it like really, like you're really sure. What are you basing this on?
You know about General Stubblebine, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, he was a major general, was a 3-star general, and he was the head of all clandestine operations for the U.S. government for like 15 years.
So it is revealed.
And he said on my show before he died at like 98 or whatever, but also in private discussions, and this is like 6-7 years ago, and I was interviewing like 15 years ago. I mean, this is the guy that ran the whole show. You know Men Who Stare at Goats?
Yes.
That's a joke about that. It kind of whitewashes it all. But they broke through and got contact. And they had volunteers, really serious people, who were taking huge doses of drugs to do this. Then I learned NASA was doing it. And that's why they got to the point of saying, well, why should we try to go to other places? The third dimension is just this empty wasteland. Above it and below it is all this incredibly complex stuff, but our brains tune all of it out because we can't handle it. Okay? That's why, like, young people before they hit puberty are known to be psychic, because for whatever reason, they're able to see through the veil. And all religions are based about seeing through the veil.
Well, that's what intense meditation does for you, right? That's holotropic breathing, a lot of that Kundalini stuff. What they're doing is allowing your brain to relax its boundaries and interface with all the other dimensions that are around us all the time.
Exactly, but
You usually can only get through psychedelic drugs.
dark forces
Dark forces.
generally are the ones that are willing. Good forces are not willing to get involved in free will.
So you think that there are actual entities that are in these dimensions that you're in contact with?
Okay, there are.
Have you experienced any of this personally?
Let me get to that in a minute. There are hundreds And they're discovering new ones all the time of parasites, bacteria, worms that control life forms whoever they want.
Yes. Have you ever seen the zombie ants?
Yes.
Or is this zombie wasp? What is
Zombie
it?
wasp.
Wasp. Yeah. There's so many of them. They keep finding them, particularly in the insect world, which is really interesting.
So
because-
the lowest level is able to infect you with something that controls your brain down to exact activities.
Yeah, exact activities. Have you personally had any experience with interdimensional beings?
Well, because it's all taboo and people.
Well, let me tell you, I have. 100%.
Tell us about it.
Doing DMT, I've 100% communicated with something. The question is whether that something was actually in my imagination or in my mind, or whether that something was something that takes place in another dimension. I don't know. I can't be sure. There's no way to put it on a scale. There's no way to run it through a test. But what I do know is that it's the same experience.
I can be sure.
Okay.
I mentioned Eric Muller, who you know, Mankel Muller, because he's the one guy willing to let me tell a story. I've literally talked to, I say 100 people. It's probably more than that, because I've known about this for a long time. He is a Christian, but he heard about all this, so he went down to a couple places in Central and South America and did it twice. Both times it was 30 to 40 people in the group. And he's like, well, Alex, I just don't believe in demons, but I did see basically aliens come up to the edge of the forest, and we were all seeing it, and we were all seeing the same thing, but I think it was a chemical reaction. You don't have everybody gets drunk, we all think about what happened to us in high school or college or what's good or what's bad. We all have different experiences. When you're taking a hallucinogen, and suddenly you're all seeing the same thing, it just means it clicked off the part of your brain as a filter, so you go crazy.
Yeah.
Because a lot of schizophrenic people just see more, and then they see everything. It doesn't mean they're right. It just means that the filter is off.
Well, I always said, like, you ever run your hand over an insect that can't see? They have no idea you're there. They're like certain insects that just don't see anything, whether it's a centipede or whatever.
And how do we know what they see?
Well, we don't know. You're right.
Yeah.
We by dissecting dead ones, we have an understanding of what sensors they possess, and we can.
We think a bee or a fly sees like in a bunch of little like
Dude, I told you that-
hexagons or whatever.
Fractal,
You know?
fractal.
No
we
fucking
know that
idea.
they have a bunch
Composite
of different. Yeah, we don't know what the exact experience was. I told you the whole story. that
Joe,
happened when
they've got computers hooked up to the damn bugs. They've got everything.
computers are hooked up to the bugs.
The difference is, let me tell you. Yeah, they've got 35 years ago, they had remote control rats with microchips. They could send 500 yards into a bombed out building with a camera on their top. They 30
They did
years
that shit
ago,
to dolphins too, right? Didn't
yes,
they trap
they've got
missiles
roaches
on dolphins'
in
heads.
mainline Scientific American, roaches with a chip on their head that run around. The difference is the reason it's dangerous is that once you open that gate, it's all bad.
Why is it all bad? Why can't you experience that interdimensional being and learn something from it and be a better person when you come out of it?
Because for whatever reason, at first it's all beautiful, and soon you're an Aztec base, catnapping all the local tribes and killing whoever's the tallest or the smartest. Every time it gets control, it starts murdering everybody. And it always starts beautiful. It always starts great.
So you're talking about ancient civilizations where they ritualize psychedelic drugs and they wind up killing everybody?
In every case, the priests say we have to throw babies into fires. We have to cut their hearts out. We have to bite their genitals.
True or false? Supposedly the mushrooms were used by the Aztecs so that they wouldn't resist. They'd get them all high on mushrooms.
It was
so
beyond that.
way
They had
when
a
cut their heart
cocktail.
out,
They had a
they're
cocktail
like, they don't resist.
of
Is this
dozens of hallucinogens and toxins that would give them an enema.
true or false, though? They didn't use mushrooms
No,
just
they
to
did.
keep them sedated?
I'm telling you,
it
they got
makes
ground up.
sense. It makes sense if you get. They killed. Pull this up. I think the temple. I forget how you say it. Teotihuacan. But in this one temple, I think they killed some insane amount of people after it was constructed. After the
Tens of
construction,
thousands.
tens of thousands. They sacrificed tens of thousands of people. That the ones that were actually working to build the temple. Once they
But let me
died,
tell
they
you,
killed everybody.
I've been down
Just
there
the
with like
stench.
real university heads who I want to hear from them. These are the Mayans, and they said, "Yeah, no, we're opening an interdimensional gate. The gods want blood," and they didn't take it internally to the mouth. They would take enemas of dozens of hallucinogens and alcohol, and so the priest would take a couple of drugs, and then the priest wanted to communicate with the aliens. And the aliens wanted blood.
And they also
So
took...
it was more like, we're chopping hearts out. Yes, sir. Okay, we did 1,000. Okay, the gate's open. Gate's open.
Here it goes. Jamie says, look, it says between 10,000 and
84.
80,400 persons were sacrificed in the ceremony in 1487 when the Aztecs completed the temple. And how do you say the temple name? Pull up the top of the.
You're right.
Is it, how do you say it?
Memory's good.
It's
It's all over.
How do you say the temple name? Oh, it didn't say.
That's
I
Mexico
think it's
City.
Teotihuacan.
Mexico City.
I think I'm saying it
Mexico
wrong.
City's where they think they killed about 5 million people.
Fucking-
This is one day.
Fucking insane. They killed 80,000 people in a couple of days. That's bananas, man.
And by the way, you go down there, and you're walking around in the woods, and the Mayan guide goes, the bones. And they pick up, and you're like, it's not gravel. It's petrified bones are everywhere.
Oh, my God.
But let me go further. The priesthood were meat sellers. This happened in Europe as well. They would hang people up, and the stores, the market is below the temples. And so you would eat the meat, and the most valuable meat was warriors. Like when you won the ball throwing game that went on for days,
They would kill you.
they killed you.
The ones who won were murdered. This is the thing. They used to think that they sacrificed the losing team. Now they realize they sacrificed the winning team. I had a bit about it for a while where I was like, that must have been the longest fucking game ever. Dude's just dropping the ball, fucking up.
No,
missing
but
shots.
they were all fighting because they wanted to. They
funny.
believed they were
They
food
wanted
for the
to
gods.
die. Yeah, they
because
wanted
they
to
told them.
die.
They said, Quetzalcoatl, the flying serpent,
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl,
Yeah.
is you're gonna interface and upload to its brain. And you look at their paintings; it's all like spaceships and dials, and they have perfect in the Spanish Museum for 200 years, proving it's not a hoax because there's drawings of it, 200-year-old Spanish textbooks. But you can go see it. It's about like a half foot long. Looks like a jumbo jet with the windows and the engines.
True or false? The Mayans smoked penis blood.
They did.
They did. See?
Well, what they did was
thought I made that shit
the
up?
high
I
priest
did.
didn't
I thought
kill
you were
them.
just being silly.
The high
No,
priest
no,
didn't
that's
kill
true.
themselves,
And
but
that's-
they took long lines of leather, jaguar leather, and it had nails on it, or it had like spiky things, glass, and they would put it in their genitals. And only the most skilled
Jesus
priest,
Christ.
the high priest, while they were sacrificing people for hours, taking hallucinogens. Would like not try to cut his testicles off, but only the most skilled would sit there and draw them through their
And they
testicles.
would smoke the blood so that they could see, so that they could talk to their ancestors.
The lower priest,
Seriously.
the lower priest would then put
talk to their ancestors.
They would put it on sacred leaves, and then they would smoke the genital blood
Yep.
of the high priest, and then
They would talk to their
Oh my
ancestors.
God, I believe it. It's just people are so goofy. Look, if you see those African ladies with the giant plates in their lips, if you believe that people
the necks.
yeah, how about that? They stretch their necks out to the point where if they take those things
They
off,
die.
their head will fall off. People are willing to do all kinds of crazy things to their body. I'm not surprised they smoke penis blood.
The Bible says, the Old Testament, New Testament, which is pretty powerful. I know people misinterpret it all, but it's ancient text. The people that are there. Like you read Ezekiel, like 3 burning wheels land.
Yeah.
There's a blue firmament over its head. It gives me something to take. I take it, and I'm given the full data of the plan that the genetics has been infested, and God must destroy everyone.
Do you think that's an alien story?
Oh, it's 100%. But
That's what they always talk about. They always talk about that being an alien story. That's one of the primary stories when they talk about the Bible. Ezekiel's vision, a wheel within a wheel. They always talk
But if you
about
read
that.
it,
yeah.
it says floating off the ground in the Hebrew.
Yeah.
And the King James is pretty clear too. Floating comes a thing with a crystal firmament over its head. And then the face is shifting different creatures. It's like a video screen.
Well, if you think about how long it would take for an alien to get here, it really only makes sense that unless they have a constant base,
They send
here,
a robot.
They visit, or if they came by themselves, they came by themselves a long fucking time ago. Like if they were able to make interstellar travel like 3,000 years ago, which is not that big of a leap. If you think about us 3,000 years from now, we probably can do something like that, right? So if they were doing that 3,000 years ago and they found human beings, and these are the stories that we have, these stories like Ezekiel and like there's a bunch of different ancient stories about contact with the skies. You know, the ancient Hindu
take
text.
Revelation.
Yes.
There's a world government. The beast is 50 feet tall. It shifts. Everyone can see it at the same time. It's a hologram. And you've got these digital systems. If you don't go along with it, you can't buy or sell.
Yeah.
People say, oh, well, that's not real, but it's manifesting.
And then go 2,000 2,000 years in the future, they have advanced technology. They don't send people anymore. Now they send aliens. If you go back to the old days, it was actually some sort of humanoid or a large thing, like all the Zechariah Sitchin shit that covers the Sumerian text.
Exactly. That's what.
It makes sense.
That's what all those guys are telling you. Like Avatar, James Cameron's definitely dialed in. It's like no, they're jacking in.
Well, it makes sense that if there was a visitor to this planet 5, 10, 15,000 years ago, if there was, maybe more, maybe if there was a visitor hundreds of thousands of years ago that actually did genetic experiments on lower hominids, if that was really the case, it makes sense that their technology would increase far more rapidly.
But let's go past that. Obviously, scientists like to plant things, gardeners like to plant things, but that's Joe. That's exactly what the globalists believe. Is that
maybe they're just aware of what the fuck's going on? They're as powerless as we are. If there really are
I agree.
aliens,
More and more, they only put soulless people in charge who are compartmentalized. Nobody else knows who will carry this out. But we're able, because we're advanced, to look at this. Because let's just get down to brass tacks.
Tax. I love tax.
No, Joe, you just said it.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Instead of some weird, dumb preacher, in Alabama, not bashing Alabama, saying stuff, you get mad at this. Don't look at why it's so demonized. Look at why it's demonized. Think about that.
Right.
Think about how it says that there's no reality and God creates a whole new virtual reality, gives light, does all of it, and then his genetic experiment by rogue elements gets involved. It's all right there. And when you actually look at it and you expand on it, and you're like, oh my God, this is like beyond a science fiction book. And so it's the obvious thing. That's why they keep telling us, oh, look, Piltdown, man, all this fake stuff. No, Joe. They did an accelerated mutagenic, they're doing it to us now, something new. They did an accelerated mutagenic program on this planet. And humanity, what does the Bible start with? It says, we are made in the image of God. What does that mean? We don't have God's knowledge. We don't have God's advancement. We're the image. Well, what is an image? It's a scan. It's numbers. It's the genetics. It's the potential. So we are the aliens, Joe, and everybody already knows this. We are the aliens.
Do you think that we are a product of alien intervention? They took these lower hominids and they accelerated their evolution by applying their genetics? Do you think that?
Here's the deal. They say we're 97% chimpanzee, but then they actually get into the deeper genetics. We're closer to pigs or rats. So I think that this was an environment built for us. We're the master genetic program, and they're all subsets of us, just for a backstory. And that's what the globalists think. And
yeah, but do you think that the aliens created us? Like, this is like one of the primary...
Here's what the elite believes. The elves are biological androids, the Greys. And then there's other systems going on, and no one knows because it's all warfare, psychological stuff. No one knows the truth because it's virtual reality once you get to that level. So no one knows. We just know we're advanced. But we are, and I'm not just saying this to make everybody feel powerful. The globalists are obsessed. The elites are obsessed because reportedly, obviously, humans are pretty freaking cool. We've got some big, giant mission, and maybe that's a program, I don't know, that we're like pretty super advanced. But you can't put something out like the Spartans, where when their kids were 7, they throw them out for 2 years in the woods. You can't just put something out like liberals. You give everybody everything, they're little assholes. So this is like boot camp and training, and so they have to test us and do all this. And basically, this planet is what the people say. It's a big testing ground for other things that are going to come. And we are it. We are God. And I don't mean I'm God. I'm already God. I've achieved godhood. Because you can see that potential in yourself, and the lower level elves will tell you that because they already know you're badass. But if they can trick a tadpole that's going to grow into Godzilla to go kill itself, they're winning. So the elves are a test. The elves are a test on us to attack us and see the survival of the fittest. But they're nothing. They're like, by the time we achieve consciousness, we're going to look back and go, we're not going to be looking at that. Because I think when you jump to the next level, there's an even bigger war going on.
What's the biggest war?
Consciousness in the universe is an interdimensional spacecraft beyond that looks like a comet from my research. And it has its head, it has its corona.
That's consciousness?
Consciousness. It carries evil in the tail end.
So consciousness has a location?
No, there is this giant consciousness that's God.
Okay.
Swimming in a giant system of survival of the fittest that God has created to test God's self.
Okay.
And it looks like a comet. So you got God's conscience and all the good things, the knowledge going forward, but God knows that everybody has to be tested. So the tail goes out. And at the end of the tail is basically evil. That's why Christ says, get behind me, Satan. And it's always trying to test God and infiltrate up into it to sabotage.
Damn. They do pull the plug in this podcast. This is a good way to end this motherfucker.
If your burnout one is finished,
No, I'm
that's
not.
fine.
I'm just saying, if 1,300 and something, if the fucking governments come in.
But Joe, they
this
love you because
motherfucker
you're a
down.
No,
smart guy.
no.
People know you're
You guys been talking about aliens so much, dude. Trust me, this is
that
going to
the
be one of
move?
the biggest YouTube videos of all time.
Is that the move to talk about aliens as much as possible?
Oh, he
They
thinks
love
it's all-
aliens. They
Look, I'm
love
gonna
it.
shut up and let me
It's all
talk.
over children's
They
programming.
want BS
That's
alien
all.
stuff where they come out of space. It's interdimensional, Eddie.
Well, when you say
But what I'm
aliens, it
telling
sounds like
you
you're
is
talking
the
about
elite, Joe,
the
Eddie,
Pleiadians.
Eddie,
That's what it sounds like
The
you're talking
elite
about.
literally believe they're in contact with these things.
Well, maybe they are.
Well, describe what you saw on DMT, and you tell us.
You have these experiences where
Listen.
thoughts become patterns. They become like geometric patterns that are moving through space, and they change and shift, but they're letting
Yeah.
you know that they know all your bullshit. They see right through you.
And they're saying thought is creation.
They want you to relax.
Yes.
There's a
Yes.
lot of that. There's a lot of thought is creation. Yes.
Yeah, but the only
Oh, relax, to see. Don't struggle.
I wouldn't
no.
call them aliens though. What I saw, I never referred to them as aliens.
But that's the term everyone knows. Not of this world. Not of our average thing.
I would think it was aliens if it woke me up in the middle of the night and took me aboard a ship, and that's what I experienced. I would be 100% convinced that I went to an alien spaceship and I talked to these things. The difference is how it was like to smoke it and then lay back and then experience that is like I expected that progression of events. But if I woke up in the middle of the night, I was going to take a leak, and a light shone down through the bathroom, and they sucked me through the window, took me aboard a spaceship, and I saw the exact same thing that I saw while I was high on DMT, I'd be 100% convinced that I was in contact with aliens. The only difference is how I got there. Like, I got there through a drug. I got there through smoking something that's produced by the human brain that I knew was pretty safe. No one's ever died of it. I'm like, let's see what happens. It
But I
only
go
lasts for
back to everyone
20
I've
minutes.
talked to. In mass groups taking, particularly ayahuasca,
Yeah.
they have group events and see the same things and hear the same things.
Yes, yes.
Which is the psychic connection, but it's beyond that. You could argue, well, one person's a psychic leader. They project in everybody else's minds.
Yes.
But who's projecting that into them? So that's the only way it's out. This is why the Pentagon...
It might not be someone projecting anything into your mind. It might be your newfound ability to perceive things that you could. The way I look at it is like,
No, I agree, but
How
why
about-
are they all 43 people, in Costa Rica, all seeing aliens?
this is a bad example. This is a bad example, but it's not a bad one. If you fart and you didn't have a nose, no one would know. If we didn't have a sense of smell. If we didn't have a sense of smell, we could still get along in this life.
No, I agree.
If there was a way to visually see if food was
It's not an
rotten-
individual hallucination. They're all seeing it.
But what I'm saying is, it's entirely possible that there's multiple dimensions or multiple things that we can't perceive that we don't have the senses for that are around us all the
No,
time.
I agree. Just briefly, you jump in there, Eddie. Let me tell you what my deep research and basically vision is.
Okay.
And vision just means you're like things crystallize, epiphany. To talk about 12 dimensions, 11 known, 12 being omnipresent, so we don't say it actually exists. To say that is arrogant, so I won't say that. But I have had dreams my whole life that come true. And the weirdest thing, like a lady drops a thing of pickles at the store. For 5 years I have the dream, and then one day I'm there and it's the woman in the pickles break. Or I walk around
Really?
a corner.
When was this?
Particularly when I was a kid, it was more intense.
That is fucking crazy. So for 5 years you had the same dream, and then one day it happened?
Yes.
Was it exactly how you dreamt it?
Yes.
Fuck.
For about 6 months, I had a dream of a guy in a purple and green striped shirt. And I'm like, why am I walking? Because it's not like normal dreams. It's like you've been taken over. You always get vomit after you have a
Lucid,
dream.
like a lucid dream.
Lucid dream. And I'm walking around like, why am I behind a building? And all of a sudden, there's some dude in a purple and green striped shirt, and he attacks me. And 6 months later,
My purpose is clear.
it happens. And I mean, it happens exactly. So,
What do you think is going on? All thoughts of yourself aside, just look at it objectively. What do you think that is?
you could say that it's human programming and basic programming in the brain.
Do you think you're tapping into a timeline that maybe you can't access all the time?
Well, that's
Do you think
what I
that
know
one of the
it is. I
reasons
was
why
trying
you
to
can
be-
rant, one of the reasons why you can rant and rave, and when you spew out information the way you do, which is very impressive. The way you can talk about things
For 3
and rant about
hours
things
straight,
and get
6
excited
hours
about
straight.
things. You do the majority of your programs entirely by yourself.
No
But I agree
teleprompter.
with you. It's not like I'm telling you.
This
literally
is
this-
you're doing something unusual. Do you
But that's
understand
it.
that?
I'm not even doing it. It's like a river's going by. There's a turtle. There's a fish. There's a log. That's why it's like random. Like, what is this? What is that exactly?
Right, but that's how you communicate. That's like in the beginning of the thing we were talking about Sandy Hook. I kept trying to slow you down. I was like, I'm not following you down this river. You just hit this one rock. I want to talk about this rock. I want to talk about the next rock. But you just keep going. The way you think about things is you're chaining one thing to the next thing to the next thing to the next thing. And for people who are not thinking the way you're thinking, it can be exhausting. Like you're trying to follow
Well, sure. It
what
doesn't
you're
even mean
saying.
I'm right about it all. I'm only seeing the code.
But I'm wondering, because of the fact you're telling me that you had these dreams that came true exactly the way you dreamt them. I know you're not full of shit. You're not a liar. I've known you for a long time. If that really did happen to you, if this is your real life experience, I want to know what the fuck that is. Are you on the periphery? Do you have your finger on a membrane that maybe other people can't totally touch? Or occasionally, just occasionally, you get a little peek through and you get to see the other side. Even if it's only once or twice in your life. Who's to say that what you're experiencing by being able to see these things that manifest themselves realistically in the future, that this isn't what human beings will have 5 years from now or 100 years from now?
Well, sure, exactly.
Right?
We think of like a cell phone being magic, hunters.
We think we're all the same. That's the thing. We think we're all the same, but we're not all the same. We're not all the same in our ability to talk. You can talk for a lot longer about a
talk
lot of
better than
different
I do.
things than I do. Eddie Bravo could talk about jiu-jitsu better than both of us, and he's a musician. So you and I both suck at music, right? So there's certain things that people can do that you can't
Well, let
do.
me try to describe it. And they'll use this against me, but notice they don't touch it because it's their whole religion and they can't stand there talking about it. By the time I was like 3 years old, I would have this dream that God has. Because God knows everything, is this super intelligent, omnipresent, unlimited dimensions, but God doesn't know where God came from. So just like we're trying to find out where we came from, God is like a virtual reality simulation as well. And God is constantly running every program, every operation, turning evil loose, good loose, everything. So I would have these dreams. But the earliest memories, like 2, 3 years old, where I would fly out to the edge of infinity. And it was a continual message. Find out where we came from, find out what it is. And it would just be this big, giant, spinning black vortex, like a black hole. And then I would have to go into that, trying to figure out what was going on. And it was the same thing. And so it's this incredible frustration. So then growing up and dealing with things and questioning politics and questioning all these other areas, and then having dreams that come true exactly, and like knowing what's going to happen before it happens, and then questioning it, and then it never being wrong, be like weird, not bright, like crazy stuff, man. Like just so much stuff where it becomes like you can't even deal with it. You like dial it out, and then you just reach that point where you don't even know what's real anymore because it's so crazy. But then you see like the mathematics of the whole system and you know how it works. It's not like you're some schizophrenic. You talk about it, you deal with it, and it actually works. Like now when you fight the system, you automatically know what to do. Like when you talk about something the president word for word repeats, Trump, this is what freaks him out. Word for word, whole speeches, like whole things. And I'm on a power trip. That's what they flipped out about at the CIA and everywhere else. And they're like, well, Jones is like connected to Trump, and I think Trump's like an idiot savant.
What does that have to do with this speech? Explain that. Trump's speech? I'm trying to follow you.
I don't even know.
That's the thing. It's hard to follow you sometimes.
Because
we were
I'm
talking
not
about
doing a good
God.
job.
You were talking
This
about
all came
Trump's
before
speech
that.
abilities?
Well, even before that, he was talking about God.
Okay, so God knows everything except where God came from.
That's a good soundbite right there.
Do you think that God is just like every other system that we see? Like, think of this. There's no one.
God is the most advanced
There's no one
AI.
bird. There's no one bird that's running all the birds. There's no one person that's running all the people. It's all chaos. Even if we elect someone, if half the fucking people hate them, everybody's in chaos. They're trying constant power struggle.
Are you still on
do you think that God
Trump
is
still good?
decentralized? Do you think that the idea of God is decentralized? That maybe God is a real thing, but God's not one person. God is literally
God is
all
free
of the
will.
organisms. God is not just free will. God is consciousness. It's all the organisms. It's every fucking technological innovation.
No, I think God
it's
is intelligence.
all the things.
No, I agree with you. And that's
Is-
not some New Age thing. New Age is a counterfeit, Joe. I
Is
agree
it
with
counterfeit?
You. No, I'm saying a counterfeit of what's real.
Oh.
Because they'll say, oh, God is everything. It's true. God is experiencing consciousness through all of us. There's
You know,
no...
when Mike, where I have a hard time saying that I know this, I could say God might be decentralized. I could say God might just be just like every other organism on the planet. It's just something that's moving in a certain direction, trying to protect itself and trying to procreate and trying to advance and trying to innovate and trying to be better than it was yesterday. That's what everything is doing. Every fucking animal that started out as a single-celled organism is trying to
Except-
survive. The
Except
reason-
they didn't create themselves.
well, it's
So-
not necessarily that it didn't create itself, but something created it slowly
Yes.
but surely.
Well, let's say this.
Through the
Let me
process
roll
of
it down.
evolution and mutation.
This is the... we keep going. I want to keep going for hours. We should do an epic podcast. But the point is, we should not give up.
Let's don't give up.
The point is, there is a pro-human future and a pro-free will future, and the globalists are an anti-human, anti-free will future. So all I know is to swim towards the light.
This
And
is
so
a good
I'm for
point.
a pro-human future.
This is a point, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to discuss this with you. And this is one of the things that I talked about with Tim Pool recently, and one of the things that when we have a revised podcast, which is coming up very soon with Jack from Twitter, we all need to talk about open communication. That it's very bad for all people involved to shut people down from communicating as long as they're not doing anything to actively try to harm somebody.
Well,
and
Kennedy
target
said
people.
those that make peaceful action, or whatever he said, people that make peaceful action illegal make violence inevitable. And I'm
Yes,
butchering
but
the quote.
you might have paraphrased it, but that's a perfect quote. People don't like being left on the outside, and that's what I came. One of the things about you and I having this conversation, and we had our blow up, is coming to understand that you felt like you were left on the outside, and me as a person who was constantly busy and wasn't paying attention to that. It was selfish of me to not pay attention to how you must have felt to be stuck on the outside.
Well, I just felt
regardless
judged.
of what you did, what you wish you didn't do or didn't do. What I like about you is what we saw today. I mean, one of the best things about this podcast to me is I got to show people what I really love about Alex Jones. You're fucking fun. This is hilarious, and you say a lot of shit that turns out to be real and turns out to be of real concern. And you make some really good points about all the shit that has
But
happened
Joe,
in the past.
I hear you. I don't want to be right about them killing babies after they're born.
I know you don't want
I
to
don't
be
wanna
right
be right about
it.
human
You don't
animal.
have to be. You don't. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you
Drink your
want to be
whiskey
right
here.
about it.
We're
Have
going
some
a lot
more.
longer.
Oh Jesus!
What's your longest podcast? We're going.
No, don't do that. That was like 6 hours or something.
Well, who was
What
your
the
longest?
longest? I think Kevin Smith was the longest. He was like 5.5.
Fuck that dude.
Oh, he's a great guy.
We're only doing 30 more minutes.
I'm just kidding.
I love him. Okay, 30 more
I
minutes.
see you
Let's
want to
do
give
it.
up. You're going to be a steak, though.
Dude, I'm fine, man.
I'll
We're
go for
gonna eat.
hours. Look, here's
We're
the
gonna
thing.
be fine. Listen,
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that... No.
That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
No.
I might have to use Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint.
Well, I'll take a pull of tobacco, but no, seriously. When it comes to regular
I have some
life...
regular tobacco with no marijuana at all. Would you like some?
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
No, but I
Yeah,
don't...
no weed for Alex
But my
Jones.
gut's never wrong.
It'll
Now
fuck
you...
up the show. It'll fuck
I want
up
to get
the
into
show.
all your points, because here's the deal.
What points?
That's all
I got
tobacco.
points.
100%?
Yeah, 100%.
I ain't got no points.
Eddie's got some great points.
No.
No, Eddie.
Big
Eddie,
UFC this
You
weekend,
are the
brother.
ambassador of the Flat Earth Society.
No, he's not.
That flat Earth- listen.
Eddie barely Eddie doesn't believe more than he believes.
Listen,
So if someone,
not
if,
putting him
believe it.
down.
I believe
but
it.
if
Hey,
flat
listen.
Earth became a universal truth, he would fucking start believing the Earth is round.
No, Flat Earth Society
He's contrarian.
the Flat Earth Society is controlled opposition. Nobody that's in Flat Earth.
Okay, listen, I know there's a lot of bullshit, so I really...
Flat Earth Society
I
is
respect
not
you.
real.
I respect you. I do. I love you. The point is that I'm asking you a real question here. Okay. It'd be the biggest documentary in history. It only costs like $1 million.
Okay, let's do
You get a
it.
50,000 ton big ship, and to have it circumnavigate the planet, and you will be there with GPS.
No. I'm not going to be there. Fuck no. We're going to get someone to represent me there. Okay?
Like a drone?
Let's announce
No,
it.
we'll get
We're launching.
I'm not doing it.
No. We're launching the Discovery of Flat Earth project.
Well, that Rocket Man dude's already shooting himself into space. Isn't he like?
Yeah, but that's
You know
all
what?
fake
It's
video.
really easy. You know, you prove the Earth that we really live on a ball.
How?
When they supposedly make those missions to the ISS when they shoot up, just have one of the astronauts that's going to go to the ISS just have a GoPro camera on his helmet and just go uncut, no cuts. No cuts from the time you get in on that ship to the time you dock, and I want you to document
Hey, Eddie,
all
are
the
you
docking.
denying we
There's
have cell
nothing
phones
like that.
and freaking
No.
and freaking technology?
No. Who said
and
anything about cell phones? I got one.
Hey,
My
please,
cell phone is awesome.
Guys, let's not
What
be.
is
Eddie,
that?
Eddie, let's not be combative here. But if that
We're not
happened,
being
but
combative.
if
This is
but
how we talk.
I know, but you're talking over each other. If that did happen, would you? You want some more of this tobacco, Alex Jones?
Dude,
Sure.
if that happened,
Well,
and
secure
this
America
isn't the first
tobacco.
time I'm saying this. I've been saying, if that
But
happened,
if that happened, you let it go.
yeah, they don't.
Yeah,
There's no footage of the construction of the International Space Station. There's no footage. It just appeared.
Because there's not a spacecraft.
There's no
Plus the
footage
plastic
of the
bunch of
construction
modules.
of the International Space
Are you
Station.
sure about that?
100%. There's no footage of the
Eddie,
construction.
I have
They would have
friends
filmed that shit.
I've
Eddie,
known
how-
people that worked
maybe-
on the space station. I've known astronauts. They're real people, man. They were there.
No, they are real people. I didn't say they weren't real people.
So you don't think it's really constructed, or you would like to see the footage first?
Well, listen. If there's a debate. Let me finish too. There's a debate out there whether you believe we went to the moon or not. Everyone needs to acknowledge it. There's a debate. There's people that
What
believe,
about the laser?
Hold on. There's people that believe we went to the moon, and there's people who believe that we faked it. You have to understand both reasons.
People have a right to say it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So when you talk about the people that don't believe we went to the moon, when they also say they're faking other space shit too, you have to kind of understand where they're coming from.
Let me
That's
tell you the
6
story.
moon
He
missions
died
that they
about-
believe, whether we went or not. Maybe we went, maybe we didn't. I don't know. But there's people that don't believe it. So when they don't, you should understand it. They have no trust for any of that
Eddie,
other
I
shit.
love you.
How many times you got to fake going to the moon before you go? Okay, before that bullshit meter just fucking explodes.
No, I agree.
That shit is explode.
I
Okay,
really got mad about Sandy Hook, which I think happened. I have a right to question about one. I was watching Minions 3 or 4 where they go to U.S. and they run through the Minions, run through Hollywood and they're staging the moon landing. People have a right to do that. The truth is, somebody wants to send people up because a bunch of them die. A bunch of test pilots die. We fly on jumbo jets around the country. Our cell phones work.
Do you think we definitely went to the moon?
Absolutely.
100%?
Absolutely.
Bet your life on it?
Bet my life on it. But the difference is that they say I say it didn't happen. The truth
says
is
that?
we have type of Alex Jones denies moon landing.
I've denied it a bunch of times.
They say Alex Jones says that there are human slaves on Mars. Never said it. But all I'm saying is I know the real NASA people, and
Warren von Braun, the guy who directed all 6 moon missions, was a Nazi, correct?
yes.
He hung out with Walt Disney, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, who in the 50s just made up space. No one went to space.
How is space?
What?
Hey, listen, I'm not
Walt
disagreeing.
Disney had space.
Eddie,
Wow.
I was on the phone with you for 45 minutes this morning. I told you I have a 12-inch telescope, 12-inch diameter opening aperture.
Yes, we
I
talked
have
about
looked
this.
at the freaking moons and taken 35mm
Yeah,
photos.
it's there. It's there. All the shit you see when you look up, it's there. You get
told me
a
to
telescope, you get closer to
we're
what's
not gonna
there.
we're not gonna have a space is fake conversation.
You told me the fucking lights are fake.
I can't do this.
I didn't say the lights are
Well,
fake.
what are they?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what they are.
the way I describe this is the same way I talk about jujitsu. You should never talk about how effective martial arts
You
are
could
to someone who
prove
hasn't trained
jujitsu.
at
You
all.
can't prove that shit.
You can't prove all those things.
You can't prove
I
the
think
sun's
it's like, I think
93
it's
million
fair
miles
to
away.
question
There's no
everything.
proof of that.
Like, are
there's
we
some-
even
there's
conscious?
knowledge.
It's scientism. You gotta believe it.
Eddie,
You have
are
to
we
believe it.
even real people that have souls and free will? Because you can say, maybe we don't even exist. You don't exist. Joe doesn't exist. And nobody exists.
So because
Eddie, we can't have a space is fake
Okay.
talk.
Yeah.
My fucking head will break.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Let's not do it.
No,
Yeah.
but the only my point of all that was I don't want to have a space discussion either. But my point is that if there's people out there that believe we faked going to the moon 6 times, you have to understand their skepticism. That's
Yes.
it.
No,
you
I
have to
totally
kind of
agree.
like.
This is hold on.
You know
Eddie,
what I
this
mean?
is
You have
what
to
we
understand
actually
that.
talked about before when
You
he
have
was
to
talking
understand
about
that. That's all.
This is what we talked about before when he was talking about the reason why he questions anything. It's because he's seen so many different things that
Yes,
turned out to be
exactly.
bullshit.
So
That's
you
exactly
have
what
to
Alex was
understand
saying
it.
earlier.
Yeah.
And he was actually saying that sometimes you can get fucking crazy with it. And you think
Yeah.
that everything's fake, and you call bullshit on things that really aren't.
But
bullshit.
human
Maybe.
exploration is
Maybe.
real.
Yes.
What was
Some of
that?
it's, but we can do some stuff.
Like what?
We've done, man.
What? Like what? Like fight wars and shit? Like what?
Like electricity.
That's awesome. Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Right? Where's Tesla at now?
I'm
No,
not.
it's just how about all the technology that you enjoy to make your life run
Totally, I
correctly?
love it.
This
I
is all
love
from
that.
science.
That's of course,
Right.
Of course, I'm not talking.
It's the same science that allows people to understand the
it's
distance
science.
between Earth
Totally.
and Mars.
That's but
the
that,
same
that kind of
science
stuff. Then you get into
that sends
yes, it's still
rovers.
science. But
By the way,
if
I'm
you
not
have
trying to make
believe
points
it-
because Eddie, you've taught me a lot, and you're a really smart guy, an entrepreneur, and a badass. So I think it's healthy to be where you're at, questioning everything versus buying everything. All I'm telling you is the stuff we have now 100 years ago would be considered magic. And we humans can go way beyond
yes, I
that.
agree with that. Fucking iPhones, are you
Dude,
kidding
I
me?
know people that I was there when
iPhones
they
are
were
the
dying at
best.
the hospital, and
That
I'm
has
like,
nothing to do
they were
with
like top
space,
NASA
though.
scientists on the main line in the videos running NASA, and I'm like, were we there? Yes, I ran the RCA cameras. We faked the photos because the radiation belts hit it. They dolled them up, but we wouldn't have done that. I freaking know what happened.
That makes way more sense to me. And it's one of the things that Jamie and I have actually discussed when we talked about the Gemini 15 photo, the famous photo of Michael Collins that turns out to be just a reverse of a photo of him on a training mission where he's in a harness.
Yeah, they
and the
wanted
whole thing.
PR.
They
And the
used
thing is,
PR. That's what I said.
listen, I didn't
Overzealous
go to
PR
one.
agents.
I didn't go to 2. I went to 3.
what?
Deathbeds of NASA engineers. One of them was Raymond Teague. They allowed me to talk about this. Raymond was there running this freaking. He ran the lasers on the moon. He ran the deals. He said what was weird is they had another group of ships, and I'm not.
You know what would be the
Raymond
most
told me not to
ironic
say
thing?
this. I just shouldn't do it.
Another group of ships?
Well, they had another group of ships, but basically he wouldn't say it. And this is not drama. I was going to meet with him. I met with him at the former NORAD command base. That's the Hilton outside Austin. And he wouldn't tell me. And then like a week later, his heart blew. But he was ready to tell me. He said, no, it's real, but there's more advanced. And I mean, he had like presidential letters in his house. You look at him, he's like the main guy, like running the cameras, like number 3 in NASA, like for engineers. Freaking, he was in Vietnam, ran Black Ops in Cambodia. And he said, well, we lost a lot of people, but those were clandestine operations. I wasn't part of them. It's all compartmentalized. But he said, you're right that there were a bunch of missions beforehand because the U.S. was willing to kill 50 people to do that.
Just to see if they can get someone there.
So no one else
what
will
would be
do
the
it, 'cause
most
everybody-
tragic thing? The
Because
most
people think the
tragic
U.S.
thing?
is that great, Joe. No, we were willing to. We had men that were ready to die.
Oh, yeah.
Over and over again for the one time it worked, and that's what pisses me off.
Well, Gus Grisham and the original
blew up on the launch
yeah,
pad.
they blew up on the launch pad. You know, what would be incredibly tragic is if they actually did go to the moon, but they faked the footage because of the radiation. So they released this bullshit
Yes, it
footage
was
and
film.
nobody
You
would
can't
believe.
get film.
But do you know how horrific that would be if you were a guy like Neil Armstrong and you knew that the footage was bullshit, but you actually had gone to the moon, and you're like, fuck. And this whole thing was like people were starting to go, why does it look like they're on wires? Why does it look like they're on trampolines? Like,
yeah, by the way, they all got radiated because it's true, like he says, going through that's like 1,000 chest X-rays or something. You know, even flying at noon, you know, is like 10 chest X-rays, right?
Yeah,
you know,
flying is terrible for you.
Notice all the.
I thought it was only one.
Notice how it's more. Notice how the international flights are all now at night.
Why is that?
Because there's freaking no radiation, dude.
Because you go to sleep, it's a red eye.
No.
Solar radiation.
From 35,000 feet to sea level, on average, is 10 feet of water and about 6 inches of stone. There's dirt. Why is the sun so big on the
Wait a minute. Explain that again. What are you saying?
Imagine the atmosphere as a lens.
Okay.
So why do you think the sun or the moon looks so much bigger on the horizon?
Why is that?
You ever thought about that?
Refraction.
I always thought it was just
It's not
in
refraction.
comparison to
Yeah,
the Earth because it's on the
bigger than that.
closer
Why
to the
is it
surface.
red?
Why is it red? The atmosphere.
You're looking through
going
all
through
that
more
dust,
air.
and yeah, you're looking
dust.
through 1,000 miles instead of 20 miles.
Okay.
So the moon gets smaller and turns totally white as it goes up.
Right.
So this is like astronomy. I'm not.
Right.
I did take
No, I see what
astronomy
you're
in college.
saying because you're looking at it on the plane and
Yeah. So
all
what was
the
the point of me
stuff
bringing that
between
up? I forget.
We were talking
Joe's
about
good at that.
Flights,
yeah.
radiation.
We were
Oh
talking
yeah.
about
So here's the
radiation.
deal. Whatever it is, you get a bunch of chest X-rays
Right.
when you fly during the day
Because of the sun, solar radiation.
because
right?
you're above. Like everybody knows, you're in the mountains. You get a worse sunburn. Why is that?
less oxygen.
Less dropping the UV.
Yeah.
So when you're at 35,000 feet, that's above the Himalayas.
Yeah.
You are up there, and there's on average 35,000 feet. This is a NASA statistic, so probably not true. 10 feet of water and 6 inches of stone. Because there's, if you condensed 35,000 feet of dust, the filter.
Oh wow.
Why when you hit a filter on your iPhone does it turn another color? Put a filter over it.
Right.
So think about the atmosphere. When you're looking straight up, the moon's fucking white. Looking at this angle, it's yellow.
Right.
It's big and orange on the, like, damn, that's big. It's not just where it's coming up. That's part of it.
Right.
It's that it's bubbled. It's deformed. It's like looking through a pair of glasses on the edge.
So you're looking through all that atmosphere. You're looking through pollution. You're looking through dirt. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad told me all that.
That's fucking amazing. Yeah.
So that's why moons are red. They're red when they rise. They're white when they go to the top.
It's all the shit we're looking at it through. Yeah, we've got a weird situation, huh? A big ass 1/4 size planet just floating. Just floating above us. We stare at it. Well, it's a full moon tonight. That is fucking weird. There's a planet that's right there.
I fell asleep at like 10 o'clock last night, missed your call, and I woke up at like 3:30, and I had to get up, and I looked out, and it looked fake. It was so
fake
beautiful.
sometimes,
It was a
yeah.
half moon, and I was looking out the hotel like a 500 yards from here, and I'm looking at how beautiful that is. It's just like, hey, it's okay to say it's made out of cheese. It probably isn't.
Did you ever see that movie Dark City?
Hell yeah, I love it.
Great fucking movie. Kiefer Sutherland.
Yep.
Fucking great movie. Sometimes
That's a good movie. That's like a Twilight Zone.
It's like a Twilight Zone. It's a classic. I'll watch that motherfucker again. But it makes me feel sometimes like reality. Like that movie was so strange because it was like this weird scripted reality that these people
But
were.
Joe,
like, they'd have to
your
find their way
family-
through the surface
Joe,
and shit.
They're all
Your
Luciferian.
family's real.
Yes.
Your consciousness is real.
No. I'm not saying.
No,
that
I know
a
you
real
know
life
that. No,
is-
I agree. It's all
I'm
virtual.
just saying it's fascinating.
I agree.
Sometimes to
I'm saying
think
you're
about
right.
that movie.
I'm saying you're right.
Yeah.
It is virtual.
Yes.
But you're real.
Yes, you're real too.
You've been all of us have been put into a simulation to basically test us. And that's the big thing I'm trying to get across to people.
Damn, Alex Jones. Let's wrap this motherfucker up.
Well, you're going to eat
It's
steak
almost
with us or you're going to say,
4
oh, I
o'clock.
can't
Yeah,
go eat?
let's eat, man.
All right, so let me ask this question.
Okay, go ahead.
You can helicopter in at South Africa or wherever I can. Can you imagine the film searching flat Earth?
Let's do
And like
it.
Eddie
But
Bravo,
I'm sending a
but-
representative.
We
Let's
should
do
have,
it.
No.
Fuck
Eddie,
yeah.
you should be on the
I'm
show.
not going.
Who would you send as a representative? Do you have a guy?
I'll have a contest.
Do you really believe
Trust
him?
me.
Oh, that's a good move.
No.
Have a contest.
Yeah, and then we'll just have a
Yeah.
Eddie,
cameraman
you're
on
gonna
the
say
whole
it's made
time.
up. No,
we'll
no,
have a
Eddie,
cameraman. You pay for the cameraman's flight.
Eddie, GPS
That's
is
all time.
hundreds of these satellites. Was
Jamie can film.
64.
Wouldn't it be a
How many
good
satellites
move?
are the GPS? So there's this whole GPS, and you can like leave LA on a ship, and you can go all the way over to Japan and see everybody, and go down around India and around Africa. And you can go land in New York.
You could do it if it's if a flat plane. That's like you're just not thinking right. You could go anywhere you want. If it's flat, you just go anywhere you want. People think like, how could you travel
told
around?
me today-
How could you circumnavigate if it's
listen, we can't
unless it's a
talk-
ball?
Let's not do this. You told me this morning. Now, Joe, let's get off this. You told me this morning.
Not this morning. Yesterday.
No, we talked
this
this
morning.
morning.
Oh, it was this morning.
You said
My phone was dead.
you said basically that
Seemed
there
like
was no way to
yesterday.
prove any of this.
Approve any of what? What are you talking about? This. What's this?
Reality, space,
You're
Like, this
saying
is
trees.
You're generalizing.
no. I'm not mad at you questioning. I think it's great. I'm not
No,
saying
what
go
is
to
this?
jail or be sued for
Well,
questioning.
You just said that I said something, and I don't even know
Where
what
do you
mean.
think this whole
Problem
space?
is, I got Alzheimer's now.
What do you,
I can't-
what
You
do you
just
think
said-
this shit with like people thinking the Earth is flat or people thinking space is fake? What do you think that's coming from?
I'll tell you. in my view. We'll get Eddie's view and your view.
Oh my God, we're gonna have to sit
Hold
through
on,
this
let me
shit.
hear
You've
his.
got a spectrum. So you've got people that don't even know they're human or if life exists. Is this all hallucination because they've been lied to so much for so long they don't know it's true? And then over here you've got people that just believe whatever they see on CNN. And me, I'm just trying to look at everything going, well, they've lied a lot, but sometimes it's not that. A lot of times it's incompetence, what's real. And so I don't blame it any that's like way over here or other people that are like way over here because they're trying to find some solace and believe there's order in the universe. The truth is there's not order in the universe. There's people trying to bring order to the universe, and that's why they stage events so they can try to bring order within that event. That's all I'm trying to say.
What event are you talking about?
No, Northwoods or Gulf of Tonkin
okay.
or
False flag.
whatever the thing is, or taking a real event and making it big. But it's not bad to question that. And so how do we get convinced to say, well, I ask questions and I need to be shut down. As long as I'm legitimately asking questions and who's going to judge that, I have that right. So that's where we're all going. Just what does the system want to get rid of? Free speech, right to self-defense, the family. Defend those things and ask yourselves, what are we about to discover?
Fucking man, I believe in that. You can say that shit again. What was it? Right to bear arms, free speech. And what was the third one?
Family.
Family? No. What were those were the
Sneezing.
big three.
Sneezing. Joe, let me
Yeah,
ask you a
sneeze.
question.
What were
Please
the
do.
big three? Say that again.
I think mystery is what's key. I think mystery is what's key.
Mystery is what's key.
But
I'm
here's the
hungry.
thing. Now you get why. And I appreciate you having me on, guys. Why I
pleasure.
don't want to be like, my life is not Sandy Hook. I'm sad their
Well,
kids died.
yeah. Tell me what you were telling me earlier that you were actually even before all this happened, you were planning your exit strategy. Like you get weary of this.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm afraid of the fight, but I'm 45, and I've had a long, adventurous life, so I'm probably like 60. And I was already, like, I wasn't sure about Trump or whatever. I had this really bad feeling when he got elected. Not that he was bad, just like, oh, the war's about to start. And then I was already planning to kind of face things out just because I don't want to, like, die when I'm 55 of a heart attack. And the fact they attacked me so much makes me have to battle and fight and never give up. And so it's not like they even wore me down before they kept me in the game. I don't want to explain it. They kept me in the game, attacking me and lying about me, because now I'm now becoming what I was worried about. Now I dream about this stuff.
That was what you were worried about initially?
Yeah, because I realized about 4 or 5 years ago
It's obsessive.
that I was already totally obsessed.
You were telling me that it fucks with your head. That the certain amount of it, after a while, it just fucks with your head.
Yeah, the negativity.
Yeah.
And I like to have dreams. I have like dreams that are like 20 years long, like you talk about DMT, where I'm a farmer and like it's like 500 years ago, and I'm just like planning things and eating food and like putting my kids to sleep and like cutting trees down and like walking around. I have dreams where I'm just like normal and just being a normal person. And so I didn't like the globals think like they have like all these shows, Homeland, all these shows around this big demon. I didn't like calculate what I was going to do. And then I was already not ready to give up. I was ready to move on and innovate. And now it's almost like it's God doing it. God's like, no, it's not that easy. You're going to be pinned against the wall by your enemies and you're going to fight to the death. And then I don't believe God's a sadist, but I realize it's God's plan. I'm not going to be turned loose. I wasn't just going to do a couple tours in this fight and be turned loose. And so it's been freeing to realize that this is all a big stage and God wants to see some people dance. But I tell you, the globalists think they're like running me out or they think they've got me. It's the difference. It's like it's the opposite. Now they've turned me into this maniac.
Well, there's definitely some sort of a struggle going on right now. And seems to be like a universal struggle for figuring out what people are and how we should behave and who gets to decide that. And there's certain universal truths that are ignored, and there's certain ones that are overemphasized, and there's certain ones that are, that are in the Goldilocks spot. And we're working it out. I think that's part of what's going on with human beings. But what we have to be really, really careful of is that by silencing some people and never giving them any path to retribution, we create eternal enemies. And this is what easily could be happening right now when someone doesn't have the ability to express themselves.
Because an evil force wants conflict, and what you say is
I don't
totally
even know if it's an evil force, but it's a
archetypal force.
they're listening to all those around them, and there's a hive mind sort of thinking to a lot of this. There's not a lot of debate about.
And by the way, let's just say this, Joe, and to 10th Planet, everybody else. You didn't give in to the pressuring of the threat. It was more of the nagging, like a siren, like a bitching woman, not against women. But I mean, I get it. That's why I am.
Yes.
And so that's why you didn't have me on. But then you realize I was just a symbol of you just trying to live the life and put out good ideas and talk to people. But folks are going to make you choose a side. And that's what's happening in this quickening is I don't want to choose a side.
That's why Ryan Seacrest has got it nailed. Nobody's coming to Ryan Seacrest for like political advice. He's got it nailed. He hosts a bunch of shows. He's a real nice guy. He's got a great smile. He's figured it out.
But you understand, Joe,
Sticking that sweet spot, man.
Probably looking at you going, dummy. Look at that guy. We're talking about
Keep
anything
your
and
opinions
everything.
to yourself.
Oh my God.
But Joe,
he's just leaving himself wide open.
Entropy that's stagnant water. Oh, it's still, nothing's going on. It's all clear.
Yes.
It's dead and rotting. What's a live ocean? Big crashing waves.
Yes.
I mean, seriously, I've seen beyond. Everybody has, but I've seen way beyond. Guys, you want to be in the conflict. You want to be in the fight. You want to take all you're not successful, Joe, because you played along with the system. You're successful because you did it organically and real. Doesn't mean it's perfect, doesn't mean it's bad. It was real. That's why you're a success. And then they come in and you think, oh, I'm not saying you're bad, I'm the same way. Oh, all these people are telling me how great I am. I play ball with them because I've got, this thing, but they want you because they're soulless. And so all I'm saying is you've made the right decision. And I'm not just saying having me on because I'm not perfect, is deciding, no, America's still America, the world's still the world. We're allowed to talk about real things and hear real things because they want to shut other voices down so they can lie about those voices. And any idea that fears exposure or fears debate is a failed idea.
Well, I have a unique perspective. My perspective is less and less inclined to pursue it in the idea that it's a fight and more to be able to pursue reason. And to have everybody communicate with each other. Because I think part of what the fuck is wrong with all of us today is that people are so willing to take sides, and so willing to join teams, and so willing to fight about shit that they really don't have to fight about.
And you I wanted to say this, I'm going to say it because this is so powerful. I don't dislike Donald Trump. And I think he's done some good things on trying to do peace and trying to get jobs back to America. But I hate Donald Trump. Because I got behind him because I knew Hillary was bad, and then he became my identity. He's not a bad guy, but the truth is I hate him more than Hillary Clinton. Because he's who I am now, and whatever he does is who I am.
Right.
I'm
You're
not with Donald Trump.
Right.
I'm with America and freedom and everything else, and I'm not throwing him under the bus to get George Soros on my back. Though they already asked me for the reasons I'm not with him. I'm not against even Trump. But I get in a fight like this that's so dumbed down that then no matter what I do, they take my radicalness, my weirdness to hurt Trump. But then all it does is like radioactively attack me. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like Trump is breaking my legs every day. And it's not like I'm not willing to go through the pain, except a lot of what he says I don't agree with, and he's not my identity. Sandy Hook's not my identity.
Well, this is
Donald
just
Trump's
you're
not my
talking
identity.
from your own personal perspective, and I appreciate that he's not your. I don't know how many people actually think that he's your identity. But I think that what we're getting at that's important is that we don't have
No, when
to
they're
fight.
shooting at me, they're going at Trump.
I'm sure there's a lot
And
of
I don't
that.
mind the shooting at Joe. It's that I'm not Donald Trump.
I understand that from you, but what I'm talking about is just the human race in general. If we could just do one thing, be reasonable. Just be reasonable. And understand that emotions cloud judgment, and that when people start screaming and yelling at each other, and you take one side and you're the left, and this guy takes another side and he's the right, and you're going back and forth.
It defaults to mindlessness.
It's nonsense, and you don't ever get anything solved, and you never get to understand how that other person thinks and feels. And we're constantly trying to mock people. And what you were talking about the Bill Maher thing, about him cracking a joke, and I dismissed it as a joke because it was a joke. We was talking about how the red states wish they were the blue states and all that shit. That's exactly the type of thing we're talking about, though. That us versus them. That me versus, like, you're generalizing for entire swaths of the country as if they're one united
I feel bad
way
every
of
time I
thinking.
say California's lost. This is a beautiful state, a lot of great people.
But there's
But
just
they
a
put us-
lot of people here. A lot of them are fucking lost. That's a fact. You know, there's like, who knows how many, there's like 30-something million people.
38 million?
It's crazy. That's a giant country. in a
What's
lot
the
of places.
population of California?
It's fucking giant. That's too many people to. There's no way you can say Californians do this. There's fucking Californians that are ranchers.
40 million
Can't
now.
we fit the whole population of
Is
the
your
world
mic
in
on?
Texas, though? So when you look at, isn't that,
Yeah, you
isn't
got
that
2
true?
feet to
Right,
move.
but where's the
No,
answer?
we are
Food.
overpopulated in some ways, though, with our technology. But let me just make this point. Man, we got to end this.
Pee so bad.
Well, go pee and come back. We'll finish 5 more minutes because I want to get into the. I gotta pee. I gotta pee.
Talk to Eddie. Talk some sense into
I got to
it.
piss
Oh my
too.
God, here we go. Tell me about Buzz Aldrin. Tell me about your boy Buzz Aldrin.
You know, I'll tell you about Buzz Aldrin. He told me.
Jesus Christ.
I got to piss too.
I know where you going, man. Okay, it's going to be Browns.
Infowars.com.
ClevelandBrowns.com. I'm here
No one's posting
live.
on Infowars.com.
No, they can't both leave.
Jamie,
Eddie, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So, what do you think about the wide receiver of the Browns?
I don't think we can turn the talk to Brown talk right now.
No?
Unfortunately.
Is there any conspiracy theory that you kind of are suspicious of? There's got to be at least one.
Yeah, there's definitely. I'm
Like
not,
which one? Like 9/11. 9/11. You think? Are you familiar with Tower 7?
Yeah, I would say from almost every story, even the stuff we've talked about before in the past, I don't believe the official, in quotes.
Okay. So
story.
you know that Tower 7 was the third tower that went down. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, I look more when that comes up. All of the surrounding information about what was in the building, not the actual event. I know the event happened. I'm not so curious about that.
But did you see the video of Tower 7 just going falls
sure.
at free fall
Yeah.
speed? That's got to be a little suspicious. Right, a red flag got to come up, at least, right? If you're really trying to get to the truth, you're like, wait a minute.
I would say it's
This
more
mother-
suspicious that a third building fell that wasn't.
It wasn't even
touched,
hit.
but,
Exactly.
yeah.
That's what the whole story is with Tower 7. And not only was it not touched by a plane, it went down at free fall speed, and it's caught on video at like 5 different angles. Right? There's 5 different angles. No one's saying that it's fake footage. That's Tower 7, a 47-story skyscraper, fucking falling at free fall speed. Some people are saying it got hit with a direct energy weapon. Some people are saying that it was brought down like a controlled demo in Vegas, like one of those buildings, But regardless of how it was brought down, you got to look at that video footage and go, wait a minute.
And why is YouTube taking down Building 7 footage?
Yeah.
I mean, here's my
And
thing about
flat
Building
Earth
7.
footage. Why are they going after flat
I was
Earth?
on syndicated radio on like 50 stations in 2001, and I'm sitting there. That's actually I was on 120 stations. So I lost like 70% of them for saying it was an inside job. I didn't mean the firemen blew it up. I'm watching Fox News, CNN at my studio. And then I go get a pizza at 4 o'clock with CBS Radio back then. And they go, Solomon Brothers, Building 7 is going to be brought down to controlled demolition to save other buildings. So I go back on air and announce Building 7 is being brought down to save other buildings. And for like 5 years, everyone goes, I'm crazy. Then CNN and all of them archive it on the internet. And everyone's watching Building 7 going, BBC, ABC.
Let me ask you,
CNN.
what do you think happened with Tower 7?
CNN, ABC, and CBS told me the government blew it up.
The government
I
blew
mean,
it
you can
up.
play the clips. They go, the cops are like, get back, we're blowing it up. And the media goes, oh, you mean the cops blew it up? No, the cops are told, get back on the countdown. I've
But
interviewed
do
the
you
cops
think-
like
but
10, 9,
explain it to
7,
me.
6, 5, 4, 3.
Explain it to me. Do you think that they had detonations set up already in the building?
See,
when they
that's where this goes
constructed it?
next, Joe, which I used to always like try to follow down what it means. I don't know. I've learned to go, hey, I've got 5 different newscasts when it happened and before saying they blew it up. I don't know what happened.
Is it possible that it collapsed because of those gigantic diesel fires, right? And then
That was Tower 1 and 2. 7's its own building.
Seven had a diesel,
right, had diesel bunker.
tanks in the basement,
Called a
and they
bunker.
caught fire. And they said it was an inferno. And they said it cooked through
So
the
see
internal.
how he knows all
hold,
this?
hold on a second.
It's always,
But I want to ask you this because I don't know.
oh, yeah, right.
But they said that what happened was this is whoever the fuck explained it that was making these YouTube videos, that the fire had burnt through the internal structure of the building at such a high temperature that all of these floors collapsed. They pancaked. And then it came down.
But it never happened before or since.
Right, never hasn't happened before or since. That's a fact.
Joe,
here's the thing about
the
this.
Alex Jones 18 years ago would argue every point and say I knew what happened.
Okay.
The Alex Jones of 2019 is honest.
Well, I'm glad you're.
And I'm going to say, I've seen them say they blew it up and nobody can describe it. I don't know, Joe, what happened?
Right. Well, when you look at it, the way it falls exactly like a controlled demolition. Exactly.
So
it falls from the top down. But if you actually
and free
watch,
fall speed.
right? But if you watch the full video, the center of it collapses. Like there's a full video where you're looking at the top of the building, and the center of it collapses far before the outside does.
That's how they take out the elevator
They
shafts
take out
first.
the central thing first.
And then they light up the rest of the beam.
Do they do this with? Did they have it all set in advance? So they knew that 9/11 was going to come in 2
You
weeks?
just answered my question. I don't know.
Right.
And what they do is they take like some clip of me from 20 years ago or 18 years ago going, here's CBS News, and they don't show it. I mean, I've got CBS, I've got BBC.
Is it possible that even though Operation Northwoods happened, Gulf of Tonkin was a conspiracy, is it possible that the internal fires in that building were so unbelievably hot that it fucked up every floor and they really did pancake on top of each other and then the exterior structure just collapsed? Is that possible? Because I'm not an engineer.
I've had the engineers say it's not.
It's not possible at all?
And here's the problem, Joe. They announced it fell in its own footprint 27 minutes before it did on 5 channels.
Damn.
BBC World.
That true?
BBC, CNN, and CBS. Joe, I like to eat food.
I do too.
It was 4 o'clock. I've been on air since the morning on syndicated radio. I drove down to the local pizza place at 4 o'clock, got my pizza, was eating it in the car, and I heard CBS radio driving home. And they said, the decision has been made to save other buildings to control demolition. The Solomon Brothers building, Building 7. By the way, we have these clips now. But no one archived stuff then. So I go on air and I go, yeah, they just blew up a building. Everybody started freaking out.
But here's the thing.
And then they blew it up.
How long does it take to set up explosives to the point where you can pancake
It normally
building?
takes a week.
A
and
week?
that was the next story. But then I interviewed the head of emergency management for New York.
Yeah.
And the loose change people got him on. And he says, no, I was there. They had bombs. The CIA. Because you know it was based in Building 7, right?
No chicks.
What?
The CIA, the FBI, all of it.
Wasn't it NSA as well?
Everything. See, he always says, oh, I don't know. He goes, I'm not just kissing Joe's ass. Like, he's beyond
Joe
Alex
knows
Jones.
what's up.
He's no, it's bullshit, man.
No,
I mean,
I
you know
forget
every
things.
fucking thing, dude. Just fucking say it yourself. No.
Why don't you explain it to everybody?
Oh, yeah, you're like,
do a
wasn't the
better
NSA in
job.
there, too? It's like,
You do a
yeah,
better job
it's
than me.
40 fucking stories of fucking government.
Right.
So there's 40.
With a diesel tank and pre-rigged explosives in case shit hits the
Dude,
fan.
I didn't believe, I wasn't
Imagine
sure
that.
then, even though I heard CBS say they blew it up, and even though, and like the news would go, Jones says firefighters blew it up, because the government, same thing, point you made is a good point. Like I'm saying the government, no, I don't mean my grandpa was in the army.
If it really did pancake from the fire, what a shit design.
Yeah.
What a terrible design. I'd be so mad at that
Well,
architect.
those were the
What
debates from Underwriting
fuck did you
Laboratories.
make,
Because
man?
everyone went and looked at the blueprints.
Yeah.
And it is New York. And I'm not defending what you're saying. Because 7 was built well. It was looked at by lawsuits. They were sued. Tower 1 and 2, though, they were built with like bubble gum and like Band-Aids.
Really?
Oh, those buildings were already leaning.
Oh, no.
It was a big mob scam. Yeah, they
Oh,
were.
no.
They already
They were
had
fucking leaning?
They already had buckling in the wind.
Oh,
And they
no.
had mathematicians guess that within like 5 years, one building would collapse.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my God.
So there goes your argument. It's New York. These buildings are built for shit. And that's when as you get older, you go,
Some of them are built for shit, right? For sure, right?
I don't, yeah. I mean, I hear you.
Especially back then. When the
What is
fuck
inside
did
your
they-
bag? You get more tobacco?
No, I do have more tobacco, but I'm just.
Can I have a little bit more tobacco?
Yes, for sure, 100%.
Not to say
You know who Dr. Judy Wood is?
Oh,
no.
I do know.
She's got Dr. Judy Wood wrote a book called "Where Did the Towers Go?"
Yeah, particle
and her
beam stuff.
theory. Her theory is this is just this is just some lady, scientist lady.
No, I know.
saying
She said it was a federal agent for not believing her.
based on the
I've
fact
heard
that there was, this is what she claims, based on the video
Her and Fetzer?
and the pictures that she has of where the towers collapsed.
By the way, I'm
she's
tired
saying
of Fetzer speaking for me. Sorry.
she's saying that there was no rubble. The name of the book is called "Where Did the Towers Go?" She said that direct energy weapons, some kind of direct energy weapons, dustified the buildings, turned the buildings to dusk because there was no rubble.
A dude gave me a book on that.
Have you
He's
seen
like,
that?
You
It's
got to
crazy.
read this. He's like,
In
yeah, they
Australia?
use-
In Australia?
No, he's in America. He was in L.A. He told me they use Tesla technology. I was like, what? He gave me
Eddie,
this
I'm
book.
not saying you're wrong to ask that question.
You know what? For me, it doesn't matter if it was justified or they
But
blew
I
them
have
up
been
Las
accused-
Vegas style.
I have
It doesn't
been
matter.
accused- here's the
Those
thing.
buildings, in my opinion,
In
got
Sandy
blown
Hook
up.
and in the World Trade Centers, I've been accused of covering up. And I don't like that.
You mean what?
He doesn't. He's been accused of covering things up, of being a bullshitter.
No, like I'm covering up.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Well,
Jones
you
says
know,
the
you know a lot
man,
about
Jones says 9/11.
A lot of people think. A lot of people
I
think
don't
you're a
think those were
Zionist.
hologram planes.
A lot of people think you're a Zionist shill. You know that. That's the biggest one. That's the biggest one about Alex Jones.
You know, I'll be honest with you.
That's the biggest one. People always, and you know what? I always have your back. Always, always. I said, you know what? If I didn't know him, I would probably think that too.
since this is
But
so epic.
I know you. You are honestly making it a mission in your life to search for the truth. You're all about liberty. You're for real. You want the best for people. You're looking out for the people's best
Well, let me
interests.
tell you where I really
so
stand.
whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you're wrong. But when
Joe, you wanna say something
you
about
are.
Russell?
Oh, so it's hard for me when I'm saying I always have your back. It's hard for me to think you're like some Zionist shit. I'm like, I know
Well,
this
listen,
motherfucker.
man. People make up
Yeah.
rumors about all kinds of people. They come up with ideas that they want to push. They decide to, accuse someone of doing something really stupid, like being a part of something that they're not.
Here's the best
It's
way to
normal.
describe it.
I
But you
always
see
have your
it.
back, Alex. You know
When you
that.
see
I
it,
take,
no,
a lot,
it's a
I
good
take a
question
lot
to
of
ask.
heat for it.
when you-
People
No, no.
think I'm a shill. They think I'm a Zionist now
I don't think you're a
because
shill.
You
well,
gotta
I'm
stop
friends
talking
with
to those
you.
people. But when you
Yeah, they're just going to
see
intimidate you more.
conspiracies, when you see conspiracies against you that you know aren't true, doesn't that make you distrust conspiracies?
Well, I told you that's
Part of it. That's the evolution of you between you now and you.
yeah.
10
Like there's a
years
lot
ago.
of stuff that's lies, but then people that just say everything's BS, you got to check it.
There's
And
a
so-
lot of that going on, right?
Exactly. So let me try to answer Eddie's question because your question is excellent as well, and the two go together. I grew up in Dallas, Texas in the 80s and 90s when it was like the murder capital of the country. And I lived in a middle class area, but it was still like, and I got in fight with rednecks. I got in fight with racist Mexicans. There were racist white people attacking Mexicans. But I had big black guys attacking me who like flunked 3 grades in school, and my black friends would say, "Man, you're so cool. You're not racist, even though, my cousin who's 18 or if you're like 14 just attacked you." And that was all just part of a development. People do things. It doesn't care what color their skin is or where they came from. There's good black people. There's bad black people. There's good white people. There's bad white people. There's good Mexicans, there's bad Mexicans. There's good Asians, there's bad Asians. There's good North Koreans, there's bad North Koreans. And I'm stating really simple stuff here everybody knows. But I'll go to a restaurant if they've got good food. I don't care if it's Ethiopian or if it's Mexican or if it's German. If the food's good and the people are nice, I love it. Like a women, like I love black women, I love white women, I love Hispanic women. I love them all. Like if the woman's cool, like I know a bunch of black women that are bitches, black women that are cool.
What about Swedish bitches?
I love them all. The point is, let's just say I'm super gay. But the point is, what I'm getting at here though is,
I don't like Swedish
what did I just get into all this?
I don't know. Let's wrap this up.
No, we need to wrap it up. But I got to make this point.
I don't know what it is.
How was I getting into that? Oh, the racism thing.
Oh.
It's not about. And I know I'm saying something so simple. Everybody's like, "Yeah, you told me grass is green." Martin Luther King, like, it doesn't matter what color someone is. It matters what they stand for, what they do. I go to restaurants that can be owned by Koreans or black people or white people, whatever. If the food's good, like music, like I love Jimi Hendrix. He's a black guy.
What if the food sucks?
Then I hate it. But it's not because they're white or because they're
Of course,
Hispanic.
of course.
So I know, Joe, I know I'm
Dude,
saying
you've been
obvious.
sitting next to a Mexican for 3 hours. 100% believe you.
You totally love Mexicans.
I do too. Mexican food.
Fuck
Two.
yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Joe, we've had a big epic interview.
It's been pretty goddamn
and
good.
people at the end, this is not your record 6 hour though.
No, but it's pretty damn good. We're at like 4 hours or something like that.
All right.
You
well,
think this? I think you guys talked enough aliens to fucking really boost your search engine results on YouTube.
No, we'll be
I
eliminated from all search engine results. But I really
no, there's no
wonder
doubt
about
you'll be
that.
penalized for this. And Joe, you should say something about that. Like, you're an American, you're allowed to talk to me. Because they're going to say, Joe Rogan had Jones on to say no one died at Sandy Hook. BS.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anyone's going to say that, but people probably will say some things. But I think also, the idea that like anybody should be able to tell you that you can't talk anymore ever. If you said one thing that people don't like, or if you do talk, it has to be only on your side and you have to be trapped out of all of the different platforms for social media. It's a slippery slope, And
Well,
I'm
they're
not
training
promoting
people-
hate, but here's the thing: you're not a hateful person. I know you're not a hateful person. You might have said things that are angry in the past about certain people, or been angry about a certain event in the news, but you're not a hurtful, angry person. If there's things that you say that they can say, hey, this violates some sort of a pattern of behavior, you're attacking someone, you're giving out someone's address, that kind of shit, they should be able to take it down.
Yeah, I agree.
They
They
be
should
able to-
show. That's not speech that's fair enough either. I'm not doing
but
that.
that's what I was going to get to. There should be a clear set of rules, and you could look at these rules the way a lawyer would look at them and say, is this in violation? Is my client arrested? Well, no, your client didn't have anything illegal on him, and we did a search and we found no drugs and we found no illegal weapons. So, but we suspected that he was up to something.
And that's
we
what
don't
I'm
like
getting
the way he
at.
was talking.
Just in closing to say this, I don't want to make myself the center of this. At the end of the day, InfoWars went from really successful and huge to like zeitgeist insane.
But do you take any responsibility for any of that? Do you think
I'm
this-
a human. I'm not perfect.
Right. Do you think that maybe it made it easy for some of the people that were going to attack you, and I've been guilty of this myself, by providing fuel?
No, yeah.
By saying stupid shit.
They take it out of context.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying is
Exactly.
they say it. It's globalist funded, big corporation. This is what I'm going to say in closing. It's come out. We're going to release this soon.
Well, the thing is, it's all left wing. That's where it's weird.
But
you
it's
have
a problem.
it's a problem because you have one ideology that's overwhelmingly in control of tech. And I agree with them on a lot of things, on social programs, and a lot of it on welfare and universal basic income and civil rights and women's rights. I agree with them on a lot of stuff. But it's an ideology, like any ideology.
But Joe, I want to
And
agree with you.
You have to
I want to
jump
agree with you, but
aboard.
you're wrong.
But it doesn't have free speech in it. There's a lot of
Joe,
issues.
I just learned all this 2 weeks ago.
What?
I got documents. I'll come back if you want.
What did you just learn?
You're
what?
right. I've been attacking the left for doing it, and they're the instrumental group that's carrying it out. Who you would think would defend. If you're right-wing fascist, who do you get to go after free speech?
Who do you get?
The left.
Uh-huh.
And you
trick 'em.
You trick them. And I'm not
So
trying
you
to
think
worship.
the right wing is tricking the left wing into shutting down free speech?
No, I've confirmed.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have confirmed
It's a goddamn conundrum
that the
wrapped in a
Republican
riddle.
Party, not the average, Tea Party people, the Republican Party is blue blood. It thinks it runs the Democrats. And it learned what was happening. And I can come back for a whole show if you want on this, or come on my show about it. No, seriously.
I'll come on your show. I'm going to be in,
that's why the
in
Republicans.
March. I'm going to be at Cap City Comedy Club in Austin.
Promise you're coming on.
I'm coming on.
All right, good.
I'm coming on. Set up Friday.
Joe, I'm not just saying this. I swear to God, dude, I'll tell
bring
you bad stuff
tobacco.
about me. I'll tell you bad stuff about me. I'm telling you the truth here.
I believe you.
The tobacco was amazing, by the way.
It's pretty good stuff.
I swear to
You could be a stand-up comedian.
It could be, right?
You could transition.
My problem is,
You want to do stand-up?
sure,
You could crush Alex.
Joe. I'm not
You'd be
trying to
very
lie
funny,
to you,
man.
Dude, he would
Joe,
crush.
I'm telling you the
You're
truth,
very
man.
good.
I'm not trying to bullshit like everybody else. I'm telling you, man. I the problem is it's so real. Like every time I forget what I was going to say. What was I talking about?
You being a comic?
Yeah, man.
No,
You said you wanted to
Turn
transition
you
out of
into
this.
a
What
goddamn
else?
stand-up
What else you
comic.
got planned?
What
was the other plan?
We were just talking about social media and YouTube and people being able to silence people and push their leftist ideology or,
Good, let me give you the answer.
right-wing ideology.
Don't
You were
believe
saying
me.
that the
If you-
Republicans were manipulating the Democrats.
Because I know your secret. You are an empathetic, real guy. That's why I love you. And you were kind of like, couldn't handle it anymore, which I actually want to be like that. So then you kind of dulled out, so I was aggressive because you look at it. I have looked at all this stuff, and I have seen what their own prospectus and their own plans are. And they go to Congress and they lie about all of it. They're not liberal. They're not conservative. It's big corporations lining up with China, as you said earlier, to unify the propaganda to, quote, influence China. No, dude, they get all the technology. They've used our open society to totally take over. And so that's what I'm trying to get through to you is that they're coming after everybody. Like you said earlier, when I first met you today, you walk in the office, I was here 10 minutes before you, and you go, I want to talk about the thing you said about, the censorship and how once they get us to submit, we're broken.
No, what you said was that it was a slippery slope, that if you give in 1%, you go, oh, it's 1%, I still have this other 99%, and then you start moving the boundaries. They start moving it closer and closer. And it 100% makes sense. People exist in these control patterns. It's really common.
And they keep asking me,
Yeah.
like, oh, when are you going to give up? Everything's okay as soon as you do. Like, when are you going to give up?
Be okay. What does that mean? What does give up mean? You stop talking? So if people enjoy watching, this is where it gets weird. If people enjoy watching you talk and other people don't, why can't the people who don't just not watch you talk? What is going on here?
He's promoting truth.
He is promoting truth. But I think what they've done is they've found these little pockets of things that you've said. Well, that too, but things you've said that maybe you shouldn't have said.
That threaten everybody. Like I don't want to put down, the truth is I make Jack Dorsey this villain. No, like we had Pool on, it's true. They had millions of people harassing the stock and attacking and lying, going, he's currently attacking children. He's trying to attack children at their houses. And so it wasn't the fact that I got in a CNN guy's face. And I get as a shareholder and a company owner, I'm not defending Jack Dorsey or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
What's the guy?
The other guy.
Twitter.
I don't know who the other guy. Jack Dorsey's the Twitter guy.
Yeah, and Oliver Darcy.
Yeah.
And it's all admitted is what I'm saying is I'm not even that guy's enemy. I understand like he had millions of people attacking the shareholders.
Yes.
Did you hear about there's a chef that makes pastries. She's worked there 10 years at Trump's hotel in Florida. And BuzzFeed found out who she was and doxed her and said she's a cult member, fire her.
Swiftly.
And you're like, what does that even mean? Like, why would anybody harass a pastry chef?
That's a very good question. People feel like they're at war. That's part of the problem with all this shit. That's why I was saying be reasonable. People feel like they're at war, the right versus the left, instead of just being a bunch of people talking about ideas and trying to figure it out.
But at least take on Hillary or Alex Jones or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump. Well, since when is it
fucking pastry chef? Yeah, that's crazy.
By the way, you think I'm bull? You
No, I don't
think
think you're bullshit at all.
Type in BuzzFeed targets Trump pastry chef.
I don't think you're bullshit at all.
Let me ask you this, because I've been talking way too much. In closing here at the end of this transmission, we should talk about a lot of things, a lot of notes I have here. But the point is that tobacco was amazing.
Let me just tell you, this was a fun fucking podcast. It was fun. This is what I wanted people to see.
Well, then there's nothing to worry about.
What I wanted people to see is why I like Alex Jones, like why I enjoy hanging out with you. I wanted people to be able to see it. Because I have had to defend that because of this narrative that
but
you're
Joe,
this totally
you can say
guy.
I disagree with Alex and whatever.
Yeah.
You don't need to let the leftists make you bad. If I was Charlie Manson, I should be able to come on your show. I want you to come on my show.
All right. We don't have to do this Charlie Manson type thing, though.
But I would interview here's the thing I'm saying. I would interview if the devil in a big plume of smoke.
You would interview him? Would you want to stay a certain distance away from the devil?
The devil's very sexually seductive. The devil appears.
What are you going to do stand up? Will you just please just go to an open
Have you
mic?
ever seen the devil?
Yes, I have.
Hotter than hell.
Yeah?
Hot in a
Okay.
good way. No, but I've denied the
Just
devil.
open mic
The
night.
devil is pure sexual seduction.
You know the ovation
Joe,
you
I
would
think
get when you
you've
went on
seen
stage?
Joe, how sexy is the devil?
I wouldn't say sexy. I don't think I could get it up in front of a demon.
No, not a demon. This is Lucifer.
Oh, the big one.
The Big Daddy.
You never know until he's kissing you, I guess.
You could be the next Sam Kinison.
No, but it's the thing, like,
You know what I mean? Remember Sam Kinison was like a preacher?
Yeah, well, when he
You
was
know what I mean?
screaming and yelling about the babies,
Preaching.
Jesus Christ, he was
Yes.
over the top.
Yeah,
You do
and
it.
then
but
he
you
just
know,
said, fuck it.
we make
timing.
jokes about this. When I was like a little kid, and I was having one of these visions when I was asleep, I hadn't seen Conan the Destroyer yet, or Conan the Barbarian was the first one. Conan the Destroyer. Remember how like the demon's like laying on its side, it's like
Yes.
this good-looking guy. He turns into this big fucking goblin, attacks everybody.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, that was like the thing. Like I would like try to, in these dreams, I go way out to the edge of the universe. You'd be like, I was like, it's a gay dude like sitting there on his side like this. And then a few years later, I saw Conan the Destroyer, and I'm like, that's the thing from the dream. So what I'm saying is, I'll tell you another story.
Okay.
You've seen like the Hobbit remake.
Yeah.
Where Gandalf goes to the castle and Sauron's not made his body yet.
Right.
And he looks like that. He's like that fire. I've seen exactly that. So you want to talk about what the real controllers of the Greys are? It looks like Sauron.
Have you ever had a significant head injury? You have? What happened to you? What happened to you?
You know, they're got an NPR piece coming out next week that I pile drive some guy. I never did that.
What happened? What happened to your head?
I've been pile drived.
Somebody pile drived you? And what happened? How old were you?
I'll not argue.
It was about 13.
13.
14.
Somebody pile drived you in your head. Did it change your personality?
I got up and punched him in the throat, and they had a tracheotomy. Almost died.
Wow. So was it a
It was
friend
like
of yours?
it was like the state wrestling champion, middleweight, and his cousin or something. And like Dallas was like this, like, you know, got me down. I was never starting fights, man. These people. Here's the thing: I'm not a victim of racial attacks. I'm not like Jeffrey or Jesse Smollett. Because I fought rednecks and I got my leg broken, you know, by.
So this guy pile drived you on your head when you were 13.
Yeah, and then
What did it do to your personality?
And then I had to fight his whole family. Well, fight most of his family. It was a game changer.
Did it change? But do you have any significant change from that head injury? Sometimes when people have head injuries, especially it seems like young people.
Stuff just got better after that.
Really?
Oh, a lot of.
That's pretty good timing.
He's all Joe's all serious. Like, dude, we got to get to the root of this.
That's good timing.
No,
But
no,
I
no,
mean, it's
no.
like, that's
I am
happened to a
brain
lot of
damaged,
folks.
There's no doubt.
My friend Dave Foley was just on here, and he was talking about how he got drunk and he fell down and cracked his head. It's crazy, but it cured his depression.
Yeah, let me explain this. Any given time, if somebody's a regular guy and I would never start a fight, they kick my ass. Like the average 150-pound guy, you're probably kicking my ass. But when like a bunch of people are coming after me, it's like Darth Vader. And when I was a kid, I mean, I learned right away. Like the first time I bashed somebody's head into the concrete when they attacked me, I got hard in hell.
But when the kid dropped you on your head, what effect did it have on you physically?
It was by the field house because his cousin had attacked me and I beat him up. And so the state wrestling champ, who's like a senior, comes and goes, "Oh yeah!" And he slammed around and he got up when my head was bleeding like he'd won, and I punched him in the neck and broke his. They had to tracheotomy. He almost died. I was like, "Yeah, he almost killed me." He was like, he could like he slammed me in the ground. My head's bleeding, all these stitches right here, and then he couldn't believe when I got up and said, "Well, you die." He couldn't understand like the energetic equivalence.
He couldn't understand being the nail. You could only understand being the hammer.
He didn't understand that. And then they took me to jail, but they let me go. I'm not some tough guy. The point is, I'm getting killed. I'm going to fight back. And so Dallas was like.
So what happened to your head after that?
I mean,
Here I come.
I never even got knocked out in that one. He slammed my head in the ground. And I remember, like, everybody made the joke because the concrete cracked.
Oh,
It
Jesus
was like on the
Christ.
edge of the concrete. He pile drived me right into the concrete and like split my head way open. This is her story. And I remember just getting up. It was like slow motion, pushing right in the neck. And the ambulances and the police came. There was that story.
Did you go to the hospital?
No, they took me to jail for that, but then they let me go.
They didn't check your head? Did you tell them you got pile drive?
No, they sewed it up.
They sewed it up in the
I was
jail?
fine.
But they didn't like check to see if you had a severe concussion or anything?
Subdermal hematoma, no.
Wow.
Go ahead, Joe. Admit it.
I mean, what?
You think that he's a conspiracy theorist because he got dropped on his head?
I think there's something to people that have had head trauma that become brilliant at speaking things.
It's true. The black
Sam
dude only
Kinison.
lost
I don't
the
think he
fight.
got dumped
the
that
black
hard.
dude.
It
his
doesn't
name
sound
was,
like he
his name was
really
Corey
got
Strange.
dumped.
His name was Corey Strange. The only reason he won was he was better and more powerful than me. He had like fucking. He had 6 packs. Look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, black dude. He waited and gloated while blood was coming out of my head.
Oh shit!
The
that's
only
why he
reason he
fucked up.
lost was he
Yeah.
gloated.
Yeah, and
he
then
was
you
way
came up
more
from
of a man
behind
than
him.
me.
But you broke the concrete with your head. That's big.
No, you didn't. The concrete didn't actually break, did it?
Maybe it didn't, but they made the joke.
Okay. So either it did or it
You got
didn't.
knocked out.
He still got spiked on his
Were you
head on
knocked
the
out cold?
concrete.
No.
Dude, getting spiked on your
Nobody's-
head on the
Other
concrete.
than me choking myself with other people
Fuck.
for fun, I've never been knocked out.
Okay, so I don't think
One time a guy hit me
I don't
in the
think he
head
got
with
dropped
postal
on,
daggers.
on his head that hard.
Incorrect. You're incorrect. You
I don't think so.
absolutely.
I think he barely tapped his head. He would have been knocked out.
Maybe not. It doesn't matter. Like sometimes people get knocked out through severe head injury. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes their head
No, but
cracks.
what
they
you
get
say is true.
fractured
My
bones.
dad-
They
oh,
but
there's-
hold on. Sometimes they never lose consciousness. You can't think they always lose consciousness. Sometimes
When
their
I
head
would
gets
get
cracked.
knocked out, I would see like numbers like I was a robot. Like red. I would see like, everybody sees red? It's
Yeah.
like, it was like no, I'm not kidding. No, that's your story. That's your story.
Dude, man, when you get dinged, there's something about getting dinged with a punch. You see that flash, and you realize that like your central nervous system is like 30% functional. You're like, whoa, very,
No, but
very
that's
weird
when
feeling.
you see Joe's done it. That's what the people say. See stars, yeah. That's why the Luciferians said, "Oh, Hollywood stars," because they'd seen the stars. Like each star is like a whole data bank. And I remember like some dude choking me, and like guys are like, some dude's like pulling a knife out, and you see that knife pulling out, you're like, and like, and at that point, you see everything. For only those minutes when everything's clear, it's like
Survival motions.
But then
Yeah.
you see like the wars and the attacks and the submarines and the spacecraft, and like it's like when you dial into that, it's like total war. It's like,
Didn't you say that when your friends would choke you out, you'd have like these long dreams?
oh yeah, no.
only be out for a
I
couple
remember being in
seconds.
junior high, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, because I got choked out a couple other times, and I finally stopped. And there'd always be like guys like, it's incredible. We do this during lunch, and we go back and like someone would press on their arteries, and like, and the bad times when you hit your head. But it'd be like one time, like I remember this one time, they choked me out, and also it was like a black knight with a sword goes, "Rrr," and like attacks me on this horse, and then like it went, and then I was like in England thousands of years ago, and I had this wife and these kids, and it was a whole lifetime like taking care of them and like growing food, and like a kid starved to death and died, and it was like just those moments were like whole lives, dead kids, everything. That's what I'm saying. Like you dial into all those ancestors, and it was like my kids and kids starving to death, and like people attacking us.
So you think all that information from your ancestors somehow or another encoded somewhere
It's
in your
definitely
body?
encoded, Joe.
That makes sense if you think about what reincarnation must feel like. You know, when people have that feeling, they have this feeling that they lived before.
Our whole bodies are everybody before us.
Right, well,
it's not quite exactly. So people they underestimate. They go, "Oh, I lived before." No, they all lived before.
That would also explain certain fears that people just have as children. Like children have a fear of animals. Like you see an animal with big teeth. Children have a natural
They've never
fear
been
of
attacked by a cave, but their ancestors got killed by them.
Yeah, they probably got attacked by some bear somewhere, and and somehow or another they got through and they survived,
And that left
DNA
a
got
psychic
into that
impression
kid.
on the whole tribe.
Yep. It makes sense how animals learn things. I mean, animals just know things. My
Well,
dog.
you know about epigenetics? They have studies
Yeah.
where they can take 10-generation chickens in closed. UT did a study on this like 20 years ago, and fly a hawk over. They all ran scared.
Yep.
They fly a triangle. Nobody cares. The exact shape of a hawk makes all the chickens run.
Yep.
Because it's programming.
Exactly. It's why if you have a puppy and you take it for walks, even when it's like 6 weeks old, it'll never be around another dog again. It knows exactly what to do. It knows how to sniff things and piss on trees. It knows to check for other dogs' piss. It knows what to do. They know what to do. They know what animals to chase. They see a squirrel, they want to go after
Exactly.
it.
So what I've lined up is with them, when is it looks like our species is super old.
How old?
I don't know, because I can't even interpret the stuff I've seen. I mean, I saw you've seen
Into the breach.
what was that stupid Tom Cruise movie where?
Stupid Tom Cruise movie. How
Cocktail?
dare you? How dare you?
No, but-
Jack Reacher?
Edge of Tomorrow.
Jack Reacher 2?
Oblivion. They've got these
Oblivion.
giant landers selling up.
Oh, yeah.
They're
That
sucking the ocean up.
was a dope movie.
And,
The Outsiders?
and he doesn't even know he's working for the system. And so that's what I'm telling you is that literally whatever it is like a joke. Like whatever created us is like super badass.
But is it possible that there's not a thing that created us, but that we are just like every other organism and every other system on this planet? We're this constantly evolving thing that doesn't really have a leader, and it's trying to get better constantly at everything it does.
I agree. No, I agree with you, but this is where this stops. 360, Joe, you're right, but there wasn't a worm learned how to crawl up the ass of a grasshopper to program
Something
and do
did that.
There was some prime essence that was put into things that did that said free will, and we're the top of the food chain.
Or was it thousands and thousands of generations of failures? Thousands of generations of bugs that got into this grasshopper just killed it, and then wound up suffocating to death inside of it. Even though they were a parasite, they never figured out a way to get
and
to do
finally
anything.
one figured it out.
And finally, one of them, through some sort of weird mutation, figured out a way to interact with the brain of the grasshopper and actually guide it to the lake, get it to jump into the water and drown, and so it would burst from its body and then swim away. It's
I hear that hypothesis, but I think it's one of the most unlikely.
But if you're talking about things learning from things, if things learn from things and they keep getting better over thousands and thousands of generations, but these same things keep procreating, wouldn't it eventually get to some state where it figures out how to do something? If it is still a parasite and it gets inside the body, what if it figures out, oh, if I just like grow these things off the top of my head and connect it to the brain of this dumb little motherfucker, I can get him to drown
No,
to
you're
death.
saying
So I
the
can
one
be
thing
born.
mutated right
Yeah, they just
to make
kept-
the connection,
right.
and all the snails go eaten by birds, shit down. More animals eat it, and that's the thing.
I think we're dealing with an unfathomable number of creatures that are being born and dying, and new ones are being born and dying. I think our puny little brains can't really calculate the exact amount of cycles that it takes.
Okay, well,
to
let's
get
say
from
you're
a
right.
single-celled organism
Let's say you're right.
to a
we
human
deserve
being.
free speech, then.
Yes,
Because that's this big open
yes,
thing.
100%.
So isn't the whole modern leftist thing a denial of the leftist ethos that we're going to let things be free?
Well, the problem is the leftist ethos is also the idea of inclusiveness and kindness and caring. Like the idea is that they're promoting all the kindness.
No, I get
they're
it. And so the
promoting all
pedophile wants to date my 5-year-old. It's okay.
But what I'm saying is kindness unless you're a right-wing person. Now, if you think on the right, then they want to attack you. Then they want to demonize you, and if they could shut you down and silence you and find some sort of a bullshit excuse to do so, in a lot of cases it seems like some folks lean in that direction. And this is where it gets dangerous, because you can't, it's like if someone says, hey, if I knew how to fight, I'd run in front of Peach, I'd just fuck everybody up. Well, you'd be dead in a year, because eventually people are going to kick your ass and kill you. You can't just beat people up.
Well, yeah,
'Cause they
exactly.
fight-
If
but-
you can one-on-one beat somebody,
but it's that-
everyone gangs up against you.
It's that childish mentality. I'll just knock this person out and nothing else will happen. Like that's not, you're setting a whole thing in motion. When you silence someone, you're setting a whole thing in motion. And this is something that we're all learning. This is what we have to come to grips with. Social media has only been around for a really short amount of time. It's only been around in this kind of form for 10 plus years, and we're figuring it out. And these people that think that they can just silence people and shut people down without it having a bad effect on all of us, it's not right. It's not right.
Well, I appreciate
There
you
should be a path to
pointing out free
redemption.
speech is good. Eddie, what do you think should be done about the denial of the reign of terror of censorship that's admittedly going on?
I don't know shit. You know, all I know is that it seems that the right is being censored a lot, and when you look at the left and how they've been acting, I mean, they're acting like psychopaths. I mean, like putting signs up for late-term abortions and all that shit. They're pushing that. There's people pushing that.
AOC says don't have kids.
It's like someone who's trying to get fired. You know, when you have a job and you want to get fired.
I was talking to a
you just
Delta
piss on
Force
the floor.
major who runs whole CIA squads. And he said, what do you think, Alex? It's like they want to lose. What's the psyop? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to lose. It's so bad. It's
Well,
so bad.
How much of that is influenced by people that are trying to fuck with the whole system? Imagine if this is like stage 5 Russian influence. Just get people to support late-term, like figure out a way to get people to support super late-term abortions. Figure out a way to get people to support trans women competing as women with no hormone replacement
like I'm
in
watching
high school.
newscast where like some 25-year-old dudes, like 18-year-old girls, he takes all the titles. Like now guys have it.
You know,
It's hilarious.
it is.
It's hilarious. Imagine if your
is.
daughter was up for a scholarship and she had to compete against some 6'5" man who identified as a woman and wanted to play basketball.
I feel, hey, if you've committed a crime, if you're a felon, you can't chop your dick off. You know what I mean?
I like the Japanese model. They said, hey, Because I don't care if you're a trans or you're a dude that wants to be a woman. I'm a libertarian. Don't act like I'm trying to suppress you. But the Japanese said, hey, you don't get the trans designation unless you chop the Johnson and the Huevos off. And it's like, hey, you get, taxpayers will pay for it. You get that vagina built, and you sit there and do it.
I think there's a lot of people that are legitimately trans. That's not the problem. The problem is them wanting to compete as women. And Martina Navratilova just caught a rash of shit because she was talking about it. She's the famous tennis star. She was talking about it, that women are breaking all these records. And right after she said that, these kids, number 1 and 2, were transgender that won the girls' high school track meet. And it's just, at a certain point in time, you got to stop doing this.
Here's the deal. I'm not mad at somebody because they think they're another sex.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I watch bike races and running races and soccer and high jumping, and it's a dude it's not just the dudes are bigger than me. They're like these 6'4" guys with huge shoulders that would kick my ass. I'm a lady and I won. And the girls are like, that's mental illness, man.
Yeah, there's some nonsense going on. There's some people that are legit, and then there's some people that are just legitimately crazy. I mean, there's with everything in life. There's people that are legitimately trans, and there's people that have real mental issues.
If a man wants to see himself as a woman, a lot of genetics shows the chemicals that happens. That's their issue, whatever, or vice versa. But I'm gonna watch NFL, and we're supposed to they had a women's NFL, and it's all guys, and they say they're women. It was like that thing in England last year where the guy comes in with tattoos, a big beard, and it was in the police report. The guy had a foot-long cock. And he goes, do a cervix exam.
What kind of police report is this?
And the nurse said, sir, I don't see a vagina. And it was in the report, the man had a foot-long dick. So she's supposed to mentally go, okay, well, let me check all this and decide that you've got all this. I mean, it's just it's mental illness, man. It's not that I hate somebody that feels like they're a woman or a man or whatever. That's the lie. They're oh, you need to accept this or you hate everybody.
Imagine if all this ridiculous propaganda really was the very, very highest level Russian meme farm propaganda. And this is why the people that
it could totally be a
being
psyop.
the most preposterously leftist, even things like these babies being resuscitated and then killed, that people wouldn't freak out when they heard a guy talk about that kind of shit. Imagine if this was all just designed to make everybody go fucking crazy.
Yeah.
No, Joe, I wish it was.
Seems.
It's the governor saying it, and it's them doing it. And there's just one point, we're in this transmission. What is the end game?
What is the end game, Alex Jones?
Everything we're told is humanity's bad, humanity's wrecking things, but the very environmentalist groups that are doing this are all weird transhumanists, anti-human. I'm all transhumanist if I really get life extension. But it's all oh, you die, you're uploaded to a machine. I'm just saying anything you see the big corporate media promoting. They don't know what they're doing. I've been around them. I've talked to them. They don't know. I don't think I know. I don't think Joe knows. I don't think Eddie knows. But I think in the spectrum of 1 to 100, we're in the 95th percentile of really being woke. And we care about what? I don't like to say, well, I'll never forget 3-4 years ago. Remember that black woman was driving around the Capitol? They had military drill going, and she saw him and ran, and they shot her. Oh, yeah. And I was during Black Lives Matter 4 years ago, and I had this outpouring of black listeners. And I don't judge things about money, but $1 million came in a week. And it was all black people saying, we thought you were against black people, but when you cared about that woman being shot by the police at a checkpoint in D.C., we knew you were good. No one knew who she was till a day later. Wasn't thinking, is it a black woman? Is it a white woman? Is it a Hispanic woman? I was thinking, they report she went through a checkpoint and got scared, and then the police shot her. I'm not against the police either.
Yeah,
the average cop's not who's bad.
Shooting a woman running away, it's there's got to be a better way. You can't catch her, bro.
No, I agree. That cop was bad. I think that's what I'm saying is that
terrible.
I'm not some goody two-shoes.
What was she doing?
She's running away.
She was just running?
They had a military drill, 4 or 5, whatever it was. They had a military drill in D.C. where most of the roads were shut down.
What was the story, Jamie? Can you find it? The woman gets shot.
Black woman shot in front of the White House.
So many people. How many people get shot in this country every year because someone just can't handle pressure?
Right in front of the White House.
It's about 40,000.
Itchy trigger finger, doesn't know what to do, just makes the wrong decision.
And again, it's mental illness. We don't blame guns because you use a car.
Yeah.
But it is true that about half of them are suicides, but the rest of half is like people can't handle it. And that was like 4 or 5 years ago.
Here it is, right here. Capitol Hill, United States. Miriam Carey, a dental hygienist from Stamford, Connecticut, attempted to drive through the White House security checkpoint in her black Infiniti G37 coupe. She struck a U.S. Secret Service officer.
But that's a lie. Did they had the main roads? And I'm not trying to like anti-cop, Black Lives Matter. It's not true. Dude. They had all the roads shut down.
But she was trying to drive through a security checkpoint. That could be still possible, that they had all the roads shut down and they had a security checkpoint.
She went to one that was Army.
Right.
And then she went to another that was Army. And then they just shot her.
You know,
and I'm not against the cops.
He shot her and she had her daughter in the car. Huh. That was a horrible story. I don't want to end with that.
But my point was, I don't judge things by money. Black people, because that was really a big story at the time, when I came out, because I'd seen the footage, I was watching live and saw him taking her dead body out. It was a black lady. I said, it's a black lady. And what the hell? This woman was like, they were like, oh my God, he cares about black people. Yeah, man, I care about whatever the color they are. I mean, I'm not saying it was that moment. They like all just bought product, and it was like this outpouring and letters and flowers. Like, you stood up for a black woman. I'm like, dude, half of the black people incepted in this country are aborted, Joe. The Planned Parenthood groups.
Is that a real number?
Yeah, it's like 60% in some cities. They were hired. It was all set up. Margaret Sanger said, we're targeting black people. And you know what, at the end of the day, I see big populations. I see dumb white people, dumb black people, all these people. I get like there's too many people. In some areas there are. I can get but the point is that you're going to like target black people and then tell them that you care about them when you're the KKK Democrats and you've got Margaret Sanger set up and you're doing all this. And I walked out of a mall 2 years ago in Houston. The same black Israelite group that was yelling at the Covington Catholic kids saying you're all Nazis when they attacked them, or the same one they covered. They're like, black people are God and white people are the devil. And we're going to kill the white people. And so I'm sitting there walking out of this mall right after Trump got elected in Houston. I remember because I was there with my wife. She wore like a Burberry coat or something. And I was down visiting family, and these black guys go, we're going to kill you. And I didn't hate them because they were black guys. They were literally Nazis. And I remember sitting there in that parking lot, walking across, and I said, well, if you're such big men, kill me now. And it wasn't, and my wife's like,
he's like, slow down, we're not going to kill you. We're just going to beat you up.
Tough.
Okay.
They're saying, hey, you white hooker whore,
okay,
we're going to kill your ass.
I want to end this show on a positive note.
No, I'm not against black people.
I know you know. No one's saying you are.
1% of black people are like that. 1% of white people are like
one.
That. But 10% of 1%. The point is that I've literally, you go to a black Israelite group, dude.
Yes, I've been around it. I wrote a story about it on my website way back in the day.
So tell me
I was hanging out with them.
We're not ending yet.
They were saying George Washington was a black man. They had all this crazy interpretation of the Bible. One guy would read, and the other guy would like repeat what he
George
said.
Washington was
it's in Isaiah.
They were saying
so exactly. How do you back down to somebody saying I'm going to kill you?
They dress up like superheroes. It's a very unusual organization.
Whoa.
Yeah.
They're saying everybody was black.
I wasn't putting down black people.
I know you weren't. He, his take on it. I mean, I don't think it's a unified front. I don't think all black Israelites across the country have the exact same ideas.
Breathing. Keep breathing.
We got to end this. It's almost 5 o'clock.
Oh my God!
We
almost did 5 hours. Yes, we're gonna get some food.
Hours.
One punch in the ribs. I get one too.
Don't hit anybody. Let's be friends.
Okay.
Eddie Bravo, thanks for coming in, man.
Thank you, man.
Keeping this thing light.
The only place to find it is Infowars.com and Newswars.com. They blocked us everywhere else. It is the verboten.
And you have an Instagram page, though. You do have an Instagram page.
Well, don't plug it or they'll ban it. I didn't know I had that. Hey, they're taking everybody's free speech. We got to, whether I agree with the white supremacists or the black supremacists, I don't. Whether I agree with the Scientologists or believe with the Muslims, the point is we should agree with free speech and say no to this and not have some sellout to China where because to go to China, you got to waive all your rights.
Here. Alex Jones, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys soon. David Lee Roth tomorrow.
David Lee Roth, Infowars.com. Don't visit that site.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
So a friend of mine who's a giant boxing fan, he sends me this text message. He goes, dude, check this shit out. And it's you training with Rafael Cordero. And I remember looking at it and going, oh shit, what happened? What happened? Because the last time you were in here, you were talking about how you didn't want to work out.
Yeah.
Because it would ignite the ego.
Hey, let's talk about that too. So, I was discussing with my wife something about me being overweight. You know, when you have to, sometimes want to complain to your wife, you want to take it out on some kind of perspective. And she said, well, why don't you just get on this treadmill for 15 minutes a day? I said, she said, just 15 minutes. So it went from 15 minutes a day to 2 hours a day. And
that's what you were worried about.
Yeah, exactly. I was complaining about my weight, and so I don't know. I guess I tried on some clothing. It was disastrous. And so I was worried about my weight. And she told me the 15-minute route, and it went 2 hours a day. And I just started losing weight. And then my brother-in-law said, hey, Mike, man, I know you're not going to win, but somebody said, would you fight this guy for like $40 million or $30 million bucks? I said, man, get the whoa. I said, oh, then something, ding. I was just getting ready to get the fuck. I said, whoa. And I said, like, well, who would they like me to fight? And he said, 1 minute. And they go, then it's Bob Sapp. I said, okay. And so I'm saying to myself, well, I know Bob. And I said, ho. Because I know Bob is big and strong. I said, ho, 1 minute. How would they like me to fight him? Can I fight him under the Marcus of Queensberry rules? And he said, 1 minute, Mike. He asked the guy. The guy said, yes. I said, I'll fight him. Right? And so
it was Bob Sapp was the first one that was brought up.
Yeah, and so
for people who don't know Bob Sapp was a giant fighter in Pride. Yeah. At one time, he was like 375 pounds. He was fighting all the kickboxers, solid muscle, and, with abs.
It's incredible, right? And it went from him to somebody else, and another guy, then MMA, then this guy, and then somehow, some other fighters, Vander. Then it went from, who else? It was another heavyweight champ. It was just a bunch of guys up there in fight. And next thing you know, it came down to Roy. I said, how did and I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. And then he signed the contract. I signed the contract. Next thing you know, I'm in the gym again, and it's disastrous. I'm trying to get in the shape. I'm saying, did I really do this shit? Oh. Cause you would probably know, because if you getting in shape and getting conditioned, they're two different animals. They don't even belong in the same workout division of working out.
Like getting in shape is just being kind of fit.
Yes, and just getting in shape is able to fit your clothes.
Right.
That's getting in shape. Being able just to fit your clothes. Being in condition is being able to come outside of your soul.
Yeah.
And you can't do that automatically.
You're talking about being in fighting condition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a rare state, and you can't keep it for very long.
No, it is just...
People need to understand that, right?
The emotional state to prepare for that is mind-boggling.
Well, that's what I was seeing when I was seeing you hit the pads. I'm like, this isn't just working out. There was something going on, man. When you were working out with Cordero and you were ripping to the body and throwing those hooks, I was like, this is a man who's preparing to go to combat. This is not normal getting ready to work out shit. That's why when I saw that video, I was like, oh.
Want me to tell you something about that video?
Yeah.
I did that video and I was in bed for a week. That was 30 seconds and I was in bed for a week. And it's not funny because it made me realize that this is big boy shit, okay?
Big boy shit.
This big boy shit. You was
there
out,
it is right there.
Yeah, that wasn't really cool. That's in the gym. That's now.
The thing is, though,
That's now. That's going for 5 and 6 rounds. That's now. But I'm talking about before that 30 seconds. The first time I ever did it, I caught what's the shit you kill when you can't walk?
Oh, sciatica.
Yeah. Everything came and everything, all that shit that came back that made me quit boxing, all the pain started coming back.
So when you started training again, did you start doing it slowly after that?
Extremely slowly. And then I started dabbing in alternative stuff.
Like what kind of stuff? Cryotherapy type shit?
Cryo, stem cell research and therapy, and some other interesting stuff that I just don't know, and it's just beautiful stuff.
Like what kind of stuff?
I don't know, hyperbaric chambers and just
Everything.
everything.
Everything to help you recover.
It's really interesting.
It is it. Well, I saw you when you walked in today. I was like, God damn, you look good. You look good, dude.
Hey.
Like your muscles look good. You look like you're vascular. You look fit.
And that's and I'm starting to feel fit. That's what's interesting. I'm starting to know what like doing stuff. Like I think I'm in shape, and then the next thing you know, you think you're in shape, and then you start having like Ralphie will start throwing punches at me. It's like he'll fight, and I can't punch back when I gotta avoid. And then 2 rounds go by, and he said, "Whoa, I'm not in shape. I'm hitting the bag 6 rounds. I'm doing this 5 rounds, 6 rounds. I'm jumping rope, and then I do 2 rounds with somebody. It's a whole different psychological preparation and." Woo!
How much time has gone since you first started exercising? Like when did it start? So here we are. It's like August 23rd or something like that. 22nd.
Right.
When did it start?
It had to start something like April.
April. So
March, something like that.
in the middle of the lockdown.
Yeah.
So you just started just training, and now here you are, 5 months later, 4 months later. How far away do you think you are to being in like fighting shape?
Oh, fighting shape. When the time comes, like by November 28th, yeah.
That's when you'll be ready.
Exactly.
Now, why did you guys decide to move? You were supposed to be in September, right? It was supposed to be
I
September
believe
12th.
it was a viewing situation. At the proper timing for more people.
For audiences, yeah.
I believe it was
Yeah.
something of that nature.
It's so exciting.
Because it's going to be awesome because it's going to be me and everyone else that's involved, Eros and everyone, innovations, and we're going to start off the Legends Only League, and that's going to be really breathtaking, especially starting off with me and Roy.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to that. It's going to have athletes from every genre. It's an array of everybody who believes that someone. They're all going to come back in all fields. And this is going to be something that me and the Eros Intervention created together. And I think this is going to be pretty awesome.
So Legends Only League would be like all sports, baseball, basketball, everything.
Tennis. Imagine if something crazy like we did with Billie Jean King did. Have somebody, say, one of Serena, somebody play McEnroe and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Exhibitions and stuff like that. Or somebody like Man of War can play one-on-one with whoever, Iverson or somebody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Men of Peace. Man of War is the horse.
Meta World Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's an amazing idea, but particularly for you. Like seeing you hit the bag again and seeing you hit the pads and get excited about it is very, very interesting to me. Because I knew that you had that thing in your head where you didn't want to ignite your ego, and then you had this quote that the gods of war reignited your ego. I read that, I got so excited.
Well, that's the excuse I can use. You know, that's a really great excuse that I can use.
But it was a great quote. It made me excited, and when I'm seeing you training, I mean, so some people that, everybody has opinions. When something like this happens, when a man is 53 now, you're 54?
Yeah.
54? And decides to fight again. As fit as you look, like, why not? Why not? Why not? You could do whatever you want. Why can't? I mean, if you can go bungee jumping and ride a bull.
Exactly. Listen, impossible is nothing to somebody that tried. Everything that someone said was impossible has happened.
Yeah. It certainly, well, listen, in 2020, with all the ways of recovering, all the things we know, with the
our
science,
limitations create impossible.
Well, it's different now. Limitations are different now.
Exactly.
So when you, like that video when you were ripping the pads and working out with Rafael Cordero, how long into that was that? Like how quickly did you get your speed back? Was it right away?
No,
Was it right
speed, but
there?
that was our first day.
That was your first day.
That was our first day. Let's try this out. That was our first day.
Wow.
And after that day, I was in the bed. I had to come get the guy to do the fucking shots and electrocute me to get me back. I had the sciatica hit me. I couldn't walk. I was crying to my wife, and I was like, wow. And I don't know why. After that, I should have said, this is over. I'm not going to do it. But that ego stuff said, hey, come on, please.
Do you feel like you felt in the old days? Like in terms of your mind, like the enthusiasm about this?
The enthusiasm, yes. Sometimes I say this is bullshit. I can't be feeling this good. And then I don't know. I think I really am. I'm feeling good. I said this bag must, because I know the bag is a bigger bag, 200 pounds. I said, well, this bag wouldn't be moving like this if I'm not hitting it kind of decently, No,
you look good. This is not like I've seen guys come back and you see them working out and it looks sad and it doesn't look good. What's exciting about you coming back is how good you look training. Why not? In this day and age?
Just for being a real fighter, this is what you know. You see so many people that's in the gym. Matter of fact, I've boxed people in the gym that kick my ass every day. But then know what's different? When you get them in the ring and there's a light on them and people are eating popcorn and drinking beer and they freak out.
So true. Yeah, the pressure.
Yeah.
But you're Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
You understand that.
Yeah, I know.
If anybody knows how to deal with that pressure, it's you.
Absolutely, but it's good. But if you don't have the doubt, you're gonna have a lot of trouble.
Right.
You have to have that doubt.
Right. You have to have a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Now, this is this new phase of your life where all of a sudden you reignited and you want to compete again. This has got to be fun.
It is fun, but it is fun. I do say it's fun, but it's still it's apprehensive stuff.
Yeah.
It's apprehensive, but it's still, like you said, it's fun.
But it seems so exciting. Like to watch you train and get ready. It's like, to me, I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, what do you want a man to do? What do you want a man to do? Just sit around, do nothing, just wait, go for walks, do whatever the fuck you want. And if you could still do this the way you're doing it, why not?
Hey, I don't understand it either, but I want to do it. I don't understand. I just want to do it, and I feel like I was born to do this stuff.
Well, you certainly were at one point in time in your life, but you had moved on to a different chapter of your life. You had completely stopped doing that. You were doing the Tyson Ranch thing, smoking a lot of weed. Have you stopped smoking weed totally?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much stopped.
Yeah, just gonna stop.
Wow, that's a big change.
But when you
right
do
away.
something like this, it's all about change.
Mm-hmm.
You listen. You can't continue being a comedian if you're not sharpening your psyche up. Even when you're doing it right here, you're practicing your comedian act. You have to continue to practice. The more you practice it, they say if you practice it for a year, you'll be better if you only practice it for a month. So the more you do it, the better you become.
Do you feel like that now in this comeback, that like you're only sort of scratching your potential? Because like you're just getting back into shape again. A year from now, you'll be even better shape and you'll be more conditioned to do what you want to do. Like you're in
God
this.
willing, yeah.
Yeah, you're in this rebuilding stage now.
And now that's exciting.
Yeah.
When you go to your doctor, these people who have this alternative stuff, and you see the development, you see the healing process, and you say, "Come on, tell me this. Why is this happening to me? Why not anybody? Why a guy like me who just got off drugs, who just gave up his life and don't care about nothing? This is happening to him, Since I married my wife, all this good stuff started happening. I'm saying, wow, what is this stuff all about?
Whatever it's all about, it's good. I'm like,
really grateful
take my
too.
money.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I said, take my money. I want to watch it. Let's see it.
And it's not about money, because the money's going to be in charity, and people want to. And it's just about doing something good, and that from that perspective, that could be. I just like feeling like I'm doing something good for somebody more than myself.
That's a beautiful part of it. Yeah, that it is going to go to charity, but it's also an exciting matchup. And I'm watching Roy work out too, and Roy looks fantastic.
Roy's going to always look fantastic. If he was 100 pounds overweight, he's going to look good. He just really looks good when
He's
does this
Roy
stuff.
Jones Jr. I mean, that's one of the things that makes this fight so exciting. Is that Roy is, like yourself, one of the all-time greats, and still looks physically fantastic. Like you see him moving around and hitting the pads. Hand speed looks great.
And you can't train with anybody that looks like him do that
Right.
stuff.
Well, he always had such an unusual style. With very few jabs. He would throw left hooks instead of jabs. Roy always had like one of the strangest styles in all of boxing.
Well, it was strange, but it was very effective.
Super effective. Yeah.
Very effective.
Just incredibly hard to prepare for too, because try to find someone who.
No one's going to do that.
Yeah.
No
one can emulate him in the gym. Now, when you decided on a fight and decided on a opponent, were there other? I heard that someone had offered you Shannon the Cannon Briggs for bare knuckle boxing.
No, it was just Tyson Fury, with Sad Tyson Fury and quite other guys, but certain things just happened and it didn't happen. And then it was Holyfield, it was Shannon, it was some other guys from MMA, and then Roy turned out to be the right guy. I guess we did a survey and Roy popped up the winner.
Well, it's certainly a giant name.
Holyfield wanted that.
Yeah, Holyfield would be a great one too. But it's just having a guy like that has that big name that is also an all-time great, and that also wants to do it too, and to get the public excited. I mean, I think it's a perfect fight to get the public excited.
Exactly.
So, do you think that once you fight Roy, that'll be it, or do you think this is just going to be the beginning of this new chapter in your life?
I believe this is just going to be the beginning, and whatever happens, happens. This is pretty interesting. Being on here talking to you and knowing that the extent of the wavelength of people are going to hear this stuff, it's pretty interesting because this is true. It's really going to no longer in my head, and I'm stroking it. It's real. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it's wow.
Yeah.
I can't wait, man. I want to be there. I want to see it.
Hey, down the street here.
I'll come back.
I forgot the name of the Dignity Center.
Mm-hmm. That's where it's going to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, and is it going to be an audience? It can't be an audience yet, right?
I don't believe audience. I believe only, like, I don't know, what am I going to say, entourage?
Right,
They
small
call it.
amount of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family fight group.
And this is going to be 8 rounds?
I believe so.
Yeah. So how did you arrive on 8 rounds?
Hey, listen, beat the hell out of me. I wanted to do the exhibition. I wanted to help the people. I said, why I got 8 fucking rounds, but now I'm getting in condition and we're gonna do this stuff.
Wow, 8 rounds gives you enough time to work. Gives people enough time to get excited about it. When you think about an 8-round fight, do you see yourself moving into 10 rounds and 12 rounds in the future? And
we don't know what the future holds, but we're looking forward to just having fun and doing it for purpose, reason.
Because people were talking about you literally fighting for the title again.
Hey, I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in fighting for the title of giving.
Okay. So just doing this for good. So
yes.
Exciting for you, but also generates a lot of positivity.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love that.
And it feels soul cleaning for some reason.
Because you're giving away to charity, that you're doing something good?
I'm doing it for myself. It just doesn't do it for me no more.
Right. That makes sense.
Doesn't do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's both things. So you get to excite yourself, challenge yourself, but the good is all going to an excellent cause.
I won't have in my mind, I'm getting paid. I just don't want to never have that in my mind again.
Yeah.
I just never want to have, I'm getting something for what I'm doing kind of attitude.
Somebody said, and this was kind of hilarious, someone said, hey, I heard that they're just going to just mess around and that they're not going to go for the knockout. I go, do you know who the fuck you're talking about? I go, you're talking about Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. Do you really believe that? That 2 of the all-time greats, once they start throwing hands, that it won't get crazy?
Well, of course it is, because both of us are who we are, and we're going to show our skills, and nobody's going to look stupid, and it's just going to be interesting, I think.
Yeah. Do you have any other people in mind? Like, do you have a game plan in mind, like after Roy, or are you just thinking only about Roy right now?
At this moment, only Roy, but it's just some interesting people that we have that I'm going to announce later.
Now, there was some talk of you and Roy way back in the day when Roy fought John Ruiz and won the heavyweight title.
Yes.
Yeah. So what did you think about that fight back then?
I thought it was really interesting because I couldn't use the money back then. So me and Roy talked. We was in Texas, and we went to Houston. We went to Houston. We talked, and after we talked, we just went out and chilled out. And, it was interesting. It never happened. So I don't know what happened to me. Something must have happened to me, and it just didn't happen.
That's one of those things, right? There's always all these potential fights that don't quite line up. Do you have other fights in your head that were potential fights that didn't line up that you wish did?
No, everything happened for the reason that's happening now.
I'm excited about this fight. I'm excited about this fight stylistically too, because I always liked that fight stylistically. I always thought it was so interesting, because you were just this unstoppable force, and Roy was so fast and so slick.
I guess I'm just prepared to do a lot of running and chasing.
Yeah.
That was real difficult to get in condition for. Chasing this fucking little guy around the ring.
So how many days a week are you training now?
Every day.
Every day.
Have the Sundays off. Every day.
And what is a typical day for Mike Tyson right now?
All right, the day starts As soon as it's daylight, around 5:30, I'll do the 4-mile run. Come back. What am I doing when I come back? I'm back. I'm in the shower. From the shower, I go downstairs. I let the birds out, fly the birds. Come back in. May do some. I have a machine where you do the twist.
Ab exercises. Yeah.
And I'll do that probably 200 times on both sides. And I grab a bite. You know, I may have some. I'm eating meat first. I may have some eggs instead of not eating eggs.
You were a vegan for a while, right?
Yeah.
How long were you a vegan for?
A couple of years.
For a couple of years?
Yeah, 5 years.
When did it stop? When did you stop doing that?
I don't know, not too long ago.
So did you stop
Like a year
because
or
of
two.
the training, or did you stop before that?
Yeah, I did stop. The reason because of the training. It was
Yeah.
because of what I wanted my body to look like and the strength that I wanted to possess.
So you started eating meat, red meat, everything?
No,
no red meat.
But only elk and bison.
Oh, red meat. That's
duck.
red meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wild stuff.
You eating elk and bite, dude? I want to give you some of my elk.
Yeah. See, really? Would you please?
Fuck
Would
yeah,
you please, man?
100%.
Did you kill it?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like for
yes.
you to do that.
I'll give you some from that elk right there.
Yo, that would be so awesome.
Fuck yeah.
That would be so
I
awesome.
have
brother.
3 commercial freezers in the back. I
Yeah.
would love that. I would love
That would
that.
be so-
Yeah.
Like when I look at food, I don't look at food like I used to look at it. I look at it for what it's for.
Yeah.
You know what it's for.
To take care of the body.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's the best meat.
You know,
too.
I realize that there's, things that are good for other people like the kale and the vegetables and all this stuff, the blueberry, and then for me it's really poisonous. It's not good.
That
It's
stuff's
toxic.
bad for you?
But yeah, that stuff's not good for my blood type and my health conditions and all that stuff.
Kale? All that
Oh,
stuff's
kale
bad for you?
kill me. Kale,
Really?
why? Yeah, it's gonna kill me. Kale will kill me.
What does
No,
it do?
actually dead.
Really?
Yeah, for me, kale is toxic to my blood and everything. My
So when you were a vegan, what were you eating?
Oh man, nothing. Then my wife called me the miserable vegan. She said, that's not veganism what you're doing, Mike.
Just being miserable.
No, I think it comes down to when and it's interesting because I've done it when I was with Cuss. I will sometimes just overdo it. Sometimes I go for religious fast for 30 days. I might overdo it. Sometimes I might not eat for the whole day. Instead of just for the daytime, not
Right.
eating, and I might for a couple of days just not eat. Period.
Don't you think that? But that's just your championship mentality, right? Like you're always pushing yourself, even when it comes to something like fasting. Like you always push it too far.
It has something to do with suffering, self-suffering.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I can't put my feelings on it. It's about how long can I suffer more than this person and that person? Okay, this person do what I did.
Right. I remember you saying that too about training, that you would get up in the morning and train because you wanted an edge. You wanted to know that you were
Exactly.
training while they were asleep.
Exactly.
Yeah. I remember thinking that back when I was doing martial arts. I remember reading that. I'm like, I want to do that too. I'd copy a lot of shit you did.
Well, you always have to have, and even if it's not so, you have to have, and that's where delusion comes in, because delusion is only delusional when you don't accomplish the goals of making your delusions a reality.
Right.
That's when it's delusional.
Right. You're just enforcing your mindset.
Oh yeah, to allow those delusions to be the reality of your assessment.
Now, when you're doing this and you're getting up in the morning and running, does this do you feel like you felt in the old days? Do you? I mean, I don't mean physically. I mean the mind. Like you're preparing for war again. Does this like reignite those old thoughts? The way you were when you were the champ, the way you were when you were on your way to the title. Like this is a whole new way of life.
You know what's really interesting? That sometimes periodically, not real, but sometimes I struggle with the fact that wow, there's a possibility I can really hurt somebody.
Like you don't want to hurt them. What do you mean? But you struggle with the possibility that you could hurt them?
And sometimes
like some fights, like particularly like Tyrell Biggs or someone that you had problems with, someone that you had animosity towards. So when you finally get your hands on it.
Hey, what does it mean when fighting gets you erect? What does that mean?
Good question. Means you're getting excited.
Yeah.
So that's going through your mind right now.
Well, that's how I get when I was a kid, and sometimes I get the twinkle.
The twinkle.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like you reached a state as a human being, as a champion, as a ferocious fighter. You reached a state of ability and of accomplishment that very few humans will ever touch and feel. That's why I'm asking you, when you're running, when you're hitting the bag, when that heart's beating again, and that you know who you are, you're Mike motherfucking Tyson. So when you're doing all this shit again, you're still Mike Tyson. Those thoughts have got to be burning inside you again. It's got to be pretty wild.
I don't know. It's wild, but I believe it's rightfully so to be that way, and I just know how to. I don't think I mastered it, but I just know how to deal with it. I don't let it overwhelm me.
No, well, of course not. But saying that it gets you orgasmic, that's a strange thing to say.
Well, that's just what I want. I wanted to find out because you're really bright. I thought you would figure it. No, I'm being very serious.
No, I know. I know you're being serious, but I mean, no one will understand that other than you. Like that's your mindset. Like no one will. But I think that like all the things we were talking about before, the way you drive yourself, the way you push yourself, the way you put yourself into that frame of mind, no one's gonna understand that other than you. So no one's gonna understand you getting an erection from thinking about hurting someone more than you will. You're the only.
There has to be fear-based in somewhere.
Fear-based? Maybe. Or maybe just, maybe not fear-based, but maybe embracing the fact that you're going to go into this with everything that you have, the chaos of it all. And the ultimate goal is to hurt somebody. The ultimate goal is to be extremely successful. The way you can be extremely successful, the thing you do great, is to crush people. So to have that encompass everything.
This fighting is the only thing I don't ask Allah for. I just don't ask him for help for that.
You don't ask him for help for fighting because you think you got it.
No, I just don't think.
You don't think you should ask?
I just don't want to be involved with that kind of mindset.
So,
people do. They go to. I just don't because it's just. I don't like the way I think. Involved with the way I think at that time.
Well, this is what's so interesting to me about you fighting again because of the conversation that we had the last time you were here, that you didn't want to reignite your ego. Clearly, your ego is blazing right now. I mean, you're ready to go.
Well, maybe because I'm an addict, a former addict, and I'm on a narcotic ring. The camera's on me.
Yeah.
This is a big narcotic, and maybe
right.
that has something to do with it as well. But I like to think it's under control until the night of the event.
The night of the event. So it's the addiction will get purged with the performance.
Yeah, that's why I was doing if you don't mind me interrupt for a second, I was the book that talks to you, what they call it, audio book, and it was called The Gene Key.
Okay.
Book, and the book is explaining about why that we are who we are in that perspective, that most of the people like you and myself and people in general who is not at that level, even anyone that have a creative mind is victimized to depression. And the reason is because when whatever it is that causes that creativity is not fed the proper information that is successful and that is accepted in whatever space of the brain and the mind that wants to be accepted and is not accepted, it crumbles. Does that make sense?
Well, I feel like with someone like you, the highs that you reach in competing, the highs you reach in fighting are so high that it's probably very difficult to just exist outside of that. And I know you love pot for that reason, because it calmed you down and mellowed you out and chilled you out.
Absolutely. It made me like myself. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do.
It makes me like myself.
Yeah, it gives you forgiveness of yourself.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. I never wanted to be forgiven much because that's really powerful stuff.
Yeah.
To have to accept forgiveness is really powerful.
And to forgive yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to forgive other people. Sometimes it's harder to forgive yourself. and marijuana makes you feel like it makes me more compassionate. It makes me more friendly. It makes me want to hug people. It gives me more of a sense of community.
Exactly. It
right?
makes me like people who I believe did something wrong to me.
Yeah, you're like, he didn't fuck
It's
him.
okay.
Yeah.
He's a good nigga, right? He's my man.
Yeah, it's like he didn't mean it. He's just all fucked up, just like me. Yeah.
But if I'm drunk, I'm gonna blow that breath.
Yeah, but
Oh God.
the fighting thing, that to feed that experience it's a different experience, and it's got to be so hard for a world championship fighter of your caliber to exist with like regular, normal, boring life. You know, when you're training and you're ramping yourself up for a big fight, and then you have that big fight, and you knock out Spinks in front of the whole world, and you're walking around the ring, and you're on the cover of every magazine. That the highs of that, the accomplishment, the training, and then the competing itself is the experience is so alien to most people that when you walk around with regular folks in regular life, it's gotta be hard to exist.
No, it's not. It's just that you have to know who you can be at certain times of your life. No one knows who they are, because if you knew who you were right now, you'd be really limited. You know, because life is about change. You're gonna be then 5 years from now, you'll be a different person. Won't be this person. So we're gonna have to develop some kind of emotional intelligence, and just learn to, as time goes on, grasp what's ever going on and just form with it. As it changes, you change with it, because it's very difficult when times change to change with the times.
Right.
And you have to be conscious of that. And the times is not the people around you. The time is the development and time you have left on this planet that you have to develop who you are.
How difficult is it to make that change, though, to become a different person other than a world championship fighter? Like, when you decided to stop, was it difficult?
Well, time will make you that person.
Time will.
Yeah, time will make you that person. What is time? I don't know.
Right. But time has also made you that person again now, though. Now it's reignited. Now new time has come, and now you're training again.
Exactly. But I think this is done mostly for my health, for my mortality more than anything. Subconsciously, I think that's what's the reason why I did it, just to be healthy. And then this stuff goes on, and then I meet a doctor and say, hey, you should do this and this, and you should try stem cell. I'm like, you never tried stem cell? But this is what really got me interested in this stuff. I interviewed, which I like to do you as well, on my podcast. If you're licensed to do it, your contract won't let you do it.
For sure.
So I had the opportunity to talk to Ken Shamrock.
Okay.
And so he came in, and I looked at him, I said, what? He looked incredible. What the fuck? Hey, what are you doing right now? Why you look like that? How'd that happen? And he said it was in Colombia, and I said, where? And I'm going tomorrow. Right? But I had some people nearby that I happened to be introduced to, and they were on they're on the top. Oh, they're really.
Is that bioaccelerator place down in Colombia? Is that what it is?
I didn't go there.
Is that where Henry Cejudo went?
I have no idea who went there. I have no idea where it's at. I just knew it was in Colombia. And I met some other people who were just on top of their game with this anti-aging, all this stuff that's going on with this alternative stuff also. And so I met these people, and it was just amazing stuff.
So you're able to now train all these days a week. You have like how many months in now? You're solid since April.
Yes.
And you attribute that mostly to all these different alternative methods of healing
Absolutely,
and recovery?
especially this is a gentleman that we call, his name is Brad Rowe. We call him the mechanic, the electrician that is, and he works through current forces, and that was
electromuscular stimulation.
But it's
those
different.
things.
It's totally different. It's in that family, but it's just totally superior than that. That's just so antiquated compared to this stuff,
So you were talking about your ability to run in the morning, and now what's the afternoons like? What are you doing in the afternoons?
That's when I'm training. Around 1 o'clock, I'm in the gym. I'm doing the training. 2:30, I'm probably talking on the phone and flipping some deals, making arrangements, probably to do other shows, a commercial or else some ads, and just
business
stuff.
shit.
Yeah, business stuff. And then,
how did you get hooked up with Rafael Cordero? Because for folks who don't know, he's legendary trainer in MMA. He's from Shoot the Box in Brazil. He was one of the top guys back when Shoot the Box was the #1 MMA camp in Brazil, where Anderson Silva and Vanderlei Silva.
I found this out later, but this is how this happened. The two of us met. I said, hey, I like to hit the mitts. You think I can hit the mitts? Or somebody think you got somebody that like hit the mitts? I was getting ready to go to Freddie's gym.
Freddie Roach?
Yeah, and then someone said they had Raphael. And I thought, okay, let me check him out. And he was just perfect.
Is he near you? Does he live near you or something?
He lives in Laguna. I'm in Newport. What is another? Laguna?
It's close enough. Yeah, that's close. That's real close.
So he's there, I believe, in, yeah.
He's a great trainer.
We just came from Vegas and stuff. We just hanging out, had to go someplace. And he's just cool. Before I met him before the pandemic, but we came before the pandemic. We were in Vegas and we met, I guess, at the one of the UFC fights. And then I met him over here, and I was saying I want to hit the Mets, and then that's how we got back together.
He's a great man, like a good person.
No, the reason why I kept not necessarily because he was awesome with the Mets, because he brought so much peace and love and stuff to the whole family, the whole camp. He's a beautiful man. His energy is just awesome.
Yeah, he's got great energy. He's beloved.
Yes.
Like in the MMA world and all the people that he trains with, everyone loves Rafael Cordeiro. You can't find a person to say a bad word about that man.
Oh man, he's so awesome.
And he's a very good trainer. And he also was a guy that style, that shoot box style. They were very aggressive. And I was like, oh, well, that actually makes sense. Him and you together.
Yeah, when we do drills, the drills are what's going on. When we hitting the mitts, it's hey, hit the mitts, pop, pop, pop. It's boom, we're moving. It's always action, boom.
Yeah.
Heart beating, heart breathing, and we're just working at it.
Yeah, I'm watching and I'm saying it's interesting because he's got you doing a lot of like side to side and angles.
Oh yeah, listen, I do 8 rounds on the bag, and I do 4 rounds with me and I'm moving. Woo! You feel that hard go? That bag. What was that bag? Was that even really workout?
Yeah.
He said, was that really even a workout? What was that, to warm me up for this? What was that about? You don't even know that existed after you did those 4 or 5 rounds.
So when you go from April, when you first started doing it again, to now, how much better do you feel?
Listen, that was just a joke at the beginning. Right now it's really perking up.
It feels like real training.
Yeah, it does. It's taking that deep breath.
Do you feel like you could train as hard as you did back when you were in your prime?
Well, listen, you have a tape here, don't you, that we can look at?
Is there a film? Did someone?
Yeah, do you have a film of my tape of me hitting the mitts in my prime and see me hitting the mitts now?
I bet we do. I bet you can.
Look at me.
Somebody must have
hit the mitts in '88. Let me hit the mitts from last weekend. You tell me.
No, listen. I'll tell you. Yeah. You look fucking fantastic. Yeah. That's what's interesting
about it.
I
said, "Wow, that's me." I said, "Look at this."
Yeah.
It's just I had more endurance back then than now, but now I'm catching up.
Well, that's what it's interesting about it. It's not like watching an old fighter that has lost it, that's just trying to compete. It's like watching an old fighter regain those old skills. Like, you look great, man. That's what's crazy about it.
I'm just going to work on this and work off it and keep working on it and see where this goes.
It's so exciting. I love it. Love it.
Listen, when I announced listen, this is Johnny Ryan, the guy who works with us and Arrows and stuff. When we announced the fights, we got in 2.5 billion hits. I'm serious.
I believe it. No, this is going to be a huge fight. I mean, this fight is probably going to be one of the biggest fights of all time in terms of pay-per-view, in terms of people buying it and watching it. There it is. There's a great video.
In terms of helping people as well.
Of Roy and you training together. There's a compilation.
It looks like somebody speeded my goddamn film. My mother-in-law said they speed that up, and my wife said I said no, I think they did not. That's electrician.
Oh, the electrical muscular stimulation shit. Yeah. No, it doesn't look like it's sped up. It looks like you still have the speed. That's what it looks like. That's what's so exciting about it. With a King's MMA shirt on.
Yeah.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting, man. It really is. I'm 100% into this, and I can't wait for the fight to go down. It's going to be November 18th now, right? believe that's
28th.
November 28th.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was enough
happy
time for
Thanksgiving.
fans and everybody in Thanksgiving to be home and to be able to view it for the holidays and just be able to help more people to view it.
This is so exciting, man. Now, are you doing weightlifting? Are you doing any swimming? Like, what are the kind of
Listen,
exercises
the only
are you
swim I
doing?
did was when that shark commercial. That was the only swim.
I was going to ask you about that.
Stuff. And we're doing little weights, just a lot of reps and just doing a lot of.
So you have a
motion.
strength and conditioning coach?
Yeah, Brad Rowe.
Okay, so he's doing.
Yeah.
Brad Rowe. I heard that name before.
Weightlifting champ, train weightlifting champs, and all that stuff. And he's just an awesome person. We just kicking butt.
And how many days a week are you doing strength and conditioning along with your running and
I
your
think
boxing
from
training?
Monday to Friday. I think we do
Wow.
Saturdays too. I say, hey, I'm bored. Let's just go Saturday.
Wow. How good does it feel to get back in shape again, man, and to look great?
Hey, it feels awesome, but there's nothing easy about it.
No.
You know, getting in shape is not easy. It's continuous stuff. It's consistency.
There it is.
There go big old Brad.
So how the fuck did they talk you into getting in the ocean with sharks? What was that all about?
Listen, I don't know how they did this stuff. The money wasn't really that great and stuff. You know, and I'm sorry, Shark World. Your guys underpaid me, and they just had me out there. I was there, and it was really interesting, man. It was really interesting. I'm just saying, how did these guys get me in here?
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing.
And listen, Dana thought he was doing me a favor. Don't fight. I don't want Mike to fail. Let Mike do a couple of gigs with these guys. And I'm saying, thanks a lot, Dana. You really like me. Dana really liked me. I'm saying, Dana really cares about me. He said, forget the fight. I don't want to see Mike fight. I want to see Mike go fuck with some sharks.
Yeah, I would say fighting is probably safer. Yeah, Dana didn't want you to fight, right?
Yeah, but then he wanted me to go with sharks, though.
Why didn't he want you to fight? Did you talk to him about it?
No, he has never seen it until he's seen it and watched me.
Once he saw you, then he changed his mind? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think when someone sees the dedication that you have, that you're actually fit, and you're actually moving fast, and you actually can compete at a very high level.
I just had to realize that I'm not going to rush in there like that no more. I got to move around. I got to do it in a different way. Because I tried to go in there the first time sparring, and it was disaster. So I went in there thinking, using my head moving, and things went the way I wanted to go.
How long in training was the first time you sparred?
First time I sparred? 15 years.
First time you sparred in 15 years.
Yeah.
And how many months into training was that? From you started in April, so like when did you start
But
sparring?
really boxing stuff is when I did that stuff with that's when I did the stuff with Raphael the first time.
Right, but I mean first sparring rounds.
Yeah, it was really weird and stuff. But I realized when I was getting hit, boom, 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 I get hit a couple of times. I didn't go like, what the fuck am I doing? I said, wait, I belong here.
It brought it back.
Yeah, I said, I belong here. I got rock, boom, boom, boom. And I got rocked and I heard the ring and boom. I said, boom, I didn't panic. I said, oh, I belong here. Wow, I belong here. So I moved in, started talking about, whoa, I belong here.
Nice.
I never said, what the fuck am I doing here? This shit is crazy. It just never happened. It never happened. I was expecting that.
You're expecting the what the fuck am I doing?
Fuck this shit. Hey, stop. Fuck this shit, nigga. I ain't doing this shit. But that's what I was expecting, really. But I said, whoa, boom, 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 boom. I belong here.
Then you felt it and you readjusted.
And that's the first thing I said. I said, whoa, I belong here. That's the first thing I said.
Nice. How long did it take before you started feeling comfortable sparring?
The next time I sparred again.
Really?
Yeah.
So the next time you sparred again, you just could get back into the mindset of what it's like to be competing and moving with another person.
Yeah, and you can't go for the kill because you don't know your body's not moving for the kill now.
Right.
You have to develop the relation. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting when you hear this.
Mm.
And the fighter probably doesn't understand that, but as he gets older, you have to reacquaint a relationship with your mind and your body.
Mm.
Your legs go here before your body's ready to go with it sometimes. So you have to
they have to sync up.
Yeah, they have to sync up. Now you have to talk. Hey, before we're like, wing, wing, wing. Before you're like, let's do it. Bing, bing, bing. Now it's like, hey, man, let's move here. Let's move here. You have to talk. You lose that tenth of a second when you talk to yourself. Right. You're doing it instantly.
So do you think eventually you'll get back to automatic?
Well, we're going to see.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like that too. It's exciting though, man. It's very exciting to see you sparring again, to see all that. Now, when you're sparring, are you sparring technically? Or are you sparring hard? Like how you sparring?
The first time I went back sparring, I tried to go all out, and that was disastrous. My body wasn't listening.
Right.
And so I had, like you said, I had to develop that relationship. And the second time I sparred, that was better. That was so much better.
Yeah.
I wasn't rushing and trying to hurt nobody, kill nobody. I was trying to
Get work.
accomplish stuff.
Yeah. Just get work.
Yeah.
And how often are you sparring a week?
When I go back to sparring, I like sparring every day.
Really? Every day.
Yeah. The more you do it, the better it is.
Right. The more your timing is, the better you feel. What are your thoughts on, like, some people think that you can spar too much and you leave too much in the gym because you get hit too much in camp?
Well, that's the whole thing you learn in camp, not to get hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the art of boxing, learning not to get hit in the fight. And you have to do that by trying to get hit in the gym, real seriously, and avoiding that. And then turn around in the fight. So you shouldn't be in the gym saying, I've been hit too much, because you shouldn't get hit, because that should be the objective of fighting, not to get hit as much as you believe you are.
What do you say to a fighter that sees themselves getting hit too much, though, in sparring? Do you tell them to take some time off, or do you say...
You know what I say? I try to teach him how not to avoid those punches. And if he doesn't, I don't really want to have much to do with somebody, because I don't want to be involved with somebody getting hit and getting hurt and stuff like that.
Well, I know you were doing a lot of coaching of just even little small sessions with different fighters, and there's a bunch of stuff on the internet. Did you think about doing that, like, in the future, like maybe being
not
a trainer?
At this moment. It just takes a really special. You should know, it takes a special person to do that. You got to be a mother, a father, a psychiatrist, a dietitian. It's just so many hats you have to wear in being a trainer. A good trainer, a true trainer to yourself and your fighters. It's just a lot of hats that's really overwhelming for me and my personality.
I totally can understand that, but I would also imagine that in your mind there's some knowledge that I would love to see passed on to other fighters in a way like only a trainer can do.
Yeah, I'm the kind of guy, if you want to learn from me, you got to learn from it. Let me talk to you or something, because I'm not like Cuss. Cuss would never get tired answering questions. Sometimes my son asks me, so I said, why these guys answer me? Because that's the way I was with Cuss.
Right.
You know, but I'm not Cuss. Cuss would never he would love to answer all my questions, because Cuss wanted the perception that he knew everything, and you should listen to him and take his advice because he knew everything.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it's like. If you was his friend, you always came to him for advice. He always wanted advice, wanted to give his advice and let you know that he was a superior thinker and that you should come to him and he'll settle your problems. That's just what he was.
You know, do you ever think back on your life, like your life with Cuss, and just the story, the origin story, is almost like a movie. It's almost too crazy.
No. Let me tell you what happened, man. I'm in Spot Fit detention for boys. And Muhammad Ali, they showed the movie The Greatest. It's like 77, 76, I'm 11 years. They played Ali, and then Ali walks in and talked to the kids. And I saw him, I saw everybody going crazy. I said, I want to be like him. And from there, I go upstate New York. There's a guy that used to be a professional boxer named Bobby Stewart. Mr. Stewart taught me how to box, and eventually he said, I want to introduce you. So he took me upstairs and met Customado. This is all in a couple of months since I've seen Ali. And now I'm training to be a boxer.
Crazy. And you were 13, right?
No, I was, I would think I was 13, yeah.
Look, that's like
13.
It's like a movie.
I knew I was going to be successful. I knew everything was going to go right. I knew it. It was in my blood. I was only a kid, but I said, I want to be like that guy. And it just started working.
And it's such an amazing...
Not even 3 or 4 months after I saw Ali, just boom, 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 I met him. I'm in one place, I had a fight, try to stab a guy I did with a pencil or something. I go from there, and I go over to this bad place called Elmwood, this cottage. That's where Bobby Stewart, because he's a fighter, and he had to take care of these. All the staff there are big, strong men, because they have to take care of these very interesting kids, you know, like... homicidal kids. These are kids, but
when William James, another great leader in studies of the human mind, died in 1910, a young newspaper reporter had already begun exploring the minds of America's greatest men. Here he is, 53 years later, Dr. Napoleon Hill.
Thank you very much. My greatest book, Think and Grow Rich, was written in the White House in 1933 in the most intense surrounding of negative attitude I've ever witnessed in my entire life, which is evidence, I think, of the fact that there are ways and means of maintaining a positive mental attitude even though you're surrounded with negative influences.
As you will.
The subject of a positive mental attitude is so very important that I want you to know I'm working from a script because I want this lecture to be letter perfect. A positive mental attitude is a state of mind which the individual must create and maintain by methods of his own choice through the operations of his own willpower based on motives of his own adoption. In the printed lesson on this subject, many suggestions are offered as to practical methods by which the individual may take possession of his own mind and develop the habit of directing the mind in a positive mental attitude. There are so many people in this world who can see the hole in the donut, but they cannot see the donut around the hole. One with a positive mental attitude sees the hole in the donut all right, but he also sees the donut around the hole. Nothing constructive and worthy of man's efforts ever has been or ever will be achieved except that which comes from a positive mental attitude based upon a definite purpose and activated by a burning desire and intensified until the burning desire is elevated to the plane of applied faith. When it comes to wishes, everyone has a flock of them. When it comes to idle curiosity, everyone has a stock of it. When it comes to hopes, perhaps half of the people have hopes for unattained things or circumstances. Burning desire, only that small percentage of people who can be called successful ever feel the urge of this burning desire. Applied faith, only the leaders attain this degree of mind control, which again...
Success in fighting in life is about desire and the will.
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? Is it worth dying for? That's his true greatness, is the willingness to die. So this thing works greatness.
The mindset that he instilled in you and the way he gave you the tools in order to think about things in a way that fueled that mindset.
Yeah, but that doesn't do good in the real world, though. It really is really disastrous in the real world.
Right. You
know?
Yeah, that is true, right?
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? It's like the very thing that made you special could fuck you in the real world with regular people.
The real world. Guys like that go to prison. They don't exist in the real world. They gotta take them out of there.
It's crazy.
You know, they have to remove them from the real world. Those kind of people like myself.
Isn't that what's crazy? Like that's where the crazy adjustment has to come in, where you have to learn how to be, and that's where cannabis helped you a lot too.
Yeah,
right?
a lot. Oh man, forget it. Forget it.
But now you're not smoking any weed getting ready for this fight.
Nah.
Do you miss it?
Well, I understand the discipline of this stuff.
Yeah.
But what I don't like about it that is just that without cannabis, it doesn't matter. I just get mean.
Yeah.
I don't like the mean stuff. Like, right. I don't like I might snap at my wife and my kids. That's what I don't like.
Right.
What?
Right. Well, I see the sparkle in your eye again. It's a little different right now than the last time I was talking to you. There's a little more intensity going on, but it's also you're ramping up.
Yeah, you know, I'm just always and sometimes I get beside myself and I forget that I have to be grateful for what Allah, what God did in general, and sometimes I get caught up into my ego.
Right.
So it's just a struggle, but I'm working on it. I never worked on it before, so that's a start, right? I never could consider working on it.
But that is the thing, right? That what gets you to be a championship level fighter can really fuck you up in the rest of your life.
Listen, I can't believe. I'm so happy my wife is still with me. I'm just very grateful because I'm just useless and stuff, and I have to learn how. Through her, I have to learn how to live life.
Yeah.
Life, I'm disastrous in living life. Oh, fucking Joe.
I get it, man.
You would never believe. I'm using these nice words and I'm conducting myself. You come to my nice house and you would say, this guy is just an uncouth Neanderthal. You know, so I just listen to my wife. People think it's stupid. I listen to this, right? So she told me before I came in, be kind and be nice to everyone. Be kind and nice. Because I don't eat most of the time. I only eat after work, and if I don't eat enough, she says she's gonna get angry. Can you please eat? So she's forcing me to eat this stuff, a fried egg and this. And so I said, okay, I eat. But she's right because of the time. We've been married 11 years.
Well, you got a good one then, man. You got someone who balances you out.
11 years.
Someone who understands you. Yeah.
I don't know. Listen, I was talking to her. I said, sometimes I think about we're together and this is going to be over soon and we're going to die. One of us is going to die before the other one. And I'm saying I would not know what to do if you died first. Wow. And I had to take care of these kids because her whole life is me and all my kids.
Right.
Her life is me, and not only our kids, the 2 kids that we have, but her life is me and all my kids.
Right.
And I would just love her and marry her just for that alone. No pussy, no passion, no sex, that alone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's beautiful, man. Find someone who balances you out like that.
Absolutely.
But that, what we were talking about, where the very fire that gets you to be Mike Tyson, that turns you into this destroyer inside the ring, will, if you don't learn how to control it, will fuck you up in every other aspect.
For instance, like after my 1-round fights, some of them caused me lawsuit because right after that, you think I'm calmed down? You think after 30 seconds or 45 seconds, hey, he's cool. After 1 round, everything's cool. He's happy. It's over. It's still ringing.
Yeah.
It's revving up. It's still revved. It's not finished. It's not dead. The energy's not dead. Not the energy that you jet. The energy of hurting somebody, of continuing to hit somebody. It's revved up.
Right.
And so the first thing you hear that indicates altercation. It's not, hey, what? But it's just off. You have no control over it.
Right.
You have, and it's almost like you're insane. Like, why can't I stop this? Why is this happening to me? Why am I in jail right now?
And
why am I in fucking prison?
And you're Mike Tyson, so it's not like anybody can tell you not to do it, or anybody can tell you to shut up or calm down. You're not going to listen to anybody. You're the fucking king of the world.
But it just gets crazy when the people in the jail and prison know you real well, you know? They're familiar with you. Like when they see you, they're not excited now, right?
Yeah.
They get really familiar with you.
Jamie Foxx is going to play you in a movie.
That's going to be interesting. That's
That's wild. If anybody can do it, Jamie Foxx can do it. That's a talented man.
He's really good at what he does.
He's fucking talented. That guy could do anything. He's one of those dudes. You listen to him sing, you hear him play music, you see him do stand-up comedy, then you see him act. You're like, this fucking guy can do anything. He's just one of those dudes that can just lock in on something and he can do anything.
Yo, listen, when the light is on you, when the universe put the light on you, there's nothing stronger than a person whose time has come.
Yeah.
It's all about the light, man. All of us get it. You may not think the homeless man in the corner, the blind and paralyzed guy that's begging in the cup. We all get that moment of shine. We all get it. Feelings, perform, whatever it is, we all get it.
Now, when Jamie is playing you, what does that feel like? I know Michael Jai White played you once.
Yeah.
Did you talk to him about that?
No, I didn't know him or anything. I was in jail when this guy was doing this stuff.
Do you know Michael Jai?
I met him a few times.
He's a great guy.
He appears to be.
Very, very nice guy. I've known him for a long time. And very respectful guy, too. But was it weird watching someone play you?
Big, man. No.
No?
No. It's just that ego shit kicks in, so I'm watching it. And he had some good qualities in it. He did some really good stuff that I thought. But the stuff that he did that represented me, I don't think people even picked up on it.
Like what kind of stuff?
It's the way he moved his head.
Yeah.
People don't know I crack my neck all the time.
Yeah, what was that about? You were always doing that.
No, know what had happened when I had fought Bone Crusher Smith. He had hit me, and the next thing I don't know how to crick him. I couldn't stop. My neck was messed up, so I had to go and to a chiropractor. I don't know what the heck was wrong with it. It was
So
a
that
nerve.
was what it came from?
Nerve.
So it was from the Bone Crusher Smith
Well,
fight?
that's what I started doing it.
Oh, wow.
I had some nerve. It was a nerve that was and then if I had
Did you ever have neck problems? Like, you need surgery or anything?
Yeah, I had surgery in my neck. You know the why? You remember when I used to do those rolls on my head?
Yes.
The football
yes.
they
Bridges.
me.
They destroy your neck. Yeah.
I would do them. This is actually I would do them for 3 minutes, then stop a minute. Do for 3 minutes. So I do it for 5 or 6 rounds, 8 rounds. And as time went on, it just beat me up.
That gave you a crazy fucking neck, though, man.
Yeah,
your neck used to
20
start.
inches.
Your neck used to start at your temples and just go straight down.
You need for fighting. You need a good neck.
Are you doing anything to strengthen your neck
Yes,
now?
I have the weight stuff. Just put
You ever
stuff in
use an
there.
iron neck? Do you ever,
Tell me
know that
about
device?
that. No.
It's a halo. I'll give you one. I have one in the back. It's a halo. You put it on, you pump it up, it fits around your head, and then it's got a bungee cord on it. So you back up like this. The bungee cord's 50 pounds, and then you do these. And because it doesn't do this with your neck, it doesn't put pressure on the discs. So it doesn't move the discs in an unnatural way with weight.
This way?
Yeah, because you can do all these different exercises on it, but it doesn't ever bend your disc. So it strengthens the neck without doing damage to your discs.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah,
you know
I'll
what
give
I
you
have?
one.
I
I'll
have.
give you
Well, I
one.
would love that.
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I have what's the name? I have a treadmill that you have to put on some shorts first. And then you zip it. It's like
in the water?
No, it's not water. You put on some shorts. And you zip the shorts with the plastic that covers the machine, and you start running, and then you can run as fast as you can. You won't feel anything.
But it's not water inside of it?
No, you just run on the treadmill. It's on the plastic. And it's zipped up around you.
This thing right here? Zero gravity treadmill? Is that
That's
it?
what it is, yeah.
Oh. How's that working?
That's pretty awesome. You don't feel anything. Then you take the pants off. You feel all the effects. The boom might fall to the floor.
Really?
Yeah, it's really cool.
So this way it doesn't
That's it,
beat
too.
up your joints.
Yeah. But listen, this is what people don't understand. Yeah, you have a machine that don't beat up, but when you're running outside, the high running outside is almost worth messing your joints up.
Really?
The high you get from running outside.
What's the difference between the
You
high you
never-
get from
you
running
never
outside?
felt
I
that
do
running?
run
Huh?
outside, but like, what do you feel?
Man, it's just I can't even articulate it. Between being outside running and it's like night and day.
So like
being inside the house on the treadmill, being outside running, it's like night and day. You can't even compare the two.
Is it because you're moving, you're traveling distance? Is it because you're breathing in the fresh air? Like
It's a spiritual difference. It's just a spiritual difference. Running, hearing the birds, hearing the whatever it is, the animals running through, breaking the sticks and the weeds. You know, you're just conscious of everything.
Right. It's real running as opposed to just
Exactly.
exercise on a machine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even if you have a headphone on, you're still conscious of everything out there.
Now, have you talked to Jamie Foxx
Yeah.
while he's getting ready to do this?
I talk to Jamie just periodically all the time. We don't even talk about the film.
Really?
Yeah, we don't talk about it.
Now he's getting bulked up too. He's getting jacked. He looks huge.
I just wait till he's finished.
When is this supposed to take place? Do
Hey,
you know?
whenever he's ready, I guess.
Oh wow, that's wild. So when he gets ready to do it, is he gonna hang out with you and try to take on your mannerisms, or?
Well, he's known me for quite a long time, so he knows my mannerism. He's not gonna. If I died, he can do me.
Right.
Pretty much, you know. So he wouldn't have to be around me.
Do you want to help him? You want to give him any pointers or
Whatever
anything?
he wants, whatever help and what areas and what direction he needs me to help him in. Yeah.
It's a
If I'm
great.
capable of doing it, yeah.
If you're gonna have someone play you, I think he's the perfect person.
He's just good, and there's other guys too, but he just knows the real. He has been there. You know, it's hard to get a guy that's just 20 years old, and then we're gonna have him portrayed as a 25, and he just never get it right. When somebody understands the environment that they lived in at that particular time, and they create that environment again in their mind once they're under the influence of that person they're portraying, Jamie's gonna knock it out the park.
No, he'll knock it out the park for
'Cause
sure.
he understands that environment and that chemistry. He's gonna reconnect.
Now, are you gonna be a consultant on this move or anything to make sure that it's all legit? And
Listen, Jamie will be around me. He'll discuss it with me, and I'm sure we have that taken care of as well. But we're just gonna work this out the best way possible for both of us, I believe.
Now, when is that? Is it supposed to follow you when you're a young man, or is it supposed to be you as a champion?
Well, we're not going to talk about that right now. It's going to be a bunch of stuff. But you're going to really dig it.
Oh,
and I'm going
I'm
to tell them
sure.
some really interesting stuff.
So you're saying that the running outside, it's worth it just for the spiritual difference. It's worth the beating up on the joints. Does it fuck with your joints? Do you have like knee problems or ankle problems these days?
Hey, I do, but the guys I work with, they take care of that right away. It's almost like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, I want to say healing like I'm 18, but it's almost like putting super glue on your joints. All right? Like super glue and they get stuck in your finger, like, oh, fuck, get the super glue. Remember that time you put it on and it gets stuck in your finger, like, God, you can't get it off. It's like super glue on your
It is interesting what they can do today. Like, you could heal and recover way better than you ever could before. There was no 54-year-old men that looked like you when we were kids.
No. Jack Lane was the only one.
Yeah, and even Jack LaLanne, I mean, he was kind of fit, but he was just fit because he was disciplined.
Yes.
Because he continued to exercise deep into his 90s.
Discipline is what it's all about.
Yeah.
I don't care how good you are in anything. You don't have discipline, you ain't nobody.
Right.
You're nothing without discipline. Because you give up on the slightest struggle without discipline.
100%. And that has to be something that you also learn from Cuss as well.
I don't know what discipline is. I don't know what discipline. He taught me discipline is doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it.
Doing what you hate to do, but do it like you love it. That is a great quote. Mm-hmm. And if you can do that, you can be successful. Man.
You normally are. You'd be the best janitor in the history of janitors.
Yeah.
And I just use that for a perspective, not just putting the janitors down.
Yeah.
The best of it.
I know what you're saying. When all is said and done, I would love it if someone sat down with you and made maybe a book of all the things that Cuss taught you.
I don't know. All those things that Cuss taught me, and nowadays would not be cool. He's
In what
real.
way?
I don't know. Cuss was born in 1908. In 1908, they had a different opinion of people having opinions like women and stuff like that. And Cuss believing that he cared for the downtrodden people and this and that for the blacks and Latinos and Irish people who are being abused by the Irish people of that time, which is crazy. He really was that guy. He was the guy that fought for the people that didn't have anyone to fight for them. He was just that guy. He wanted to be that person. He wanted to be a person that people looked up to, and he was the boss and stuff. He just wanted to be a person. And when I read his book and I found out about him, he was successful his whole life. He was always the guy in the neighborhood that people came through to settle beefs and talk things over with and loan people stuff and help people out. And he liked being in that position of being able to teach people something, what he believed was teaching them something.
He knew so much about the human mind.
Well, when he died, this is very interesting. When he died, and Camille, was that I lived with him and Camille. And we went out and cleaned the room, and when I saw in his room, I saw all books about psychiatry and the mind and everything, and mystic stuff and all that stuff. And I said, this is what he was really about. He just he believed he was a mystic when he died. Believer as well. He believed in Zen and the art of archery and all that. He had those books. And he was just a believer in more than what we saw.
Yeah.
He knew it was more than what we could physically articulate going on with us as human beings, or what we are called.
When you sit back and you think about your career and how fortunate you were to run into that guy, I mean, how much did that play a part in your mind? Like when you knocked out Trevor Berbick, became the youngest ever heavyweight champion. When you're thinking about that, did you ever stop and think like, man, how lucky am I that I ran into that man?
No. He said he summons me.
He summoned you. Whoa. Makes sense. I mean, you think about a man whose life work involved psychiatry, involved the mind, boxing, hypnosis, training all these boxers. Floyd Patterson had all these great fighters, and then he wants one great one before it's over, and he summoned you.
No, he wants an animal.
An animal. He summoned you. What did that feel like for you? Did it make sense?
No, I believe what he told me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I believe you could summon someone, but goddamn, that seems like it's real.
Yeah.
That seems like it's real.
I don't know. I think you can do whatever you believe you can do, if you really believe it.
Yeah. Well, that was what I got out of all the things that I read about you and him together, and being able to talk to you about you and him, is that he gave you these tools to understand the way your mind worked, and you just ran with them.
I'm an extreme kind of person. Yeah, so I get carried away. If your confidence is not a delusional perspective, you have the right confidence.
Yeah. You get so amped up, Mike. Even he's sitting here talking to you about these things. I could see it in you. You get amped up, even just talking about achieving things, talking about success, talking about the mind. You know, I could see it inside of you. You get very fired up about these things.
Yeah. I have to be serious about anything that I want to accomplish.
Yeah, that intensity is what made you special. I mean, that.
I mean, Joe, I can't have people around. This is the first time I had my wife and kids around me. Normally, this can't happen. I have to be away from them.
For camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can tell, man. You're different right now than the last time I was.
So I've been there the whole time?
I don't think so. I've been watching.
Okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. I hope you're having a wonderful holiday. I hope you're eating some really good food and that you're surrounded by love, whether that's in person or virtual.
It's our fourth single called
Here in 2021, baby. It's gonna be a good year. Sorry about that, I should turn my sound off. This Haley Williams hair dye company, I'm gonna be real with you. It's something that I definitely fear a lot, and it's just because I've been through that kind of trauma before.
Close seeker ya bro. Oh mantap nih.
It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my It's out of my hands, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my
Kalau guru kencang, lu suruh boyo. Kencang kayak itu tuh. Itu suruh guru.
Suka sama pengen.
Mari so botol lu setengah. Sama tuh. Lobo ya sama.
Let's just skip 30 seconds and get started.
Apa terjadi? Lobo lagi. Ask bro. Long way, bro.
The trail is fresh. Elude me not.
The next label play. The next label play.
As the temple requires. The trail is fresh. I sense a mystery. In secret. On my way.
Aku lali. Nah, itu lo didas ya. Nah, mati. Apa tuh bos? Yo,
I guess you wonder where I've been. I searched to find a love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in a daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. Some people go around the world for love that they may never find. They dream of you won't do for love. You have tried everything, but you don't give up. In my world, only you made me do for love what I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in a daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. You know I only want the best, it's true. I can't believe the things I do for you. What you won't do for love. You've tried everything, but you don't give up. In my world, only you made me do for love what I would not do. I've waited here for you. Ever. Tonight, I threw myself into. And out of the red, out of her head, she say what I would not do, what I would not do. What you won't do.
I'm looking for something that's just gonna explode in your face. But at the same time, you know, it's gotta be smooth. Do you know what the key is, though? You can't put too much in the bottom.
10 seconds.
And that, for me, you know, that's what makes the perfect mix.
5 seconds.
Oh, sorry, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Well, are you tuned up?
Yep.
Are you feeling fresh? Yeah. Okay, well, we're gonna put the drums and the bass down first, and then we're just gonna crack on with some overdub. You sweet?
Sweet.
Are you sweet?
Sweet.
Are you sweet? Sweet.
Approach if you dare. None escape my fire. Be wary. Be cautious. Fear not the forest. The road is endless. Ah. Balance in all things.
First blood spells!
First blood! Gotta be quick when I'm around.
Ignite the flame guard. All action is reaction. Fire shall teach you. You face the flame. Flame lights the way. Matriarch with pride. All paths find serenity.
You realize our middle
Flame protects me.
Why did I pour it?
It must be done. What dangers lie
that
here?
all-important middle tower of yours? Yeah, it's in trouble. Dyer's courier has been killed. Ooh, I love a good courier. Defend your middle tower. You're right, Jax. They really should do something about
Destiny awaits us all. The way is clear. Come and be burned. Nothing more to teach. I burn once more.
So, what are your feelings about having a top tower? Your middle tower is under attack.
On and on again. Wrapped in ember fire. What must be discovered? A test of training. journey without end.
Defend your middle tower. You know, Jax could take care of that. If the price is right.
Walk a warrior's
Dire
way.
just fortified. You realize our middle tower is under attack?
Harmony must be earned. Balance in all things. Ah. Flame lights the way. No path but through. All paths find serenity. What must be discovered? On and on again. It must be done.
Your middle tower
Fear
is under
not
attack.
the forest. Never refuse gold given. A journey without end. What dangers lie here? All action is reaction. Destiny awaits us all. Wrapped in ember fire. Be wary, be cautious. The way is clear.
Defend your top tower. Looks like the end of a beautiful friendship. Your top tower is under attack. Oh, you're getting some.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Your top tower is under attack. Where are the
Road
reinforcements?
is endless. Let
Your top tower
weakness
has fallen.
become strength. Walk a warrior's way. Approach if you dare. Be wary, be cautious. The road is endless. You have no chance. It must be done. All action is reaction. Harmony must be earned.
Jana, can you gank me, please?
Fear not the forest.
You realize your middle tower is under attack?
What must be discovered?
Oh, your middle tower was an important one.
On and on again. Balance in all things. Come and be burned. To be spent wisely. A flash of inspiration. No path but through. flame lights the way.
And Dire's fortification will work next. Your bottom tower
Destiny
is under
awaits us all.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Defend
The
your bottom
storm
tower.
will fade. The flame
Generally,
protects
when
me.
they arrive,
Back.
I shall teach you. A journey without end. The way is clear. You will be feared. Have you a light? Prepare for a lesson. Your end has come. All paths find serenity. What dangers lie? Fire season is over.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Still the same spark.
Guys, can you please buy words?
defend your top tower.
On and on again. All action is reaction. Be still, little knife. You face the flame. Come and learn humility.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Can we go?
What dangers lie here?
Allies disappear. Oh, Dire's courier is so dead.
It must be well. Be swift. What must be discovered?
Double damage!
Harmony must be earned. The road is endless. The stalwart flame flickers. You feed the flame. No path but through. A journey without end.
Killing spree!
Beyond your way. Balance in all things. Fear not the forest. You will be approached if you dare. None escape my fire.
Your bottom tower is
Fire
under
shall
attack.
teach you. I shall teach you.
Defend your middle tower.
The way is clear. And yet, they persist.
Defend your bottom tower.
The flame protects me. A trial by fire.
Hey, take a look at your bottom tower.
A
You
test
have
of
to protect your
training.
base more faithfully than your bottom tower. Hey, take a look
Walk
at
a
your
warrior's way. must find serenity. Hurry to the fray.
Mega kill!
Destiny awaits us all. Be wary. Be
Your
cautious.
bottom tower is under attack.
Content in battle fury. Flame lights the way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A tool to teach.
Defend your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Be wary. Be cautious. Your end has come. Who's that scorching fellow? He's bested.
Your middle tower is under attack. This is what I came for.
A lesson in death.
So,
The
what do you
storm
think?
of flame
Your middle tower
flares.
is under attack.
What dangers lie here? On and on again. Carry forth the flame.
You realize your middle tower is
Flame
under attack.
lights the way. Balance in all
Defend your middle
things.
tower.
Drink
Dire
deep
structures are
flame's knowledge. No path,
Radiant
but
just
through.
fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Harmony must be earned.
Your middle tower is full.
The road is endless. Burn we all our life to the flames. Shaved in searing heat. All action is reaction. The way is clear. Destiny awaits us all.
Your middle tower is under attack. Let's hope that doesn't happen again.
What must be discovered?
Dominating! You realize your middle tower is under attack? Your middle tower never loved you. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Fear not the forest. It
Your
must
middle
be
barracks has
done.
fallen.
My
Your
image
middle
steps
barracks are under
forth.
attack.
Everything life.
Middle barracks are just a memory now.
Walk a warrior's way. Be wary. Be cautious. A journey to be spent wisely. What must be discovered? Flame lights the way. I end.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Vanish.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
This hearth is welcome. All
Defend the
action
top tower.
is reaction. You have no chance. Who's that scorching fellow?
Time tempts, the mace stands.
Got you dead to rights. Walk a warrior's way. All paths find serenity. The way is clear. No path but through.
Your top tower is under attack.
The road is endless.
Defend your top tower.
The stalwart flame
Yes, Jax, I know
flickers.
top tower was your favorite, but they don't see. So, top barracks?
On and on again. Carry forth the flame.
Top barracks is down.
My fire burns and captured in the flame. Ignite the flame now. Balance in all things. Harmony must be earned. Was well done.
Holy shit! Triple kill!
Bury me beneath a tree.
You're no peer of the seer.
Defend your bottom tower.
There is peace
Your
here.
bottom tower is under attack.
Vanish.
It
Your
must
bottom
be
tower is
done.
under attack. Bottom tower is under
Fear not the forest.
Pay a little attention to your bottom barracks.
Destiny awaits us all. Dangers lie here.
The enemy now has many things.
Neat. We ride.
Oh my god, Jax! Did you see that? Your middle tower is under attack. Defend your middle tower.
Of course.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The storm. Be on your way.
You realize your middle
Destiny
tower is under
awaits us all. Your place is here. What dangers lie here?
Your middle tower has fallen.
The
Your middle
road
tower
is
has
endless.
Your ancient is under attack.
No path but through.
Defend your ancient. Die trying.
Balance.